The simplest example would be the light mask that was stuck to Li Yao's forehead, helping him to change his face. In the past, when one intended to change their appearance before they went to the underground markets, they would either have to resort to the skin masks made of resins or inject drugs that could temporarily change the form of the facial muscles. Other approaches had their own shortcomings, too. However, right now, all they needed to do was to stick a chip that was the size of a fingernail and almost weightless to their forehead. The chip would automatically unleash mimic rays and change their head into something entirely different. Through the connection with the portable crystal processor, the chip could download more than 30,000 face templates from the spiritual nexus. They could also build their unique custom faces with more than 1 million different facial organs. Happiness, sorrow, anger, and all other emotions could be vividly demonstrated on the mask projected by the chip. The magical equipment could even be used to partly modify one's face. In the past, when someone was dissatisfied with a certain part of their face, plastic surgery was their only option other than wearing makeup. But right now, all they needed to do was stick a chip to their forehead and set it to the special beautification mode. Then, the magical equipment would automatically modify the flawed parts. It was convenient and time-saving, and the effect could last a long time, which made it 10,000 times more brilliant than makeup and plastic surgery. It was said that in the Federation, many girls would never take off the masked chip once they put it on. Unless they were with their parents, they would not show anybody their real faces easily. Li Yao was very happy about the invention of such a piece of magical equipment, not just because of its delicacy, but also because of the purpose it was designed for. Magical equipment at the service of the ordinary people to improve their quality of life was perhaps the real focus of a refiner. Was it not? His hands in the spacious pockets of the beach pants, Li Yao roamed around the crowded 4 sectors magical equipment center, not caring about the people around him who were frowning at his greed and fascination. He was exclaiming in amazement and did not conceal his compliments at all, deeply moved by the arduous efforts that all his fellow cultivators in the circle of refiners had made in the past 100 years. This is not half bad. Li Yao stopped at the area of blades and firearms and nodded in approval quickly. He realized that the single magical equipment in the Federation over the past 100 years, while overcoming the limits of maximum damage and range, was also showing the trend of lightweight and automation. The lightweight meant the greatest reduction of dispersing spiritual energy to lower the so-called recoil. The aggressive magical equipment from 100 years ago all boasted very powerful recoil. The furious spiritual energy that escaped due to the incomplete seal would cause a heavy blow on the soul of the user. Only the powerful souls of cultivators could resist such blasts. Therefore, even the light magical equipment such as the single storm bolter could only be used by the strong, healthy adults among the ordinary people. If the weak, women, or children were to use such weapons recklessly, chances were that they would be knocked out the moment they pulled the trigger. Even the tough soldiers in the military could not use a piece of magical equipment for a long time at a high intensity before their spiritual roots were awakened. Before Li Yao awakened his spiritual root, he had once seen a team of the soldiers of the Federal Army using the Enlightening railgun on the train north to the Grand Desolate Plateau. After a shot, leaving whether or not the enemy was hit aside, almost all the soldiers' eyes and fingernails were bleeding. All their hair was standing up, and their souls were almost blown apart. However, at least based on the demo videos next to every piece of magical equipment, the problem of spiritual energy leaks had greatly improved. Many pieces of weaponry magical equipment actually highlighted that they were user-friendly for all ordinary people in order to boost the sales. Secondly, the automation. The biggest problem for ordinary people when it came to using blades and guns was that their reaction speed could not keep up with the speed of the functioning spiritual energy in the magical equipment and the enemy's escape. Powerful as a storm bolter might be, it would be absolutely useless if it could not hit the enemy. In the past 100 years, the Federation had developed almost 100 kinds of automatic aiming magical equipment and the special bullets that incorporated tracing rune arrays. The magical equipment that had adopted the shoot-and-move pattern prevailed. As long as one pulled the trigger in the basic direction, the odds of hitting the target were more than tripled. The result of lightweight and automation was that the combat ability of the ordinary people had been significantly improved. Although their role was still secondary on the battlefield, they were now able to annihilate the enemy with their sheer advantage in numbers. For a team of ordinary soldiers with sufficient firepower, it was definitely possible for them to take down a low-level cultivator. If thousands of infuriated ordinary people were armed with appropriate magical equipment, even the cultivators in the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage would have to think about their decisions carefully. The Star Glory Federation did not abandon its ideals from 100 years ago. Everybody that made up the Federation, be they ordinary people or cultivators, residents or citizens, was burning their life and soul with their best. Watching the crowds of ordinary people roaring and marching forward to the highlands in the demo videos, Li Yao felt that his blood was boiling and his forehead was sweating. He seemed to have crawled into the light beam and turned into one of them. Other than the single magical equipment, what interested Li Yao most were the many kinds of gaming capsules, or rather the motion training capsules. In such facilities that were similar to tablets or cocoons, through the special nerve-ending connection liquids, one would be able to enter the grand illusionary land of a deeper level where the training and battles with crystal suits and even colossi were simulated. The nerve-ending connection liquids could directly stimulate the nerves, cells, and muscles and trigger responses. They were more effective and straightforward than traditional training games in the grand illusionary land. Such a practice was also greatly beneficial for the development of the spiritual actualization quotient. After having the soul-stirring, life-and-death battles in the game, the spiritual actualization quotient of the users was greatly enhanced. Whether they became a cultivator or not, they slowly grasped the arts of the usage of crystal suits as they grew more familiar with such magical equipment. In such a pattern, the odds for ordinary people awakening their spiritual root had soared in the past 100 years. The population of the well-trained exos had boomed, too. Furthermore, with the skill cards brought by the Flying Star sector and the manufacture of beginner-level crystal suits in the assembly lines of the factories, the cost of the crystal suits had been significantly reduced. They were popularized among the people. The ordinary people could all at least afford a rent, if not buy a crystal suit and knew how to use it. The Federation right now was an out-and-out the world of crystal suits. This is amazing. Watching the crystal suit advertisements that targeted ordinary people, Li Yao found that they were as common as the advertisements for the shuttles 100 years ago. He could not help but feel that his dream had come true after a long sleep. This is my country. This is a homeland that deserves to be protected. Li Yao blinked, suddenly feeling extremely happy. Now that crystal suits, the traditional king of magical equipment, had found their way into the households of ordinary people, the most immediate consequence was that the Armadominuses, creators of the crystal suits, were much more popular and respected than before. Not just in the circle of refiners, even in the circles of cultivators and ordinary people, they were the most revered, wealthy, celebrity-like superstars. When an Armadominus invented a groundbreaking crystal suit or modified a classic crystal suit marvelously, they would often invoke a vogue that swept across the entire Federation and even the Dragon Snake Space Zone and Firefly. Li Yao noticed that at the center of the 4 sectors Magical Equipment Center, which was the best location with the highest customer flow, a graceful crystal suit that looked like a colorful butterfly was standing on the exuberant exhibit table. According to the light beam next to the crystal suit, named Phantom Butterfly, had been designed by Solar Eclipse Jiang Xiaoyang in person, who had authorized the Red Line Crystal Suit Center to craft it. The crystal suit was not produced by the master in person, but only a duplicate version under his authorization. Yet it was already able to dominate such an important location. It was the first clue of the position of the Armadominus and the crystal suits in this era. Master Solar Eclipse Jiang Xiaoyang. Li Yao stuck his nose against the glass and widened his eyes to observe more carefully. Jiang Xiaoyang's expertise is quite impressive. Judging from the perfect combination of the streamlined design of the plate armor and the anti-blast profiled surfaces, he is definitely much better than me 100 years ago. It seems that he never once slacked in his training in the past 100 years. Chances are that he has experienced some special adventures too, although it is not crafted but only designed by him. It is already evident enough of his abundant experience and his profound knowledge. I'm so desperate to know how good it would be if it were crafted by Jiang Shaoyang carefully in person. Off, off, off. While Li Yao was gulping, the security nearby shooed him impatiently. Go back. Stay outside of the ring of light. Okay. Scratching his hair, Li Yao blinked and asked, if I may ask, how much is this phantom butterfly? The security eyed him up and down and laughed. He pointed at 2 lines right below the glass exhibit table. Not for sale. For exhibition purpose only. Li Yao, in comparison, had spent most of his time in hibernation. The only time that Li Yao had been dedicated to the arts of refining was the last year. Ostensibly speaking, Li Yao did not seem to be at an advantage. He was like the hare who was sleeping all the time in the fable of the tortoise and the hare. However, in the last year, Li Yao had spent most of his time inside an intact warship of the Niwa clan, whose most cabins were still complete. There were almost 20 brand-new colossi, more than 50 remnants of the colossi in different forms, and countless pieces of cutting-edge magical equipment of the primeval era waiting to be studied by him. Li Yao had absolutely no doubt about the potential, creativity, and speed of development of the civilization of mankind. However, the civilization of mankind was still a young civilization that was maturing. Compared to the Panga civilization and the Niwa civilization, it was still an imitator and a chaser, which was also an undeniable fact. The colossi were the ultimate weapons in the Sea of Stars and the essence of the highest technologies of the Niwa clan. In the Federation 100 years ago, with only the 5 jumbled colossi excavated from Kunlun, as well as the tremendous rusted pieces, the overall technology of magical equipment had already made significant progress. As for the debris that Li Yao had found on the Niwa warship, even if it could not be restored to as good as new, it was certainly preserved in much better conditions and had a high research value. The most critical factor was that Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, the 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators, had helped Li Yao find dozens of jade chips that contained the maintenance manuals for the colossi. It was like dozens of tutors of the Niwa clan had taught Li Yao to diagnose and maintain dozens of different colossi. For those with a lower cultivation or a shallower understanding about the arts of refining, it might have been impossible for them to realize the true value of the colossi. However, before Li Yao went into the Niwa warship, he had already been a refiner in the nascent soul stage. For a cultivator at his level, they could often make 100 deductions after they learned one piece of knowledge. Sometimes what they were short of was just the direction to work in. Maintaining and debugging the colossi, as well as analyzing almost 100 primeval treasures, had made him step into the ultimate hall of the arts of refining on the shoulders of giants. To make an inappropriate metaphor, the best refiners in the Federation, such as Solar Eclipse, Jiang Shaoyang, were like the most talented and diligent students who had access to 10,000 simulation examination papers for the college entrance exam drafted by the best teachers. They studied the examination papers for a whole year, and they were confident that they would get a full score in the exam. As for Li Yao, he did not dare guarantee that he would certainly be more smart or diligent than Jiang Shaoyang. He did not have much time to finish as many simulation examination papers either. He also was not confident that he could certainly achieve a full score in all the subjects in the exam. However, he did spend half a month in the laboratory of a few college professors, where he received the personal enlightenment of the college professors and their notes and memoirs. In the end, he was finally able to understand, however difficultly, the papers and the research projects of the professors. That was all. It was the essential difference between Li Yao and Jiang Shaoyang right now. Looking at the phantom butterfly devised by Jiang Shaoyang for the last time, Li Yao took out 100 coins from his pocket and bought an inventory of the latest magical equipment and materials on sale from the vending machine. Such an inventory was often stored in jade chips. As long as they were inserted into the portable crystal processor, more than 100,000 pages of introductions to magical equipment and materials would be triggered. From blades to guns to crystal suits, and even including the civil magical equipment such as luxury shuttles, everything was included. If one was interested in magical equipment such as a crystal suit, they could find the introduction and the specific parameters in the inventory. Then, they could experience the crystal suit in person through the virtual cabin. Once they were satisfied, they could ask for the item to be delivered and have a live test in the test field. It was an approach that had maximized the efficiency and minimized trade costs. Schwa! The light beam was blinking quickly as Li Yao read through the rows of crystal suits. The crystal suits suitable for core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators are all advanced products. None of them are cheap. Also, I have to prepare 3 very powerful battle-oriented artificial bodies for Meng Qixin, Wu Suiyun, and Wan Mingzhu. Such goods must be rare and very expensive because of the limited market. There's no telling whether or not Long Yangjuan's operation is going smoothly and how much money they can get. To reduce uncertainty, let me take a look at the components, units, and second-hand crystal suits. It was not money that bothered Li Yao. But just like all the other masters of refining, he had an occupational habit, which was that he considered buying a whole crystal suit to be an insult to his expertise. Buying a framework or a second-hand product before filing, polishing, and strengthening in person was the more favorable approach for an Armadominus. Li Yao turned to the section for the second-hand crystal suits. The Dragon Snake Space Zone was a lawless, chaotic place where the strong preyed on the weak. The number of totally wasted crystal suits was shockingly high. In the magical equipment store of Fish Dragon City, a lot of crystal suits that were seriously damaged were sold at a very cheap price. Depending on their conditions and odds of being repaired, the second-hand crystal suits were mostly divided into 70% new, 50% new, and other levels. Those ragged crystal suits that bordered on garbage were often as cheap as garbage. Li Yao did not expect to meet anything precious in this place, and he was browsing through the inventory randomly. However, one of the broken crystal suits that popped up out of nowhere made his eyes shine. He even gasped subconsciously. It was a 30% new, first-generation Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, which was the generic model for the army of the old Federation that Professor Yuan Manchio and he had developed together back when he was still in the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Looking at the crystal suit on the 3D light beam, which was riddled with holes but not collapsing, like a skeleton soldier that had crawled out of the deepest depths of hell, Li Yao felt like crying as so many memories flowed back into his heart. He did not expect that he would meet such an old friend again in this place after 100 years. Rotating the light beam and scanning the first-generation Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit from every angle, Li Yao discovered that while the plate armor and the engine units were mostly ruined, the fundamental framework was almost intact. The price of the crystal suit was very low too. Therefore, Li Yao placed an order through the inventory without any hesitation. He then selected the strengthening components that were 10 times more expensive than the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit itself, and rented a maintenance workshop of the highest level at a fortune. He had decided that he would use the first-generation Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit if needed. It was his commitment. 3 hours passed. Swaggering into the Crystal Suit Test Center in the renewed first-generation Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, Li Yao was smiling delightedly, enjoying the fun that nobody else knew anything about. It seemed quite weird and eye-catching to wander on the battlefield in an antique crystal suit from more than 100 years ago. Even the natives of the ancient sages' sectors, such as Meng Qixin, as long as they had the shallowest understanding about the crystal suits, would be suspicious about his choice. However, the minor obstacle was no trouble at all for Li Yao. Over the past 100 years, the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, as the most classic model of crystal suits in the Federation, have been continuously improving and upgrading. Li Yao purchased the plate armor and the components of some of the new models of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, changing the appearance of the first-generation Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit into that of the 13th-generation Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, which was a relatively new model. Naturally, from the crystal reactor to the power rune arrays to the attack magical equipment, most of the units had been replaced with vastly better counterparts. All the parameters and performances had soared, but the original feedback of the first-generation Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit was kept as much as possible. Such redundant modifications were certainly incomprehensible for those who were not the crazy fans of magical equipment and the most passionate refiners. What a hardcore sense of operation! What unbuffered counterforce! What humming noises from the crystal processor? What waves of heat from the crystal processor to the spine, to the internal organs? This is a real crystal suit. This is the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. Li Yao could not have enjoyed himself more. While narrowing his eyes and enjoying the most basic movements, he scanned the high-level crystal suits rushing past him, performing the glamorous, ultimate skills, like a raptor under the skin of a lamb watching a bunch of lions, tigers, and hungry wolves casually. 1,000 battle scenes were exploding inside Li Yao's brain. All of them were the deductions that he made according to the parameters of the high-level crystal suits. Well, if I activate the combat ability of the core formation stage, with the enhancement of the first-generation Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, I should be able to completely destroy the Ghost, whose breastplate and legs have been strengthened. This crystal suit that is packed with flying swords all over the body does not look bad. It is similar to the sword-torn battlesuit in my memory. By my calculation, according to the 30% of the combat ability its master is displaying, I should be able to take care of it in 11 seconds. This one, 9 seconds. This one, 15 seconds. All the 5 on this side combined, 1 minute 33 seconds to 1 minute 45 seconds. Right then a bluish crystal suit that was almost translucent sprinted past the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. Li Yao raised an eyebrow in great interest. I have never seen a crystal suit in such a style before. It boasts the essence of refining of the 4 new sectors and the air from the center of the cosmos. To combine the styles of almost 10 different schools not only requires an expertise in designing, but also manual crafting skills. This is not bad. The overall feeling is similar to the Phantom Butterfly that Jiang Xiaoyan designs, except a bit immature. Is it made by his assistant or his true disciple? Well done, Jiang Xiaoyan. Even your disciple has a masterpiece now. The exo in the crystal suit is rather tough too. Judging from his footsteps, it will take me 1 minute and 3 seconds to destroy him and his crystal suit if I use the combat ability of only the core formation stage. While Li Yao was appreciating the crystal suit in great amazement, the bluish crystal suit that was like soft smoke suddenly halted at one end of the test field. The exo took off his helmet, revealing an angry face that was full of scars. He roared toward a few maintainers who hurried to him. No, something is wrong with the crystal suit. If a person chose to show everybody else their real appearance blatantly in such areas, it would be indicative of 2 things. Firstly, they were not scared of trouble. Secondly, it was possible that they were fond of asking for trouble. The magical equipment store under the Chamber of Commerce boasted the largest multipurpose test field in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. Hundreds of crystal suits were being tested in the place at the same time, and still more maintainers, refiners, and staff were measuring and serving outside of the field. The bellow of the lion-nosed, scar-faced man, however, made everybody stop whatever they were doing. The more prudent ones stayed far away and watched, and those who were bold or unfamiliar with the man, such as Li Yao, simply went close to observe more carefully. After all, few people dared speak so bluntly at the magical equipment store under the Chamber of Commerce. Where is Manager Nye of the maintenance department? Get him here? The lion-nosed, Scarface could not have cared less about how other people were looking at him. He bulged his eyes and yelled, "It was because I trust the expertise of Manager Nye Yaxuan of the maintenance department of the 4 Sectors Magical Equipment Center that I put the limited edition Azure Thunder here for repair. Otherwise, I would have sent it to the original manufacturer in the Star Glory Federation. When I delivered the crystal suit to you, your staff bashed their chests and promised me that it would certainly be repaired. But what's the meaning of this? Have Nye Yaxuan's eyes failed him because of old age, or does he have no respect for me, Zhao Tongtian from the Thunderbolt Exo Society, at all, and simply gave my crystal suit to a random guy from maintenance? The lion-nosed, scar-faced man must have been a rather famous brutal guy in Fish Dragon City. Because of the huge fuss that he was causing, few people dared to observe the scene at a close distance like Li Yao. Most of them were watching from afar, all prepared to activate their spiritual shield and run away at the first anomaly. When Zhao Tongtian and the Thunderbolt Exo Society were mentioned, Even the few ignorant cultivators who were crowding over to watch together with Li Yao all gulped and took a few steps back, like rabbits who smelled the scent of tigers and wolves. It was obvious that Zhao Tongtian and his Thunderbolt Exo Society were not easy to deal with in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. All the staff were whispering to each other, their faces pale, not knowing what they should do. A moment later, the crowd was divided. A middle-aged man, who was tall and slender, with a pair of long, agile hands, walked in confidently. Glancing at Zhao Tongtian, he sneered, "So it is Deputy Captain Zhao. In the last half a month, the once-in-3 years Ace game has been held in the Dragon Snake Arena, which is a gala for the entire Dragon Snake Space Zone. My master has been invited as the Magical Equipment Director of the Crystal Suit matches. I was the one who supervised the maintenance of your Azure Thunder. Is there a problem?" "You." Zhao Tongtian eyed the tall, slender, middle-aged newcomer up and down before he scoffed. "So, Yaxuan wasn't here. That explains a lot. However, if you're not prepared to do the time, don't pretend to do the crime. If the manager wasn't here, you shouldn't have taken my order at all in the first place. Xia Yongming, do you have any idea how precious my crystal suit is? You haven't learned a third of your master's expertise yet, and yet you were bold enough to mess with my equipment. You were truly insulting the 4 Sector's Magical Equipment Center. You don't know what you are doing." "Deputy Captain Zhao." Xia Yongming, the refiner, blushed. Veins were bulging on his hands like earthworms as he gnashed his teeth. "We are all compatriots from the Uranian Ring sector. The Thunderbolt Exo Society has shares in the Chamber of Commerce, too. Why are you making a fuss in a place of your own people?" "I'm making a fuss? You will know I'm making a fuss when I'm making a fuss." Xia Yongming. Zhao Tongtian burst into laughter because of fury. "It's because I trusted you as my own people that I sent my Azure Thunder to your place for maintenance. Although the maintenance has gone wrong, I'm still standing here talking nicely with you. I'm sure that you know who I am, don't you? Since when have I, Thunderlion Zhao Tongtian, been so reasonable? Forget it. Any more words with you will only be a waste. In short, you can't handle this Azure Thunder. If you could, I wouldn't have had it delivered to this place, but asked the refiners of the Thunderbolt Exo Society to repair it. I told your staff time and time again that Yaxuan must see to it in person. I know that you charge a lot, but do you think that I don't have the money? How were you bold enough to touch my crystal suit when you didn't know how valuable it is? Bring your master here right now. Let me see whether it is because he has zero respect for me, or because some bodacious fool failed to forward my demand. Because of the great humiliation, arrows of blood seemed to be darting out of every pore on Xia Yongming's face. What problem do you have with this Azure Thunder? He was a true disciple of Yaxuan, the chief maintainer of the 4 Sector's Magical Equipment Center, and his arts in refining and maintenance were extraordinary. Particularly good at the repair and modification of crystal suits, he was a minor celebrity in Fish Dragon City. Even when his master was around, most of the crystal suits delivered to the place for maintenance were actually handled by him. Nothing had ever gone wrong. When this particular crystal suit was delivered, the requirements did specify that his master needed to maintain it personally, with no limit to the maintenance fee. However, his master was busy providing technical support for the Ace game, the arena match held once every 3 years in the Dragon Snake Space Zone, and had entrusted all affairs in the maintenance department to him. Furthermore, the crystal suit was indeed an extraordinary piece of art, and Xia Yongming had found the temptation irresistible. He had thought that, since he had grasped 90% of his master's knowledge, and the crystal suit had no serious problems but only some minor erosion issues, nothing could possibly go wrong. But as it turned out, the customer had realized that something was not right after the first try. Of course, I know what the Azure Thunder is. Cold sweat the size of a yellow bean was flowing on Xia Yongming's forehead as he pointed at a calligraphic autograph on the right shoulder of the crystal suit that seemed to have been written in silver metal threads. This is the very first crystal suit designed and crafted by Wu Yaxuan, a young genius of refining who has risen to fame recently in the Federation. It was a hit the moment it was released to the public. Even the mass-produced version is difficult to come by, not to mention the limited edition that he crafted personally. As I recall, he only built 19 crystal suits personally, right? But so what? I perfectly followed the maintenance manual of the original manufacturer in every detail. All the performance parameters are as good as new. Deputy Captain Zhao, what exactly is the problem with the crystal suit? Insufficient instantaneous acceleration? Rigidness and direction shifting? The fire control rune arrays are not responsive enough? If you have truly found any flaw, we will refund the full maintenance fee with a compensation of 10 times as much money. Then, I will ask my master to repair the crystal suit for you again. However, if you can't point out any flaws and continue being unreasonable in public, I must regretfully tell you that this is not your playground. While they were talking, more and more people crowded into the test field, including many guards who were fully armed with cold faces. Fish Dragon City was such a chaotic place. How could the Magical Equipment Center not be heavily protected, given all the highly valuable materials and magical equipment it had? Glancing around coldly, Zhao Tongtian laughed in derision before he slowly said, "It's just my feeling." Bulging his eyes, Xia Yongming was amused. Feeling? Deputy Captain Zhao, you are not implying that, although you can't find any maintenance fault, the crystal suit feels different from before when you were using it, are you? That's exactly what I'm talking about, Zhao Tongtian replied. The performance parameters in the crystal suit are the same. Acceleration, turning, and jumping are fine too. The speed to pick up any weapon is as good as before. Every detail is exactly the same as the past, but when they are combined, it gives me a different feeling from before. The sense of smoothness that feels like mercury flowing on the ground is gone. I can't feel that my soul has melded with the crystal suit anymore. It's almost like the limited edition that Wu Yaxuan crafted in person has become one of the general edition manufactured in the factories. Xia Yoming's voice grew colder and colder. Deputy Captain Zhao, have you made up your mind to ask for trouble? I'm asking for trouble? Zhao Tongtian burst into laughter. He raised his thumb and pointed at his big nose. Rest assured, if I'm asking for anyone's trouble, it won't be with a small fry such as yourself. If we get to the bottom of it, that's because you are not capable enough. Who is Wu Yaxuan? One of the most creative geniuses in the younger generation in the Federation and the first assistant of Solar Eclipse Jiang Xiaoyang, the best refiner of the Federation. How can you understand the essence of his masterpiece? Because we are both from the Uranian Ring sector, I'll give you another chance. Just go and immediately invite your master here, and stop making the issue any bigger than it already is. So many people and so many eyes are watching. You won't be able to take the blame if the reputation of the 4 sectors Magical Equipment Center is ruined. Li Yao pricked his ears up and listened for a long time in the inner circle. He finally got the gist of everything. Jiang Xiaoyang's heir was truly involved. Crafting a piece of magical equipment, especially highly precise magical equipment like a crystal suit, was not something that could be done individually, but required a whole experienced, well-trained team. The so-called first assistant was essentially the number 2 person of the whole team. The job was usually taken care of by the most distinguished true disciple of the leader of the team. It meant that the Azure Thunder was probably the very first crystal suit designed and crafted by Jiang Xiaoyang, true disciple, as well as the number 2 person of Jiang Xiaoyang's team, after he left his master. Naturally, he must have received Jiang Xiaoyang's enlightenment too. No wonder it was so finely made and worth appreciating. Even Li Yao could not wait to appreciate it now. In the most extreme cases, even the slightest change of the degree at which a chip was inserted into the slot, or the tiniest difference of 1/10 the width of a hair during the adjustment of an ancillary power rune array, would lead to drastic changes. For the same crystal suit made of the same units, if it was adjusted by an expert such as Li Yao, even without any strengthening or modification, the overall combat ability of the crystal suit could still be improved by more than 10%. In an ever-changing battlefield, even 1 more % of the potential dugout could decide the outcome of a battle. How unbelievable could an improvement of 10% be? Zhao Tongtian might not know the improvement exactly. However, the brutal man who had towed the line between life and death for many years in the Dragon Snake Space Zone apparently had a sharp instinct about crystal suits. He described it quite well by saying it doesn't feel right. Li Yao was quite overjoyed to see the rare treasure. He was going to move forward to study the crystal suit crafted by Jiang Xiaoyang's first assistant, in which case Xiao Tongtian would be a lucky dog who had his crystal suit adjusted by a master for free. He could also feel the progress that Jiang Xiaoyang had made in the past 100 years more clearly. However, after the first step he made, he pondered for a moment and retreated. "Why don't you go up?" the mental devil asked inside his head in confusion. "The little bald guy, Jiang Xiaoyang, is quite fun. His disciple does not look incapable either." "Forget it." Scratching his nose, Li Yao said to himself. Judging from Thunder Lion Zhao Tongtian's dominant and unreasonable look, he doesn't seem to be a friendly guy. With my honorable appearance right now, if I recklessly propose to help him adjust his crystal suit, he will certainly refuse it and possibly humiliate me. Why would I bother asking to be humiliated if I am not interested in causing any trouble? Huh? The mental devil was surprised. Since when have you become such a nice person? If he dares humiliate us, won't it be the best opportunity for us to show ourselves off and slap his face? Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we last played such a game. Li Yao blinked and replied, "No, I would rather not. As the legendary dominator of 3 sectors, I am a well-respected celebrity right now. This is only a junior in the core formation stage. How is he at all qualified for me to act weak and swallow him? Slap his face? What face? Wouldn't he be taking advantage of me if I slap his face with the hand of the dominator of the 3 sectors? If the incident spreads out later, rumor will have it that I'm a bully who enjoys nothing better than making fun of the little friends. It's not important that I will be dishonored personally, but even the reputation of the Federation will be tarnished." The mental devil scratched its ears. That makes sense. After all, every time you take action, you will certainly amaze everyone nearby. This young fellow might even cling to your thigh without letting it go in his astonishment. That's the usual outcome. It's quite boring. Exactly. Even if we do want to relax ourselves and soothe nerves that have been tense for too long, we should find something better than messing with a little friend in the core formation stage. We are now more than 100 years old after all, so we should slightly improve our elegance. Such precious opportunities for slapping faces pretentiously should be saved for the young people. For example, the little girl standing behind us on our left side is apparently very eager to try. "What about the little girl?" "Her hands are pretty," Li Yao answered. "Hiss. Is this what they call a small leak will sink a great ship? Please don't. You are already at the door of your home, and you must not do anything that will wrong your wife. I never realized that you would be so concerned about me. You are indeed a loyal friend, aren't you?" "Loyal my ass. I'm sharing my body with you right now. Should you have an affair with some other woman and unfortunately get beaten to death by Ding Ling Ding, I will be doomed together with you." "Well, you misunderstood me," Li Yao said. "I'm saying that from the perspective of a refiner. Her hands are indeed very pretty. It is absolutely a pair of hands that only the best refiners can have. They must have been polished and nurtured by countless secret techniques and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Although a refiner could directly manipulate the components and units by making use of all kinds of facilities and releasing their spiritual energy, hands still played an indispensable role if they intended to build an immaculate piece of magical equipment. One could generally tell the cultivation of a refiner by the shape of the hands of the refiner. When Li Yao first began his career, he had learned the thousand-fingers soft bones art from Oyezi, a master of refining in ancient times. Through the technique, he was able to make both of his hands surpass the speed of sound, which was one of his most famous skills. Later, he had stimulated the muscle fibers, cells, and nerve endings continuously with the purple ring sword ants and all kinds of other biochemical drugs. After training crazily for decades, he had finally reached the ultimate level of returning to simplicity. Right now, his hands looked no different from those of common refiners who had just begun learning the arts of refining. However, with the condensing of spiritual energy and the unleashing of telepathic thoughts of the nascent soul stage, his hands could achieve the effects of 10,000 refining facilities in a large workshop. The girl standing behind Li Yao, who was also wearing a face-changing chip and using an unattractive template, boasted a pair of extremely smooth hands. With Li Yao's cultivation right now, If he soaked his eyes with spiritual energy, his sight would be very similar to the microscopes with extremely high magnification lens. However, no matter how he adjusted his irises and crystalline lenses to enlarge the picture that he saw, he still could not find a single pore from the small, pure hands of the girl. The secret technique that the girl practiced had apparently melted all the pores on her hands, thereby ensuring the smoothness and mildness of the hands on the microcosmic level to the maximum extent. Pores were used to emit heat and sweat. If all the pores were melted, the cooling and perspiration system inside must have gone through drastic changes, which was quite a marvelous secret art. At the very least, Liao had never read similar records in the Federation 100 years ago or in Yezi's memory pieces. Even some of the techniques that could constrict the pores could only work temporarily. The girl was quite an excellent refiner. Liao could see the glow from her hands and the glow that was beaming out of her eyes despite her disguise. As he expected, the girl who had a pair of astoundingly beautiful hands but selected an unattractive face intentionally stepped forward and, after bowing to Zhao Tongtian, said courteously, "There's no need to be anxious, fellow cultivator. I once learned a thing or two about the arts of refining of solar eclipse Jiang Xiaoyang, the master of refining in the Federation, and I've done some research on the works of Wu Yaxuan, Jiang Xiaoyang's assistant, who has risen to fame as a creative genius. If you don't find me imposing, maybe I can help you take a look and see where the problem is." You. Zhao Tongtian bulged his eyes and eyed the girl up and down for a long time. Naturally, he failed to find anything familiar on the template face. He could not help but sneer. "Who are you exactly to take advantage of me here? You must be boasting about yourself because you won't have any other chance to touch a crystal suit crafted by such an expert as Wu Yaxuan in person, right? Get lost." Zhao Tongtian raised his hands, trying to shove the girl away very rudely. The mysterious girl frowned, but she stepped backward before Zhao Tongtian's hands reached her. In that moment, Liao sensed that several people in the crowd revealed vague, killing intent when Zhao Tongtian raised his hands toward the mysterious girl. However, the killing intent was entirely gone after they determined Zhao Tongtian's intention in 0.01 seconds. Narrowing his eyes, Liao stepped forward to the right expressionlessly, pretending that he was giving the mysterious girl a hand. As he expected, the killing intent flashed again, which allowed him to lock on 5 experts who were well prepared in the crowd. The 5 experts were all the mysterious girl's bodyguards. It seemed that she had an intriguing background. That did make sense. To nurture such a pair of hands, techniques, secret arts, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, and astronomical funds for training were all mandatory. Such a young, professional refiner could only be raised in a wealthy family or a major sect with tremendous resources. The mysterious girl was slightly dazed, as if she did not expect that anybody would offer to give her a hand. However, the education of upper society that she had received naturally prompted her to thank Liao. "Thank you. You're welcome," Liao said casually. It was simply because he habitually did not like unexpected factors in the crowd that he was not aware of. Therefore, he managed to lock onto them by pretending to support the girl. Having been rejected by Zhao Tongtian, the mysterious girl did not seem to be interested in causing any trouble. She was about to leave when somebody declared solemnly and toughly outside of the crowd, "Well, if it isn't the great Captain Zhao. How majestic you are! I could already hear you shouting and screaming before I stepped into the test field. What are you doing here?" The crowd was suddenly divided. An old man whose temples were white, with a short mustache that looked like iron needles and a pair of extremely sharp eyes, strode into the test field. Liao noticed that the mysterious girl further retreated behind the crowd after the graceful, charismatic old man showed up, as if she did not want the old man to notice her. "Who the F*** CK, Thunder Lion Zhao Tongtian, who had been majestic and dominating a moment ago, cursed and turned around. However, once he saw who the newcomer was, the ferocious lion suddenly turned into a cute cat. He swallowed whatever was left of his sentence and hurried to walk forever, adulating in the most obsequious way. "Master Chu, I didn't know that it was you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. It's Chu Chongjio, the expert of refining from Firefly, who has been appointed to stay in the Dragon Snake Space Zone." "What? Is he the legendary Misty Hands Chu Chongjio? Li Yao realized that the intimidating old man was a cultivator from Firefly. No wonder he was so majestic, and even Thunder Lion Zhao Tongtian was so respectful and servile about him. Although the people on Firefly and the outcasts of the Uranian Ring sector, the Water Crystal sector, the Netherworld sector, and the Forest Ocean sector were all refugees, they were certainly not at the same level. As the saying went, the leanest elephant is still bigger than a mouse. Firefly, despite having been fleeing in fear all the time, was from the center of the cosmos and the heartland of the civilization of mankind after all. They were naturally high and mighty. When they escaped, a lot of state-of-the-art training techniques, as well as the powerful magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, had naturally been taken with them. Although they had drifted in the universe for 1,000 years, the system of the powerful magical equipment and training techniques was still being passed on, not entirely cut off. Even the Star Glory Federation was greedy about the cutting-edge techniques, technologies, and magical equipment on Firefly, not to mention the stray dogs in the Dragon Snake Space Zone who had run into a dead end. Therefore, however murky and lawless the Dragon Snake Space Zone was, few people dared mess with the cultivators from Firefly. On one hand, their fists were huge enough. The cultivators from Firefly, equipped with the crystal suits and magical equipment from the center of the cosmos, certainly boasted a much higher combat ability than the defeated soldiers did. Every one of them could beat 3 locals at the same level. On the other hand, Firefly was trading with the Star Glory Federation from the Dragon Snake Space Zone. This place was a station of commerce. Tremendous rare materials and heavenly materials and earthly treasures were gathered and dispersed there. The daily profits were astronomical. Too many people earned their living through Firefly. Why would they stop themselves from making money? Therefore, even if some people lost their rationality and attacked the cultivators from Firefly, the Chamber of Commerce and the local forces would often find the criminals and mince them apart before the cultivators from Firefly did. The cultivators from Firefly were such a superior group among all the forces in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. Since Firefly was trading with the Dragon Snake Space Zone and the Star Glory Federation, naturally a lot of the businesses involved the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the magical equipment, which required professional knowledge about material science and the arts of refining. Chu Chongjio was the manager responsible for the relevant affairs in the place. The 4 sectors Magical Equipment Center was the biggest magical equipment store in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. Chu Chongjio had shown up quite often in the place and communicated with a lot of famous refiners of the local area. He was quite renowned in the circle of the local refiners. Therefore, he was immediately recognized by the refiners. Master Chu. Zhao Tong'an almost lowered his head to his feet. Rubbing his hands, he tried to smile. How was the quality of the Jade Emperor essence that the Thunderbolt Exo Society collected for you last time? Does it suffice? If not, just say the word. I'll definitely bring a few of them of higher purity, however difficult the process may be. It will do for now. Of course, it is not as pure as the Jade Emperor essence collected from the natural paradises at the center of the cosmos, but it is already considerate enough of you to retrieve such goods in the countryside at the edge of the universe. Chu Chongjio's face was gentler than before. He waved his hands and said, "Get back to your business now, folks. What are you still doing here? I've ordered the number 9, number 12, and number 15 lanes to test a few pieces of magical equipment. Why are you blocking all the lanes? Huh, this crystal suit is not half bad. Is it yours, Captain Zhao? Just call me Zhao. I'm no captain in front of Master Chu." Zhao Tongtian hurriedly described the argument that had taken place just now. Mist Hands Chu Chongjio's expertise in the arts of refining was even better than that of Niesi Yuan, the manager of the maintenance department. He might not help anyone adjust their crystal suit even if he was paid a fortune. How could Zhao Tongtian miss such a rare opportunity? Master Chu, how should we? Sha Yongming, the local refiner who was responsible for the maintenance and debugging work of the Azure Thunder, stepped forward. He bowed deeply to Chu Chongjio in embarrassment, apparently begging for the help of the newcomer. It was obvious that he was not so confident in himself now, knowing that something must have gone wrong with his maintenance. He was unwilling to report the issue to his master, At least not until it was resolved perfectly, in which case his punishment would be less severe. That explains a lot. It's not a big deal. Zhu Zhongzi Samai. Scratching his thick, hard mustache, he said, Sha, your master has been working as the director of magical equipment in the Ace game. Too many pieces of magical equipment pass through his hands on a daily basis. There's no need to trouble him with such minor affairs. Zhao, if you trust my handiwork, just let me help you take a look at it. We couldn't hope for anything better. Zhao Tongtian and Sha Yongming were both overjoyed. They bowed deeply to Chu Chongjiu. Ah, I'm happy to have the chance to appreciate such a treasure too. Touching the shell of the Azure Thunder, Chu Chongjiu's eyes were glowing as he quickly nodded. Wu Yaxuan is the most distinguished refiner in the younger generation of the Star Glory Federation. He is also the first super genius between the age of 30 and 50 who is capable of designing and crafting a crystal suit on his own. Although Solar Eclipse Jiang Xiaoyang has not recruited him as a disciple, everybody knows that it is only because of the seniority issue. His position in Jiang Xiaoyang's team is even more important and stable than Jiang Xiaoyang's few true disciples. The one who will inherit the whole essence of the arts of refining of the refining department of Deep Sea University, represented by Jiang Xiaoyang and also Supernova Jiang Sheng, will surely be this genius Wu Yaxuan. This is the first time that the super genius of refining has crafted a crystal suit independently. Despite the rigid and immature parts, many of his creations and sophisticated handiwork are even astounding to me. Well, just look at how the crystal reactor is embedded. In short, unbelievable. While commenting, Chu Chongjiu raised his right hand, releasing bright blue spiritual waves, which raised up the Azure Thunder like tentacles. This place was a test field of magical equipment. Hundreds of examination platforms that boasted different functions had been established in the field in the first place. With his left hand behind his back, holding the crystal suit with his right hand, Chu Chongjiu fixed the crystal suit on an examination platform unhurriedly. The refiner lowered his head. His fingers were jumping softly. The breastplate and the panels of the crystal suit were all opened amid cracking noises, revealing the internal rune arrays and components that were as precise as a clock. Chu Chongjiu seemed to be enjoying a piece of marvelous music that nobody else could hear except for himself. Waving his head, fascinated, he exclaimed non-stop. After keeping the bystanders waiting in silence for 5 minutes, he finally opened his eyes at ease and said, not entirely satisfied, not bad. Not bad. I didn't know that I could run into such a talent at the remote edge of the cosmos. Sha, this is too much for you. Not everybody is capable of maintaining a crystal suit personally forged by Wu Yaxuan. You've done a good job. Your completion rate is well above 97%. I'll certainly praise you appropriately after I meet your master later. Thank you for your compliment. Master Chu. Sha Yoming took a deep breath in relief. He was almost crying in joy. With Chu Chongjiu's promise, he probably would not be punished because of his recklessness. Master Chu, Zhao Tongtian was rather embarrassed. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not done yet. Chu Chongjiu glanced at him in dissatisfaction, making the thunder line shudder again. He then looked at Sha Yoming peacefully. Sha, do you understand why I said that your completion rate is only 97%? Where is the 3% negligence? Forgive my ignorance, Sha Yongming said hesitantly. I've done the job according to the maintenance manual in every detail. All the parameters have met the standard. However, parameters are dead, and humans are alive. Crystal suits are dead, but crystal suits can be alive. Chu Chongjiu said. The life of a crystal suit is the style of its creator, the extremely personal mark that the Armadominus pours into it when the crystal suit is combined by them. When other people are maintaining and adjusting a crystal suit, they must operate by following the original traces, style, and mark. Otherwise, the best they can expect is to repair the body of the crystal suit. They will never be able to wake up the soul of the crystal suit. If I may tell you, Master Chu, Sha Yongming emboldened himself and said, my master taught me exactly the same thing before. I know that Wu Yaxuan is the true disciple of Solar Eclipse Jiang Xiaoyang, who has completely inherited Zhang Xiaoyang's style and refining, namely aggressiveness, radicalness, and boldness. When I performed the maintenance and debugging, I handled everything through relatively aggressive and radical approaches. I wonder, what have I done wrong? Indeed, Master Chu. Zhao Tongtian scratched his head and asked, what has gone wrong? You don't know the entirety of the refiner's background. Chu Chongjiu smiled mysteriously and said, Sha, you only infer that Wu Yaxuan has inherited Solar Eclipse Zhang Xiaoyang's aggressive style because he is Zhang Xiaoyang's most distinguished heir. But have you ever considered whether or not there is any difference between the styles of the de facto master and disciple? Let me tell you, the answer is yes, and the difference is very significant. The reason is very simple. While Wu Yaxuan did distinguish himself in Zhang Xiaoyang's team, his path of refining actually originates from his mother, Master Xie of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Speaking of Master Xie, although she is also a renowned top-tier expert in the circle of refiners in the Star Glory Federation, she does not seem as influential as the leading characters such as Solar Eclipse Zhang Xiaoyang, who all have unique styles. Many people think that Master Xie is not creative enough and that she is only a passer of knowledge but not a pioneer. Getting to the bottom of it, they believe that she is mediocre compared to the real geniuses in terms of talent, which is critical for any refiner. However, I hold a different opinion to them. I think very highly of Master Xie, who has such an inimitable style of refining that few similar refiners could be found in the entire Federation. Her style is even different from that of her master, Fiend Star Li Yao, the extraordinary genius in refining in his time. If we have to describe her style in one word, I think it will be flawless. Li Yao, who was pricking his ears, eavesdropping, was astonished that his name was mentioned. Wu Yaxuan is Master Xie eldest son who revealed his talent in refining at a young age. At first, he certainly learned from her mother, but as he slowly grew up, Master Xie realized that not only was he extremely gifted and imaginative, he was also very aggressive and radical. Knowing that she could not teach the kid, she sent him to Solar Eclipse Zhang Xiaoyang, another top-tier refiner. Solar Eclipse Zhang Xiaoyang is of the same generation as Fiend Star Li Yao. Since Wu Yaxuan is Xie son, it means that he is Fiend Star Li Yao's grand disciple. Naturally, Zhang Xiaoyang can't recruit him as a disciple. Otherwise, he'll become one generation lower than Li Yao for no good reason. It was exactly for that reason that Wu Yaxuan was merely Zhang Xiaoyang's first assistant instead of his true disciple. But in fact, Wu Yaxuan is a rare genius who has inherited the knowledge of both Zhang Xiaoyang's school and Xie school, which are vastly different. Specifically speaking, Zhang Xiaoyang's style is on the surface, while Xie style is inside. But the style on the surface is so brilliant and dazzling that the flawlessness and trafficability inside the magical equipment are eclipsed. In my opinion, the feeling of flawlessness and trafficability are exactly the key for Wu Yaxuan to grow into a master of refining one day who walks even further than Zhang Xiaoyang. Sha, when you maintained the Azure Thunder, you must have simulated the radical and aggressive approaches that are typical for Zhang Xiaoyang and Wu Yaxuan's school, right? I can tell that you are gifted enough to make no mistakes in the simulation. However, you did overlook the flawlessness, trafficability, and appropriateness hidden in the deepest part of the components. It's no wonder that the crystal suit you repaired does not satisfy the customer. Chu Chongjiu's explanation dumbfounded everyone listening, who felt that they were like deaf people that had heard voices for the first time. Those who showed up in the test field of crystal suits, other than refiners, were all the exos who had profound experience with crystal suits. Everybody was in the circle of refining. That was why they were even more astounded. It was true that Wu Yaxuan was a genius in refining who had risen to fame recently in the Star Glory Federation. But was this experienced Chu Chongjiu not even better than him? Otherwise, how could he have analyzed Wu Yaxuan's style in such great detail? As if struck by lightning, Xia Yongming was looking at Chu Chongjiu with such admiration that he was almost kneeling on the ground. As expected of a high-level cultivator from the heartland of the civilization of mankind, his eyes were truly keen. Li Yao, however, scratched his hair. After pondering for a moment, he asked the mysterious girl who had almost run into him just now. If I may ask, the father of Wu Yaxuan, the super genius of refining who rose to fame in the Federation recently, isn't Wu Mayan, the legendary, strongest chi trainer in the Federation, known as God Yin, is it? He is. Fellow cultivator, have you never heard the name of Wu Yaxuan before? The mysterious girl looked at Li Yao curiously. She seemed rather confused over how the guy did not know of as famous a celebrity as Wu Yaxuan when he was wearing a reasonably good crystal suit. That explains a lot. Li Yao was rather embarrassed. He felt that his face was burning below the mask. He was a nascent soul stage cultivator, but not a god. Over the past few days, he had been studying the development of the arts of refining and the historic events in the Federation over the past 100 years in the ocean of jade chips. Despite the computational ability and the deduction ability of the nascent soul stage, it was an impossible mission for him to swallow all the technological progress in the past 100 years within 3 days. Too busy familiarizing himself with the national affairs, he had overlooked the personal lives of his disciples. He was truly an incompetent master. However, knowing that his disciples had found their own happiness, Li Yao was delighted for them. Li Yao smiled genuinely, which was quite out of the place when other people around him were all wearing bewildered expressions. The mysterious girl could not help but glance at him. Got it? Li Yao could not have cared less about how other people viewed him. After all, everybody was using a template face right now. His real identity was definitely safe. Suddenly, Li Yao thought of a way that he might be able to reach out to his most trusted family and friends. He did not want to expose his real identity to public right now, but it did not mean that he was unwilling to contact Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, Wu Mayan, Xiaonan, Professor Mo Xian, and other people whom he trusted. It was just that he did not want to deliver the message through the possibly infiltrated spiritual nexus or the agents of the Secret Sword Bureau, whose loyalty was questionable. However, if there was a way in which he could directly speak to his family and friends, or at least say hello to them, Li Yao smiled. Crossing his arms, he narrowed his eyes. Without alarming anyone, he unleashed a vague thread of spiritual energy along his spine, which jumped as quickly as lightning among his nerve endings before it escaped from his feet and slithered toward the azure thunder like an invisible viper. Master Chu, Thunder Lion Zhao Tong Tian, the owner of the Azure Thunder battlesuit, was rather excited. Your eyes are truly sharp to see through the problem at first glance. Please do help me fix the problem. I can pay you however much. I'm going to stop you there. Chu Chongjio's face turned gloomy again as he snorted. Zhao Tong Tian, how much money do you think you can pay for my service? Let me tell you, today, I'm not doing this as a favor for you. This is partly because the crystal suit is one of the best products in the world that I felt too tempted to resist, and partly because Sha Yongming is a junior that I have high hopes for. With this crystal suit of yours, I can teach him a thing or two. This is only your lucky day. Of course. I didn't know what I was saying. Master Chu, you are too honorable and renowned for the Thunderbolt Exo Society to pay anything. Even if it is sold, the price is not enough for you to lift your little finger. Zhao Tongtian was overjoyed after he realized Chu Chongjio's meaning between the lines. Thank you for your help, Master Chu. His hands in his back, Chu Chongjio casually said, No thanks necessary. Go on and have a try. Spare the ground as quickly as possible after you're done. Don't waste my time. But, you haven't done anything. Zhao Tongtian and Sha Yoming looked at each other in bewilderment. Everybody else except Li Yao and the mysterious girl was confused too. While I was appreciating the masterpiece just now, I soaked my spiritual energy into the crystal suit and helped you readjust it, Chu Chongjio said unhurriedly. In fact, Sha's techniques are already good enough. 99% of his work was immaculate. I merely helped him slightly adjust a few critical points. Have a try. Zhao Tongtian looked at Sha Yongming and put on the crystal suit again, not entirely convinced. Most of the bystanders closed their eyes and held their breath, not having the courage to cause any noise. A streak of blue rushed on the test field. Shadows of blue lightning occupied the entire field. The crystal suit was truly like a majestic lion made of lightning. A moment later, the lion returned to Chu Chongjio. The helmet was unfolded, revealing a face that was packed with disbelief. Zhao Tongtian was barely able to finish a whole sentence. It's exactly the same as before. Master Chu, that's truly marvelous of you. How is that possible? All the bystanders exclaimed in disbelief. Did you see Sha? Not sparing a glance for Zhao Tongtian or the bystanders, Chu Chongju smiled and turned to Sha Yongming. You have the potential to be something great. However, just like a new piece of magical equipment, you need a little bit of polishing. Today, I'll offer you a piece of advice, which is that you must understand what really matters in a piece of magical equipment. Try to reflect on it once you are home. It may sound simple, but I've only managed to figure out the logic behind the words after decades of practice. Thank you, Master Chu. Sha Yongming was so excited that he could barely control himself. His tears were almost flowing down. It's all right. Chu Chongju looked around casually. Time to go, fellow cultivators. There's nothing to see here anymore. Yes, it's time to go. Let's clear the test lanes and stop wasting Master Chu's precious time. Extraordinary. This is indeed extraordinary. I didn't even notice when Master Chu performed the adjustment. Naturally, that's a refiner from Firefly who has come to the rural area from the heartland of the civilization of mankind. It would be a miracle if you and I could see through his techniques and approaches. How I wish my crystal suit could be adjusted by Chu Chongjio. You? In your dream, to have the chance to witness such unbelievable refining arts in person and hear such clear interpretations. Today is already our lucky day. The bystanders all dispersed in amazement. With the help of Sha Yongming and Zhao Tongtian, Chu Chongjio warmed up his body unhurriedly, making preparations for the test of his own magical equipment. Right then, he glanced at Li Yao's direction incidentally. His eyes, hands, and feet immediately froze, utterly unable to be moved anymore. Chu Chongjio's dominating aura from a moment ago entirely vanished. His shoulder collapsed without him knowing, and he seemed one size smaller than before. His voice that had been confident and unchallengeable a while back was now mixed with intense embarrassment. I didn't know that you were here. Li Yao coughed. Knowing that the guy was not referring to him, he quickly stepped out of the way, making room for the mysterious girl behind him. Uncle Chu. The mysterious girl stuck her tongue out and greeted Chu Chongjio in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Chu Chongjio's attitude toward the mysterious girl, Professor Tang, compared with Sha Yongming and Zhao Tongtian's attitude toward him was almost the same, only slightly less obsequious. The title professor came rather reluctantly. The more quick-witted folks quickly realized that the girl must be in charge of certain important posts on Firefly and was not simply a professor in a random school. Thunder Lion Zhao Tongtian, who had refused the mysterious girl's offer rudely a moment ago, widened his eyes. Sweat was pouring down from his forehead, and his legs were slightly shaking. The mysterious girl, Professor Tang, smiled. You are flattering me, Uncle Chu. Your expertise in refining is extraordinary. There are too many things in you that I should learn from. I was meaning to study more from you while hiding myself in the crowd. It must be my hands that gave me away, right? I should have put on a pair of gloves before I left. Chu Chongjio smiled bitterly and said, Professor Tang, since you were here before, why didn't you come to do him a favor instead of allowing a useless old man like myself to bluff? Of the younger generation of the Federation, Wu Yaxuan's works are definitely among the top. This crystal suit is definitely worth seeing. The mysterious Professor Tang smiled, but did not reply. Lion Thunder Zhao Tongtian was sweating even harder, his legs trembling. Sha Yongming chuckled and replied, For your information, Master Chu, Professor Tang did offer to help Deputy Captain Zhao check his crystal suit, but she was turned down. Turned down. Chu Chongjio was slightly dazed. Dazzling brilliance was beaming out of every wrinkle on his face, and his eyes were as sharp as two scalpels. He stared at Zhao Tongtian and sneered. As I said just now, Deputy Captain Zhao is indeed very majestic. Even I didn't know. Thunderlion Zhao Tongtian could not have known better that he had probably pissed off a big shot whom he absolutely should not have. His legs were shaking, his face was pale, and sweat seemed to be dripping from the tip of his nose. Uncle Chu, forget it, the mysterious girl said. It was an honest mistake. I was too reckless just now. His crystal suit is indeed an incredible one. It was not wrong of him to forbid me from touching it when he did know my identity. Let's just move on. Chu Chongjia nodded. He then glared at Zhao Tongtian and said, Zhao Tongtian, what should I say? So many people on Firefly are waiting in line to ask Professor Tang to help maintain their crystal suit that they often need to wait for 2 years. You are already unbelievably fortunate to meet Professor Tang, who was willing to help you adjust your crystal suit in her good mood. And yet you rejected it? Professor Tang's knowledge on the arts of refining is at least 3 times greater than mine. Tell me, are you blind? Zhao Tongtian was so embarrassed that he almost wanted to dig a hole in the ground to hide in, and so regretful that he wanted to kill himself. He. Chu Chongjia snorted and turned around, not bothering Zhao Tongtian anymore. His eyes glowing, he said to the mysterious girl, even more respectfully, Professor Tang, since you have seen the whole process of my maintenance and adjustment just now, please do enlighten me if there is any problem or place that is worth improving. It was obvious that Chu Chongjia, as a master of refining, truly admired the mysterious girl's expertise in the arts of refining. Because he had been appointed to work in Fish Dragon City, opportunities were rare for him to return to Firefly and communicate with the mysterious girl. Now that they had run into each other by accident, the refiner's occupational disease immediately took place. I dare not say that it is enlightenment, the mysterious girl said. Uncle Chu, you are one of the best experts on Firefly in the arts of maintenance and adjustment. From a purely technical point of view, the adjustment just now was perfect. I really can't find any flaws. From purely the technical point of view, Chu Chongjia's face was even more solemn. So, I have made some mistakes that are not on the technical level. That explains a lot. I did feel that something was off, but I couldn't tell what it was exactly. I was rather unconfident. No, Uncle Chu, you didn't make any mistakes. The crystal suit has been adjusted in the most standard way and achieved perfection. It's just that the mysterious girl hesitated. Just what? Chu Chongjia pursued. Zhao Tongtian, Xia Yongming, and most of the bystanders around craned their necks, waiting for the mysterious girl's answer. Li Yao was the only one who slightly nodded in approval. The little girl is not half bad. She has seen through that? After pondering for a moment, the mysterious girl looked at Zhao Tongtian gently. He asked again courteously, Your name is Deputy Captain Zhao, right? I want to ask you 3 questions. Please answer them truthfully, because it concerns the future of your crystal suit. Although Uncle Chu has adjusted your crystal suit immaculately today, if we don't figure out the answers to these questions clearly, chances are that your crystal suit will have exactly the same faults after being used at a high intensity for 3 to 6 months. Zhao Tongtian opened his mouth and nodded somewhat in confusion. First of all, the mysterious girl said, Your crystal suit is a limited edition crafted by Wu Yaxuan personally. So, you must have sent your combat videos, strength, speed, and all other parameters, maybe even the worn crystal suits that you used before, to Wu Yaxuan so that he could tailor-make the crystal suit for you according to your features, right? Zhao Tongtian blinked and nodded quickly. How lucky of you, the mysterious girl sighed, to run into such a master of refining like Wu Yaxuan, who is nothing but potential. It's the first time he's devised a crystal suit independently, and he wanted every piece of his work to be perfect. That's why even a guy like you had an opportunity to be offered a tailor-made crystal suit. I guarantee that, now that Wu Yaxuan's fame has already soared with the popularity of the Azure Thunder, next time he devises a crystal suit, or even when he crafts the next batch of Azure Thunder crystal suits, the experts of every force will certainly be knocking on his door. Even if you pay 10 times as much money, it will be impossible for you to ask Wu Mayan to tailor-make a crystal suit for you again. All right, let's leave him aside for now. Let me ask you the second question. Did your left arm, or more specifically, your left shoulder blade, suffer wounds a long time ago, which has resulted in the rigidity of your left shoulder and the slight hindrance when your spiritual energy flows between your left shoulder and your left arm? After hearing that, Zhao Tongtian was even more dumbfounded, not having the vaguest clue how the mysterious girl had seen through it. His reaction was already the best answer. The mysterious girl smiled and casually said, "Thirdly, although your left shoulder blade suffered wounds, it has been cured in the last half a year and is functioning as well as before, right?" "How did you know that?" Zhao Tongtian could not help it any longer. He exclaimed and took a few steps back. He looked at the mysterious girl, as if she were a ghost who had been crouching behind him his whole life. How could she know such a thing if she were not? The bystanders nearby were all wearing indescribable expressions, and their every pore was oozing disbelief. "It's simple. I inferred it from the crystal suit." The mysterious girl revealed the answer quickly. "Due to the heavy wounds on your left shoulder blade, your left arm couldn't exert strength normally, and your arms were slightly imbalanced. Although you may have practiced a lot of techniques to make up for the drawback, the influences of the wounds still haunted you. You may have mentioned it in the files you sent to Wu Yaxuan. Even if you didn't, Wu Yaxuan was certainly able to notice it from your combat videos. Therefore, when Wu Yaxuan helped you to tailor-make a crystal suit, he performed delicate modifications on the armor on the left shoulder. The strength-enhancing rune arrays and the ancillary rune arrays on the left shoulder armor were all carefully adjusted and not exactly the same as the standard versions. A crystal suit that was adjusted in such a way would match you perfectly, even though your left side and right side are imbalanced. This is perhaps the flawlessness, appropriateness, and comfortableness that Wu Yaxuan has inherited from his mother, Master Xiaonan. However, after you received the crystal suit, you happened to cure the old wounds on your left arm, and the balance of your body was restored. Therefore, the crystal suit that Wu Yaxuan tailor-made for the old you is no longer suitable for the present you. Because the exertion of strength on your left arm is as good as before, some of Wu Yaxuan's adjustments have become redundant, which led to the increased erosion of the left shoulder of the crystal suit. After a few months of high-intensity usage, the left side of the crystal suit has become seriously worn. That's why you brought the crystal suit here for maintenance in the first place, right? You thought that it was not a big problem, and there was no need to send it back to Wu Yaxuan for maintenance. In fact, it is not a big problem. Uncle Chu has taken care of it perfectly. However, Uncle Chu perhaps did not know that your left arm was heavily wounded before, but was cured years later. Therefore, although the faults have been rectified, the source of the fault still exists. The problem is not severe per se, but you'll have to keep sending it for maintenance every couple of months. As the mysterious girl elaborated, everybody except Li Yao was shocked, as if thunder were rumbling right next to their ears. "You've got to be kidding me." Based on the minor erosions on the crystal suits, she could already infer so many things. Who is this Professor Tang? No wonder Chu Chongjio respects her so much. It seems that he was not exaggerating when he said that her knowledge was 3 times greater than his. Terrifying. Terrifying refining arts and terrifying eyes. While everyone was gasping in astonishment, amazement, admiration, and disbelief, Li Yao yawned. It was a bit boring. It seemed unnecessary to waste his time watching that folly. He might as well return and polish the first-generation Mystic Skeleton battlesuit more carefully. After all, he could foresee what would happen next. The mysterious girl would help readjust the crystal suit and resolve the source of the problem once and for all. Zhao Tongtian would kneel on the ground and slap his own face while weeping. It was all boring. Passing through the dumbfounded bystanders, Li Yao walked out of the test field while putting his hands in the pockets of his beach pants. Right then, tiny vibrations filled his ears. Long Yangjun and her robbery team had sent a message over. Long Yangjun coughed and said, "You're wrong about this one. Although Yin Liren's sword is aggressive enough, he does not know the first thing about disguise. While he tried to suppress his capabilities to the core formation stage, he failed to conceal his dominating aura, the desire to execute everything in his way, be they gods or deities. The people here all know the trade well. Seeing his appearance, and after witnessing his 2 games, who would ever bet on him losing? As it turned out, he soon became the guy with the highest expectation in the ace game, and his odds rose time and time again. The games were completely one-sided. There was little advantage that we could make use of. Fellow cultivator Ba Siyu the Beggar, on the other hand, is a natural-born actor. He pretended to be stumbling through every match. He also participated in a competition where he needed to secure 9 victories in a row. Of course, we wagered all the money we had on that he could win 9 times. The game alone has earned us enough money for almost 5 high-level crystal suits. Huh. It is a pity that Boss Xiaoyu has revealed his true capabilities after the winning streak. Right now, his odds have already reached the peak. We can barely take any further advantage from them. Thankfully, I've done enough investigations and locked onto a few wealthy magnates. We'll do the job when the time is right tonight. Send me the dynamic account number of the anonymous crystal card now. I'll transfer the first sum of money to you, and you'll prepare the crystal suits and the magical equipment while waiting for our second harvest later. Leonudda. All right. He took out an anonymous crystal card issued by the underground bank of the Dragon Snake Space Zone. After a stream of spiritual energy was inputted, the colorful surface of the crystal card immediately glittered glamorously. A random number of more than 20 digits that was changing all the time popped up. In such a lawless place as the Dragon Snake Space Zone, many people did not want other people to trace the source and the investment of their capital. Therefore, the commonly used anonymous crystal cards did not require any real-life files. They did not even have a fixed number. Otherwise, the account number would be leave traces for the enemies or the headhunters from the Federation to follow. Such anonymous crystal cards adopted very advanced dynamic account technology. Every crystal card was generating a new account number randomly, which was only effective for 1 minute. It meant that the user had a brand new, traceless card unconditionally, anytime, anywhere. The deposit and withdrawal through such cards naturally meant a high commission charge from the underground bank that possessed such a dynamic account algorithm. But such cards were safe, secret, and convenient enough, which made them the best tools for stealing and robbery. As it turned out, not a moment after Li Yao had sent over the randomly generated account number, the anonymous crystal card shivered. A number that was huge enough for someone to whistle popped up. The Dragon Snake Space Zone indeed has a lot of rich people, Li Yao thought to himself. For him right now, however much money it was, and even if it was a few digits longer, it was nothing more than a number. Right? Try to keep a low profile in the magical equipment store, and be careful when you're outside, Long Yongjun suddenly reminded him in the communication channel. When we were doing the reconnaissance, we felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. Something big will happen soon. It seems that a few other forces are planning some secret operations besides our gang. I've tried to learn a thing or two about them. Such cases have happened before. This is a once-in-3 years super game after all. All the experts and capital of the Dragon Snake Space Zone are concentrated in this place. It's only natural that something is wrong. Tranquility is the last thing we can expect. However, how should I put it? I still don't feel good. The forces lurking in the darkness do not seem to have come for money. All in all, just pay attention and keep a low profile. Got it, Li Yao said. Up till now, I have been keeping a very low profile. He cut off the communication and waved his hands at a worker of the test field who was standing on his toes, eagerly watching the performance of the mysterious Professor Tang from Firefly. I want to check the special materials and components on the front part of your product catalog. But for me to check the goods, it seems I'm obliged to transfer a security deposit to the account of the Magical Equipment Center. Can you help me arrange it? The worker was already dumbfounded after watching the marvelous operations that Professor Tang performed on the Azure Thunder. He did not notice that Li Yao was waving his hands at all. Hey, Li Yao Fronut. He snapped his fingers 3 times in a row in front of the worker's nose, finally making the guy wake up. Did you hear what I said? Huh. In a trance, the worker wiped his saliva, not entirely awakened from the shock of the extraordinary methods of adjustment performed by Professor Tang. Liao Siga, I want to submit the security deposit so that I can directly check a few pieces of magical equipment and materials in your warehouse. And now, yes, now, is there a problem? Half an hour later, in a VIP refining workshop at the 4 Sectors Magical Equipment Center, Chu Chongjio was talking with the mysterious Professor Tang. Now that nobody was around, Chu Chongjio was even more respectful than before. He changed his form of address toward the mysterious girl, too. Miss, why are you out here? The Dragon Snake Space Zone is truly a mess. I cough. I shouldn't have pointed out your identity just now. It doesn't matter, Uncle Chu. The mysterious Professor Tang smiled and said, I didn't intend to conceal my identity on my trip this time in the first place. I'm going to the Star Glory Federation to observe their election as a member of the election observation delegation. It's best that I leave some traces everywhere I go in order to show our frankness, in case those guys spread unnecessary rumors. That's why I took the initiative to stand out. It was really not your fault, Uncle Chu. That explains a lot. Chu Chongjio was relieved. He thought for a moment, but still lowered his voice, asking, the election observation delegation? This is your father's arrangement, isn't it? So to speak, has he made up his mind to get closer to the Star Glory Federation? It is indeed my father's arrangement, but we are not getting closer to the Star Glory Federation. Professor Tang had been speaking very gently just now, but she suddenly turned determined when she talked about the issue. We are joining the Federation and integrating into it. Chu Chongjio was slightly dazed before smiling bitterly. I didn't know that you were even more radical than Captain Tang. This is not radicalness, but the last chance of survival in our desperation. Other than joining the Star Glory Federation, we don't have a choice right now. Deep sorrow was flowing out of the face that was hidden below her mask of light and shadow. Uncle Chu, you know Firefly's condition for the past 1,000 years too. For 1,000 years, we have been wandering in the sea of stars. At first, we were still able to receive supplies from the worlds that were unwilling to give in to the Imperium. The warships of many sectors were even connected to Firefly, and a lot of rebel and elite cultivators from countless worlds joined us, turning Firefly into an enormous amalgamation of super-large warships. We had a lot of new recruits, but that's all hundreds of years ago. In the last few hundred years, the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant have swallowed all the prosperous areas of the civilization of mankind. They are also extending their claws and tentacles to the corners of the universe from the heartland of the civilization. One world after another has fallen to them. The rest of the sectors are all shuddering in fear and self-seclusion. Even if they're discovered by us, they do not dare get in touch with us at all under the horror of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. We have completely become orphans in the sea of stars. We are now an insignificant and lonely civilization of starships. To accommodate a civilization and also to make the civilization stride forward, a certain population size is mandatory. The shortage of assets and energy, the harsh environment, and other problems on Firefly might be overcome one way or another, but we only have a population of 150 million in total, which is the maximum capacity that Firefly can support. How can so few people ensure the continuity of a great civilization? Uncle Chu, you and I are both refiners. Let's just talk about the arts of refining that we are both familiar with. Tell me, how many techniques of ours have been lost over the past 1,000 years because we could not find enough talented heirs from the limited population on board? A lot of knowledge was actually grasped by only one refiner. But if he couldn't find a suitable disciple from the 100 million people on Firefly, his lineage would be entirely gone after he passed away. Even if the techniques can be preserved through jade chips or other forms, many skills and tricks that require personal tutelage will not appear again. It is for this reason that our technological level and our reserve of techniques has actually been declining slowly for the past 1,000 years. Ours is a starship civilization that is degenerating to our doom due to the limitation of population. Nobody can deny that. Chu Chongjio's dry smile froze in his wrinkles. His face suddenly turned extremely gray as he helplessly said, "We can preserve the specialists and experts of the main fields through our hibernation technologies. They are the ultimate treasure of the Star Ocean Republic and the seeds of our civilization. Indeed, we can, but leaving the side effects of prolonged hibernation aside, such an attempt is highly risky itself," Professor Tang said gloomily. "Have you forgotten the accident 120 years ago, Uncle Chu? In the accident, 355 masters who were in the hibernation state were instantly killed. It was a catastrophe for our civilization." Chu Chongjio was silent for a long time before he said, after a long sigh, "You're right, miss. Therefore, the Star Glory Federation is our last hope. Although they have yet to reach our height in the fields of certain critical technologies, it does boast 7 sectors in Kunlun, which was left by the prehistoric civilization. Their resources, population, and territory are all 1,000 times larger than ours. I believe that changes in quantity will eventually lead to a change in quality. The Star Glory Federation boasts infinite potential. Even if they are not as good as us right now in some fields, they will certainly catch up with us at lightning-like speed. Uncle Chu, did you know how many mixed feelings I had just now when I was studying the Azure Thunder devised by Wu Yaxuan? I don't know how I should put it. When did such experts of refining like Wu Yaxuan emerge at the underdeveloped area at the edge of the cosmos, who are capable of producing a crystal suit that is as distinguished as our mainstream equipment? What terrifying potential they have. Chu Chongjio could not help but observe. You are being too modest, miss. Wu Yaxuan's expertise in refining is nothing worth mentioning compared to yours. Didn't you resolve the problem easily just now? You were even able to trigger a better performance of the crystal suit through adjustment. Your adjustment was truer to the meaning of flawlessness than Wu Yaxuan's techniques were. Not just Wu Yaxuan. Even if his mother, Master Xia Anan, were here, she wouldn't have done a better job than you. The girl smiled, but shook her head. There is no need to exaggerate, Uncle Chu. I know my own refining level. Besides, there's only one me on Firefly, whereas Wu Yaxuan is just a rising star in the Star Glory Federation and only invincible in the younger generation. In the upper class of the Society of Refiners, there are bound to be many more specialists who are more excellent than him. All in all, I believe that geniuses can only be found when the population is large enough. They're the tip of a pyramid that has to be supported by an enormous foundation. Right now, the foundation is missing on Firefly, which means that we are doomed to decline. In comparison, the population of the Star Glory Federation is large enough to support a civilization with infinite potential. We have cutting-edge technology in our hands, but we lack the industrial infrastructure and necessary population. The Star Glory Federation's foundation is solid enough, and it has sufficient population and resources, but it does not have too much reserve after all. Some of the cutting-edge technology and techniques might not be developed for hundreds of years. If we can truly be merged, it will be beneficial for both parties. Only such a brand-new, complementary civilization can expect to defeat the expedition army of the Imperium and even march back to our hometown at the center of the Sea of Stars one day. This is the wish of both my father and myself. However many difficulties we may run into in the future, I will walk to the end of the path. Uncle Chu, we can count on your support, right? Chu Chongjio smiled bitterly and said, I have been under Captain Tang's command since I was 11. At that time, we were merely 2 students in the engine compartment. Even my life was saved by Captain Tang in the explosion of the engine compartment at that time. Who else can I support, if not Captain Tang, and you after all these years? However, it is not an easy path to walk on. People on Firefly do not necessarily object to the merger with the Star Glory Federation. After all, we are 2 of the few civilizations of cultivators in the Sea of Stars, but the question remains, who will be the leader in the new alliance? Those people in our parliament demand that they should enter and manage the parliament of the Star Glory Federation. Even the name of the Star Glory Federation must be changed directly into the Star Ocean Republic. Professor Tang bulged her eyes, her courtesy and meek aura just now entirely gone. Is there something wrong with those people's heads? Our population is only 1,000th of theirs. We do not have a single resource planet. All we have is a broken starship that is riddled with holes. The only leverage we have for the negotiation are the techniques, technology, and intelligence from the center of the cosmos that we've held on to since 1,000 years ago. Nothing more. If they are determined to develop our techniques and technologies independently, they will certainly get all of them after a few hundred years. Just based on that, those people on Firefly are hoping to dominate their parliament and even force them to change the name of the country? Isn't it even more hilarious than a snake that tries to swallow an elephant? Chu Chongjio hesitated for a moment. After thinking, he still said what he wanted to say nonetheless. Maybe their heads are absolutely fine. It's just that they are viewing the question from a different perspective because of their different stance. Miss, you know that the competition of routes has been going on for hundreds of years on Firefly. It's mostly the argument between the technical staff and the administrative staff. People like you, me, your captain father, the chief mate, the navigator, and others who are dedicated to specific technical work naturally do not attach much importance to the slogan of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic. Many of us even believe that, if we get to the bottom of it, Firefly right now is more like a starship than a rightful government. So, all the affairs should be managed according to the rules and regulations of a starship. There is no need for a rightful government to meddle at all. However, don't forget that the starship was fully loaded with the MPs and their family members of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic when our ancestors escaped from the Imperial Terminus sector 1,000 years ago. Those people are deeply connected with each other and boast unparalleled influence. After 1,000 years, they are still maintaining the daily functioning and management of the Parliament. The girl sniffed and said, "What Parliament?" "There are redundancies, if put nicely, or cancer, if we're being honest." "Miss," Chu Chongjia said, "the technical staff such as you certainly regard the Parliament as a redundancy, if not a cancer. However, in the eyes of the MPs, they're the last hope that sustains the rightful government and the national elites who are much more important than the technical staff. In the last few hundred years, the competition between the technical staff and the administrational staff has been quite fierce. Now that the Star Glory Federation has popped up out of nowhere, hasn't the contradiction between the two parties significantly intensified? Let's be honest here, miss. Your father is the captain of Firefly. You are the youngest lecturer in Star Ocean University and the youngest Level A researcher in the Star Ocean Institute. As for me, I can more or less provide technical support in terms of refining too. For the technical staff like you and me, even if we join the Star Glory Federation, our position will not be any lower than it is now. Your father can continue working as the captain of Firefly. It is even possible for the Star Glory Federation to offer some resources and support him to establish a fleet of which he will be the general commander. For the specialists from Star Ocean University and the Star Ocean Institute, you can establish larger educational and research agencies in a certain sector, where you can be hired by the 18 supreme academic institutions in the Federation with a high pay and participate in the more in-depth and profound studies. Even for myself, I can easily find better privileges in the Federation than what I am enjoying right now. The bottom line is, for the technical staff like us, joining the Star Glory Federation has all kinds of merits and absolutely no harm. However, what about the MPs and even the speaker? What benefits can they get after they join the Star Glory Federation? The last thing that the Star Glory Federation is short of is politicians. They are doing their job quite fine. Every MP has accomplished their place after earning countless military credits, and yet you are asking them to share the power with the lords in our parliament? Is that fair? There can't be two tigers in one den, and there can't be two speakers in one federation. Can there? Miss, tell me about it. How can our parliament support a comprehensive combination? After the combination, we can make a living with our knowledge. But what can the MPs do? Management? Yes. They claim to be best at management. The problem is, as you said just now, miss, there is only a population of 100 million on Firefly. The best that our MPs can expect to handle are the issues of 100 million people. The Star Glory Federation, on the other hand, has a population of almost 10 billion people in the 7 sectors. The poor experience in management that our MPs have is not worth mentioning in their place. Even a random city in the Federation may have a population of hundreds of millions. Is our speaker willing to demean himself by working as the mayor of a city? Even if he is willing to, it's not like the original mayor of the city will voluntarily clear the post for him. That's the speaker we are talking about. What about the officials of the idle bureaus? When we evacuated years ago, we kept the 100 departments we had before. Those officials have been doing nothing for 1,000 years. What can they do after the merger? Work as an insignificant official at the bottom level of the corresponding department in the Federation. Why would they agree to that? All in all, it is a very complicated issue to join the Star Glory Federation. Even if your father is the leader of the captain, it is impossible for him to rush into anything faced with such tremendous obstacles. Let's make thorough plans and preparations first. The Black Wind Fleet will arrive in no time. How can we make thorough plans and preparations? Professor Tang, could not help but clench her fists. If we cannot finish the assimilation before the Great War begins, then, while she was talking, Chu Chongjio's portable crystal processor suddenly buzzed in a low noise. Somebody had sent him a message. To speak with Professor Tang, Chu Chongjio had already adjusted the settings on his portable crystal processor. Except for those from a few most important people, the messages from the irrelevant people were all blocked. Chu Chongjio was dazed and frowning hard after he read the message. What happened? Professor Tang looked at him concernedly. Anything wrong, Uncle Chu? Something weird has happened, Chu Chongjio said in confusion. Yaxuan, the manager of the maintenance department of this place, asked me for help. He said that something happened to the Azure Thunder that we both adjusted just now. Chapter 1585 King of Adjustment. But they could not stop the dozens of most skilled maintainers and modifiers of the Dragon Snake Space Zone furrowing their eyebrows in front of the Azure Thunder. The armor and the maintenance panel were opened again, revealing the various components that were as delicate as the nerve network and the muscle fibers of a human body. At first glance, as the four deep blue tubes transmitted feeble spiritual energy into the crystal suit, all the units of the crystal suit were still functioning smoothly while glittering in a patterned rhythm, fluctuating like a huge beast breathing. However, tiny anomalies always occurred after every few seconds during the breathing. Something seemed to be wrong with the super-compressed crystal reactor of the crystal suit, which was like the heart of the beast, making it unable to input and output the blood normally. A majestic-looking, middle-aged man was standing in front of the Azure Thunder in silence. Sha Yongming, the young refiner, was catering to him carefully nearby. It was Yaxuan, the chief maintainer and modifier in the Chamber of Commerce. He was also the manager of the maintenance department of the Four Sectors Magical Equipment Center, and he had only just arrived from the auditorium of the Ace game because of the emergency. However, the renowned master of maintenance and modification in the Dragon Snake Space Zone did not know what the problem was exactly, either. He was staring at the Azure Thunder, as confused as Sha Yongming and the other refiners. Master Chu is here. Professor Tang, too. Professor Tang, who demonstrated shocking performance in the test field just now, has arrived. The maintainers and refiners greeted Chu Chongjio and Professor Tang like the stars surrounding the moon. Brother Chu, Yaxuan walked forth and clasped his fist toward Chu Chongjio. Then he bowed to the girl beside him and managed to put on a smile. Fellow cultivator Tang, you must be an expert on your side. Please do forgive my obtrusion by inviting you here, Brother Nye. Chu Chongjio bowed back to Yaxuan. We are too familiar with each other to bother with all those formalities. The crystal suit has gone wrong again after being adjusted by the two of us. According to the tradition of the refiners, we are certainly obliged to see what is going on and if anything went wrong during our adjustment. If it is indeed our fault, we will definitely take full responsibility. Brother Chu, you are being too serious, Yaxuan said solemnly. The expertise of the specialist on your side far exceeds that of the refiners of the Dragon Snake Space Zone. The Azure Thunder is not the work of the best experts in the Federation, either. How could anything have gone wrong during your adjustment? Also, I watched the surveillance footage myself after the incident to observe the process of your adjustment. I read the test records before the crystal suit had a second fault. Based on your modification and the combat data it displayed, there was absolutely nothing wrong. Your adjustment was almost immaculate. Fellow cultivator Tang here was particularly marvelous to have exploited 2% more of the extreme performance of the crystal suit. The staff nearby all spoke up. Indeed, Professor Tang is so awesome. She knows the performance of the crystal suit better than its creator Wu Yaxuan. Chu Chongjio frowned and said, Then I'm confused. The crystal suit was obviously perfect after the maintenance and adjustment half a day ago, but half a day later, new faults are happening. Did that Zhao Tongtian perform any highly dangerous maneuvers in the crystal suit? But that shouldn't be so serious. Crystal suits are designed for battles in the first place. All kinds of extreme conditions have already been taken into consideration. It shouldn't be so fragile as long as it is not hit by a heavy crystal railgun head-on. You are quite right, Brother Chu. Besides, Zhao Tongtian did not perform any dangerous maneuvers. He was overjoyed after getting the crystal suit modified and renewed by the two masters. In the half a day that followed, he was familiarizing himself with the performance of the crystal suit in the test field here and doing rehabilitative exercises. Yaxuan selected the surveillance picture from dozens of angles and projected it on the light beam. Please take a look. This is the picture of Zhao Tongtian's training in the Azure Thunder. It can be easily seen that although his combat style is rather aggressive and violent, and sprinting, halting, and abrupt turning are his habitual movements, they are all within a reasonable range. Such movements will naturally cause erosion on the crystal suit. However, under normal circumstances, it would take at least 3 to 5 months for such erosion to lead to a slight change in the parameters. The crystal suit is not made of paper. How can it be worn to the sensible extent after only half a day? Chu Chongjio and Professor Tang both observed carefully, but failed to notice anything abnormal. They nodded and said, "Indeed." He was simply sprinting, halting, and abruptly turning before he performed the not-so-radical dodging exercise. Although he was hit by more than 10 simulated cannonballs, they were not really explosive. If the blast of such a degree is already insufferable, the crystal suit cannot be called a crystal suit at all. Yes, there is absolutely no reason why the crystal suit should have a fault right now, Yaxuan said gravely. But it does nonetheless. According to Zhao Tongtian himself, after doing rehabilitative training for 4 hours, he decided to do a series of training exercises on continuous acceleration. But when he was accelerating in the second phase, he suddenly heard a bow sound from deep inside the crystal suit, as if something was broken. Later, while the crystal suit did not have any obvious fault, he felt extremely uncomfortable no matter how he moved it. It felt even more scratchy than before you adjusted the crystal suit. To quote him, he felt that needles were stinging his back. He wasn't lying. After I came back, I managed the test for the crystal suit myself and realized that, although the performance parameters were not changed at all, the feeling when it was worn was indeed not right. The description of needles stinging the back was very appropriate. It was almost like the flawlessness hidden deep inside the crystal suit, left by Wu Yaxuan and even Xiaonan, had been entirely sabotaged. If it were a low-level cultivator using a common crystal suit, they might not have taken the uncomfortableness seriously, but Zhao Tongtian is in the core formation stage after all, and the Azure Thunder is a sophisticated product. Therefore, it is quite uncanny that such a problem has arisen. Chu Chongjio glanced at the crystal suit that had been entirely unveiled before he said solemnly, "Brother Nya, what is the source of the problem?" With an extremely weird expression, Yaxuan lowered his head and said, "This is the strangest part. I have resorted to all the most advanced magical equipment in the workshop, and I've invited so many refiners to study it together. But after we discussed it for a long time, we couldn't locate the source of the problem at all." Chu Chongjio and Professor Tang looked at each other, both noticing the astonishment in their eyes. Yaxuan was one of the best refiners in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. There was certainly a gap between him and the top-tier experts on Firefly and the Star Glory Federation, but he should not have been so lousy as to fail to even detect the cause of a fault. "Let me take a look." Chu Chongjio's face was 10 times more serious than when he had been in the test field previously. While browsing through the test records that Yaxuan and other refiners had left and the changed parameters on the Azure Thunder, he stuck his hands onto the chest of the crystal suit. His spiritual energy flowed deep into the crystal suit like thick tides, brushing past the uneven surface of every component as he sensed the discordance there. The more he sensed, the more confused Chu Chongjio became. Furrowing his brow and pursing his lips, he fell into exactly the same trance as Yaxuan after a long silence. "This is very strange," Chu Chongjio mumbled. "It's true that no faults can be found at all. The crystal suit is identical to when we adjusted it." Whispers were echoing around. Even Chu Chongjio, a master of refining from Firefly, could not find the source of the problem. This was truly rare. Yaxuan, Chu Chongjio, and all the other people all looked at Professor Tang for help. Unlike them, Professor Tang put on an interested smile. "This is fun." Flames of excitement were burning inside her eyes as she stared at the Azure Thunder. She took out a tube of fragrant ointment from her pocket and softly rubbed it on her hands, which were as smooth as jade. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and put her hands into the cold, empty chamber of the Azure Thunder. Her eyelashes were shivering nonstop. Her hands were glowing from inside to outside like radiating jade until every vein and nerve inside her pure hands was readily visible. Her body seemed to have become translucent. All the refiners held their breath. Even their hearts almost stopped beating. Professor Tang did not open her eyes again until 3 minutes later. What was almost running out of her beautiful eyes was not confusion, nor confidence, but the deepest horror. It's impossible. Professor Tang could not help but took 2 steps back. She shook her head hard and repeated in an even louder voice, "It's impossible." "What?" Chu Chongju stepped forward in a hurry. "Have you found the problem?" "There is no problem." Professor Tang stared in a trance at the Azure Thunder, which was wide open. The dark, hollow internal space of the crystal suit was almost swallowing her soul like a bottomless swirl. Her voice was shivering as she explained in disbelief. "This crystal suit does not have any fault. It has merely been adjusted again after us. Somebody has set it to the extreme mode that is absolutely unbearable for a core formation stage cultivator, like Zhao Tongtian, through a brilliant approach. In other words, after I squeezed out 2% of the potential in the crystal suit that even the original designer, Wu Yaxuan, never thought of, somebody wrung, at least another 7% of the potential combat ability out of the crystal suit. The price is that the difficulty of usage has been drastically multiplied. With Zhao Tongtian's capabilities, it is absolutely impossible for him to use the crystal suit. There can't be such adjustment techniques in the world. Zhao Tongtian is an expert in the core formation stage anyway. He is at the tip of the pyramid in the thousands of fellow cultivators. Who is a crystal suit adjusted for if it is too much for him to use? The most critical thing is, except for Sha Yongming in the beginning, and then Master Chu and Professor Tang later, there wasn't a 4th person who touched the crystal suit at all. Nie Yuan, the manager of the maintenance department, stepped forward and solemnly said, "That's right. Fellow cultivator Tang, please take a look at the video of the test field for the past 6 hours. After you helped Zhao Tongtian adjust his crystal suit next to the field, he seemed to be given the ultimate treasure in the world and wouldn't take the crystal suit off at all after he put it on. He was training all the time until something happened to the crystal suit. If there was indeed a 4th person who touched the crystal suit, when did it take place?" Shwa, 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 shwa. Every frame of the picture on the test field was enlarged, especially the period in which Professor Tang finished the adjustment and handed the crystal suit back to Zhao Tongtian. It could be clearly seen that other than the overjoyed Zhao Tongtian, the dumbfounded staff, and the speechless bystanders who were almost worshipping Professor Tang, there was not a 4th person who ever approached the Azure Thunder, much less touched it. Professor Tang zoomed in and slowed down the speed of the picture. She observed carefully second by second, only to discover no anomaly at all. Looking at her hands in a daze, and recalling the subtle and yet concrete feedback from the inside of the Azure Thunder, she shook her head slightly. Was it possible that her senses were wrong? It was impossible. Pondering for a moment, Professor Tang slowly said, "Master Chu, Manager Nie, please take a look yourselves. It's mainly about the output sensitivity of the crystal reactor." "What?" Chu Chongjio and Nie Yuan were both alarmed. Somebody modified the crystal reactor of the crystal suit? There were 2 integral, precise, and stable units in every crystal suit, namely the crystal processor, which was responsible for control, and the crystal reactor, which was responsible for the output of power. They were equivalent to the brain and the heart of a human being. According to the unspoken rule of the refiners and maintainers of crystal suits, the crystal processors and the crystal reactors were all built into fully enclosed black boxes. For a brand new crystal suit, and such an advanced one at that, the crystal processor and the crystal reactor would rarely be open for adjustment unless it was sent back to the original manufacturer for maintenance. That was because the 2 units were too important and sophisticated. If the maintainer did not boast a profound understanding about the goals and methodology of the original designer and an expertise in refining as good as the original designers, it was possible that mistakes would be made. Chances were that the 2 units could not be installed again after they were dismantled, or that their original performance could not be restored despite adjustment after they were installed again. The Azure Thunder had been delivered to this place because of the malfunctions of the shoulder and the arm, and because it was time for its regular maintenance. Naturally, the crystal processor and the crystal reactor were not dismantled. Even Chu Chongjio and Professor Tang also abided by the tradition of the refiners. They only performed modifications to the components on the surface and did not reach the level of the crystal processor and the crystal reactor. But right now, Professor Tang was claiming that somebody had touched the crystal reactor of the crystal suit. Chu Chongjio and Yaxuan were both appalled, looking as if they had run into ghosts. In fact, they would not have been so horrified even if they did run into a ghost, which was anything but unusual nowadays. The Netherworld sector, for example, had an entire world of ghosts. What was strange about them? However, adjusting the crystal reactor of the Azure Thunder, such a high-level crystal suit, quietly through uncanny techniques while escaping the attention of so many observing refiners was definitely beyond the description of appalling. Chu Chongjio and Yaxuan both extended their hands into the empty chamber of the Azure Thunder. One on the left and the other on the right, they stuck to the circuit of the spiritual energy output in the crystal reactor. For cultivators of their level, their hands were already the best test equipment. By sensing the feedback of the spiritual energy unleashed by their hands, like the bats identifying obstacles through the sound waves they released, they could keenly perceive the surroundings. With a gloomy face, Yaxuan said to his disciple, Sha Yongming, "Increase the power output of the crystal reactor of the Azure Thunder." Hum, 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 hum. The Azure Thunder shivered slightly. The crystal reactor immediately utterly a weak noise. As the power output was moved up from one phase to another, the two masters of refining, who were from different worlds but equally respected and experienced, widened their eyes at the same time. Their eyebrows and their beards seemed to be shaking off from their faces. It is true that there was not the slightest hint of blood on the two masters' faces. You sense it too, don't you? Professor Tang's voice was full of astonishment. The crystal reactor of the Azure Thunder has been adjusted by someone. The extreme output and sensitivity of the spiritual energy have both significantly increased. It is now even so keen that it is multiple times faster than the reaction speed of a core formation stage cultivator, such as Zhao Tongtian. Before he finished a thought, his crystal reactor was already responding automatically. No wonder he felt that needles were stinging his back. It is so for the core formation stage cultivators, but for the nascent soul stage cultivators whose reaction speed and thought generation is faster, the crystal suit might be very suitable. However, I cannot guarantee that with certainty. But Chu Chongjio's throat was letting out meaningless noises, and his face was as horrid as that of a zombie. Who did it? When and how was it done? I don't know. I truly don't. Professor Tang looked at the dark, empty chamber of the Azure Thunder as if it were a black hole. Perhaps it was remote manipulation. The person's spiritual energy snuck into the inside of the Azure Thunder and adjusted the super tiny circuits in the crystal reactor after recalculating the distribution of the spiritual energy out. Remote manipulation? Chu Chongjio and Yaxuan looked at each other and shook their heads subconsciously. That's impossible. Remote manipulation is a basic technique for high-level cultivators, but it is generally used to control flying swords, bullets, and the like. The smaller the object and the shorter the distance to move, the more difficult the whole operation will be. There are millions of control chips and more than 10,000 super tiny components in every square inch inside the crystal reactor. Redistributing the crystal wires that can be thinner than a hair and the chips that are smaller than millet through remote manipulation? That's too unbelievable. Moreover, the crystal reactor is a black box that is under heavy protection. To resist the intense blow and interference of spiritual energy on a battlefield, it is often carved with 5 to 7 protection and buffer rune arrays on the outside, which makes the crystal reactor essentially impregnable. How could the guy have bypassed so many layers of defense and snuck into the crystal reactor through remote manipulation? The most critical thing is, even if such a super adjuster did exist, when and how exactly did he accomplish this? After all, the crystal suit never left us or Zhao Tongtian from beginning to the end. Professor Tang grew more and more confused after hearing Chu Chongjio's questions. She was looking at every bystander on the surveillance picture with trance and reverence. Shaking her head, she said, I don't know. It is certainly impossible that the guy did it when Zhao Tongtian was in the crystal suit. After all, the shield of light membrane on the surface of the crystal suit was automatically functioning. Then, maybe, when Uncle Chu and I were performing the adjustment, he sent a hidden force into the crystal suit that could be activated later. Professor Tang? Chu Chongjio could not help but exclaim. Are you suggesting that when the two of us opened the plate armor and the maintenance panel of the crystal suit, poured our spiritual energy into it, and performed the adjustment work with full attention, there was another refiner multiple times more brilliant than us, who sent a hidden force into the crystal suit without alerting anyone, both escaping our attention and infiltrating the defense rune arrays of the crystal reactor to perform certain delicate operations on the mustard seed level. Also, through certain unbelievable techniques, the result that the sensitivity is significantly increased was delayed and did not surface until half a day later when we had already left. Professor Tang was lost for words. Well, about that, she also felt that what she had said was absurd. How could such a thing happen in the world? All right, staring at the azure thunder thoughtfully, as if it were a fiend that had crawled out of hell, Yaxuan suddenly said, Thank you for your help. Now that the source of the fault has been identified, let's call it a day. Such a fault is not to be rectified in our humble workshop. I will suggest that the owner of the crystal suit delivers it to the original manufacturer so that the original designer and crafter will be able to repair it together. Manager Nye? Professor Tang raised her eyebrows and looked at Yaxuan, not sure what he meant. Have we finished the investigation? We don't know who did this yet. Yaxuan took a deep breath. His eyelids were shivered slightly because of his fear as he struggled to say, Whoever he is, whenever and however he did this, and whatever his purpose is, I am not interested at all. Also, a piece of advice. I think that it will be best for you if you don't look for the answers, too. There are many secrets in the world, but for some of the secrets, you will wish that you had never heard them after you learn them. There are also many people whom you wish you had never met after you see their real faces. It was reckless of me to involve the two of you into this. Please forgive me. Now, do you understand what I'm saying? Schwa. A series of cold sweat the size of beans immediately leaked out of his forehead, which could not be stopped at all. As a seasoned refiner himself, he knew the formidability of the refiners very well. If someone messed up with a battle-type cultivator, he would be pissing off a sect or a family behind the cultivator at most. However, if someone infuriated a seasoned refiner, especially a master Armadominus who could craft a high-level crystal suit independently, as long as the refiner offered a tailor-made crystal suit as reward, perhaps thousands of battle-type cultivators would be attracted to him at his service. If there was indeed such a terrifying refiner who was capable of performing such amazing modifications right before the eyes of himself and Professor Tang without alarming them, such an expert was definitely not someone they would want to mess with. Precisely. Chu Chongjio breathed heavily and nodded hard. You do have a point, Brother Nye. We cannot resolve the crystal suit's issues. Let's just send it back to the original manufacturer and invite Wu Yaxuan to maintain and adjust it in person. Yaxuan sighed and said, I'm afraid that even Wu Yaxuan won't be able to adjust it back to the original state. Perhaps it can only be done if Masters Jiang Xiaoyang and Xiaonan are to work together. But that's none of our business right now. Our job here is done. Yaxuan extended his arm, gesturing for them to leave. Chu Chongjio knew that the guy was not rude, but sincerely hoping that the two of them would stay out of the mysterious, perilous swirl for their own sake. Later, Yaxuan would certainly show his gratitude and apologize in some other way. Therefore, Chu Chongjio simply nodded at Yaxuan. He was about to leave with Professor Tang. Professor Tang was not entirely ignorant of the situation, but she was too young to be convinced so easily after all. She said in a low voice, Uncle Chu, are we dropping the issue just like this? Or what? Chu Chongjio talked to her privately with a bitter smile. We are now away from our home, living under somebody else's roof. The less trouble, the better for us. As long as 1/10 of your previous deduction is right, it will be best for us make zero contact with such a devilish refiner. However, Professor Tang thought for a moment and said, "Why did the refiner do it? Playing tricks on the crystal suit right under our nose. Was it supposed to be a demonstration for us? Probably not." Chu Chongjio pondered for a moment and said, "It's highly unlikely that we have wronged such a mysterious expert. Even if it were a demonstration, it was probably meant for Wu Yaxuan, the designer of the crystal suit, and even Jiang Xiaoyang, Xia Ainin, and other masters of refining in the Federation. The conflicts are too complicated for us to be involved in. Let's just hold back our curiosity, in case we are torn into shreds by the turbulence. After all, you have a mission." Professor Tang was slightly dazed. Realizing that she was going to fully inspect the Star Glory Federation as a member of the election observation delegation and to negotiate with the leadership of the Federation, she found it unnecessary to be included in an unknown conflict. Therefore, she simply restrained herself from pursuing any further and nodded. "All right, Uncle Chu, let's go. Brother Nya, we will be on our way. If you are not too busy in the ace game later, why don't we grab dinner together? I'll introduce you to Professor Tang, an expert of refining on Firefly." He was about to leave the maintenance department together with Professor Tang when the mini crystal processor on his wrist was buzzing softly again. Glancing at the light beam casually, Chu Chongjio could not help but put on an even weirder expression. He displayed the content on the light beam to Professor Tang. Weird things happen every day, but there seem to be particularly plenty of them today. The second-hand units and materials that are sold on consignment in the 4 Sectors Magical Equipment Center by us have been mostly bought. Somebody has purchased a whole lot of them. Not only did the 4 Sectors Magical Equipment Center have its own sale platform of magical equipment and materials, it also provided service of second-hand goods recycling, magical equipment pawning, and commission sales. After Firefly was docked near the Dragon Snake Space Zone, in order to purchase tremendous resources, materials, and crystals to repair Firefly, which had weathered through all kinds of accidents for 1,000 years, the cultivators on Firefly had sold a huge amount of magical equipment on board. Naturally, the sales of the bulk magical equipment were conducted through other channels, but the miscellaneous, bizarre, and ragged magical equipment and the rare materials were often sold on consignment through the magical equipment stores in various places. Chu Chongjio had brought a large batch of magical equipment and materials to this place to sell them. However, in the beginning years, the magical equipment and materials that were more valuable and easier to be refined and used have been entirely purchased. The things that remained unsold after such a long time were either the materials that were extremely difficult to be refined and even never seen by the people at the edge of the cosmos before, or broken units crafted through the marvelous technologies from the center of the cosmos that were practically impossible to be repaired or made use of. Right now, hardly anyone asked for the price of the old magical equipment and materials that they were selling on consignment. Chu Chongjio was already used to the lack of popularity. Yet, the Magical Equipment Center had just sent him a message that dozens of magical equipment and materials have been sold in a row, all of which were the units of extremely poor quality that required full maintenance, and the materials that were so rare that even the refiners on Firefly might not be able to handle them properly. Professor Tang glanced at the light beam quickly and soon put on an expression of disbelief. "Even the Moon Soft Gel has been sold?" The Moon Soft Gel was a very special soft material, made from the soft bones, veins, and nerves of dozens of animals mixed with more than 50 different kinds of metal powder after being stewed for 100 days. Such a soft material mainly had 2 usages when they were applied to a crystal suit. Firstly, it could serve as the buffer pads in the joints to increase the agility of the crystal suit and reduce the erosion of the components. Secondly, it could be used to seal the crystal reactor so that the odds of spiritual energy escaping would be greatly lowered. Honestly speaking, the Moon Soft Gel was a very excellent material. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a valuable treasure. However, 2 major drawbacks led to the poor sales of the material. Firstly, after material science's hundreds of years of development, a new gel had already been invented that could completely supplant the Moon Soft Gel in every function. The performance of the new material was 97% of the natural Moon Soft Gel, but its price was only 1/10 of the original. The natural Moon Soft Gel was certainly not a good bargain. It was even more expensive than many marrow crystals of the same weight. Secondly, and most fatally, the moon soft gel would turn into what felt like hard rubber if it was left unused for a while after it was made. It was tremendously difficult to melt the moon soft gel again, which required very special tricks and techniques. With one moment of carelessness, the internal constituents of the moon soft gel would be damaged, and its performance would be lowered. In the end, it would be no better than the synthesized gel. Ever since the big explosion 100 years ago, Firefly had lost all its refiners who were capable of the ancient technique to remelt the moon soft gel. That was why they were selling a large batch of moon soft gel. However, it was obvious that there were no refiners who could handle the moon soft gel perfectly at such an underdeveloped place at the edge of the cosmos. Perhaps nobody felt that it was worthwhile to pay 10 times the normal price at great risk just to increase the performance of the buffer pads by 3%. However, the moon soft gel, as well as more than 10 kinds of other materials that each had their own problems and were difficult to deal with, had all been sold. The sold items also included dozens of ragged units that even Professor Tang was not confident enough to repair and were merely being sold as garbage. Professor Tang could not help but feel deeply interested in the buyer of the rare materials and the ragged units. Boosted by his curiosity, she stepped forward and asked Yaxuan, "Manager Nye, I wonder, could you tell us the buyer of the batch of materials and magical equipment?" Well, Yaxuan deeply frowned. It was always strictly forbidden in the Four Sectors Magical Equipment Center to reveal the information of the buyer of materials and magical equipment. After all, the refinement and manipulation of magical equipment was a highly sensitive business. Many people did not wish for their life-saving magical equipment to be exposed to the public, especially in a place as perilous as the Dragon Snake Space Zone. It was about the reputation of the magical equipment store. If the information of a buy was revealed for no good reason, chances were that there would be absolutely no business tomorrow. Professor Tang? He felt that Professor Tang's request was a bit rash. "Manager Nye, please make no mistake." Professor Tang thought for a moment and said, "I don't have any ill intentions. I only feel that a buyer of such keen sight is hard to come by. There's a batch of rare materials that I have never brought out before. I'm hoping to strike another deal with the buyer. How about this? I know that the buyer is probably still here because the materials he has purchased include the ocean spirit gel, which must be refined as soon as possible after it leaves the special protective cabin of an extremely low temperature. Therefore, he must be processing the ocean spirit gel in a certain workshop in this place right now, right? If possible, I would like Manager Nye to communicate with the buyer first. I'll make a list of materials. If he is interested in the materials on the list, he can naturally meet us. If he isn't, we'll just go our separate ways. Manager Nye, what do you think?" Firefly was a big client of the Four Sectors Magical Equipment Center. Professor Tang's request was not outrageous either. After all, it would be the buyer who had the ultimate call to decide whether or not they should meet. After pondering for a moment, Yaxuan looked for the removal route of the materials purchased just now through the administration menu and traced to the workshop where the buyer was. Then, he spoke to the buyer and sent Professor Tang's list of materials over. Soon, Yaxuan raised his head and looked at Professor Tang with a weird expression. The buyer agrees to a meeting, but he'll only allow one person at most to enter his refining workshop. The door of the refining workshop opened soundlessly in front of her. She was embraced by a certain weird fragrance with a slightly sour smell. Professor Tang had been in touch with more than 100,000 materials. She knew the form and scent of most of the materials in the universe. However, she found it impossible to tell the source of the sour fragrance. She could not help but feel astonished. Even more ill at ease, Professor Tang walked into the workshop solemnly after taking a deep breath of the sour, fragrant air. It was the refining workshop of the highest level that the Magical Equipment Center rented to the public. The workshop was divided into two suites, the internal one being a negative pressure, dust-free room, where the highly precise operations would be performed. Right now, the internal suite was empty. However, it could be clearly seen through the glass window that some materials and magical equipment had been processed and were floating on the rune arrays waiting to be tested. Seeing the materials, Professor Tang's eyes quickly constricted, and she almost exclaimed in shock. What? The moon soft gel has been processed? Such colors, such shapes, and such splendid reflections when it is flowing. This has been so perfectly handled. Also, the ocean spirit gel, the seven emperors wood, the cave soundstone, and more than 10 other materials have been immaculately polished. The extreme performance of every material has been exerted. How is it possible? There can't have been 2 hours since the buyer purchased our materials. Normal refiners would have to spend 3 to 5 days considering how to deal with the materials appropriately. How could anyone have processed them so quickly? There's also this, Professor Tang moaned like a cat. Isn't this the super quiet fixed rotor dismantled after the explosion of the planet penetration cannon due to overloading? Didn't the specialist determine that it was beyond repair? I was there too. The super quiet fixed rotor was also examined by my own hands. It was utterly useless. How? How has it been repaired, and so quickly? Also, what is the owner of the workshop trying to do with this super quiet fixed rotor? Is there anybody else who knows how to use such a rare device? Professor Tang pressed her chest hard, trying to hold back the shock that was coming at her like waves. If she were less determined, she would have suspected that somebody had cast a spell upon her, and she was mired in a world of illusions. How could such absurdities take place in reality? Hilu, 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 Hilu. Right then, blood-freezing noises came over from a corner of the outer suite, catching her attention. She struggled to turn her head inch by inch. What? Professor Tang had thought that the buyer who had purchased and refined so many materials must have been a whole team of professional, experienced, well-trained refiners. The myriad of cutting-edge facilities and magical equipment in the luxury refining workshop were prepared for an entire team, too. However, there was only one guy who was leaning against a corner of the refining workshop lazily, one that was rather unique and untraditional. Professor Tang's eyes moved from the blue and white slippers on the man's feet to the variegated beach pants, and then to the sloppy shirt that was usually worn by older people. The only thing that proved his identity was a refining uniform that was similar to a surgical gown outside of his pants and shirt. Professor Tang felt an urge to stab into her own eyes. Hilu, 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 Hilu. The guy was actually holding a bowl of what seemed to be known as instant noodles. He was sucking the curl noodles one mouthful after another. The sour smell that almost filled the entire room came from the pickles in the bowl. Professor Tang's brain went blank, occupied by the seemingly abundant trimmings on the deep purple bowl of noodles and the weird noise when the guy was sucking the noodles. What the heck? Isn't such foul, simple food already outdated even in this remote area at the edge of the cosmos? Everybody now takes half-fresh food whose water has been instantly locked. Where exactly has he found the old food that has probably expired, and why is he enjoying it so wholeheartedly? What is this black thing exactly? It can't be a legendary egg, right? How long has this egg been kept? Professor Tang was on the brink of collapse. Li Yao was having a great time with the instant noodles and the egg comfortably. Although the flavor and nutrition were not so good, it was still the same feeling from more than 100 years ago. He remembered that before he became a cultivator, on the train north to the grand, desolate plateau, the conversation between him and the refiner Dingyin had taken place over a bowl of such noodles. When he smelled the instant noodles, countless incidents of the past flowed back to his heart. It could not be replaced by any fine cuisines in the world. Seeing that Professor Tang was already dumbfounded, Li Yao could only speak first while holding the noodle bowl. Do you have all the materials on your list? He did not intend to expose his traces, but a few materials that Professor Tang had offered were indeed intriguing. Some of them were even rare materials that he had seen in Oyezi's memory fragments and could never be found in the Star Glory Federation. With those materials, he would be able to significantly strengthen everybody's crystal suit magical equipment. After weighing the pros and cons, it did not seem a bad idea to meet with the experts of refining from Firefly. After all, they would have to compete with the Imperium of true human beings together in the future as comrades anyway. Hearing Li Yao's voice, looking at the very familiar template face, and then confirming with the slippers on his feet, Professor Tang felt that lightning was striking inside her head. She exclaimed, "It was you! Li Yao sucked another mouthful of noodles while he watched Professor Tang's expression, changing from confusion to shock, from shock to excitement, from excitement to fear, and from fear to admiration. He blinked and delivered a forkful of noodles to his mouth again. He seemed to have been recognized, but it was not a big problem. After all, he was using a false identity and an anonymous crystal card. After he left the Four Sectors Magical Equipment Center, nobody would know who he was. I thought you were here to trade materials. Li Yao slightly frowned. Do you have all the materials on the list? If not, let's not waste each other's time. Yes, I do. Professor Tang was so excited that she was barely able to control herself. She nodded quickly and said, I have all the materials listed just now, and the prices are definitely reasonable, Senior. Was this super quiet fixed rotor repaired by you? That's amazing. We tried to repair the internal rune arrays with the stars dragging moon pulling arts but failed all the time. What kind of marvelous technique did you use to repair it, Senior? I used the stars dragging moon pulling arts too, Li Yao answered. Professor Tang was shocked. How is it possible? Li Yao picked up the remaining half of the egg and casually said, It is possible, when your hands are fast enough. When my hands are fast enough, looking at Li Yao's plain hands that were no different from the hands of regular cultivators, Professor Tang was caught in confusion again. If you do have those materials, I'm really interested in making a deal with you. Seeing that Professor Tang was absent-minded again, Li Yao could only shift the topic back to business. Thinking for a moment, he said, somewhat embarrassed, but while I do have enough capital, it will only be in position in 1 to 2 days. So, can we check the quality of the materials first and then finish the payment later? After all, I'll be staying here for a long time and will definitely not run away with those materials. Well, Professor Tang was at a loss. After she realized that the taciturn, mysterious man who had been standing next to her in the test field half a day ago was actually such an appalling master of refining, materials were not important to her at all. If she could make friends with such a master, what was the big deal even if those materials were offered to him for free? However, was the man who was feeding on instant noodles and egg really a master of refining? Could there be some sort of mistake? Who was he exactly? Was he a hermit hiding at the edge of the cosmos? The nature of a refiner in the blood of Professor Tang was fully activated. She summoned her courage and meant to ask Li Yao whether or not he was the one who had played tricks on the Azure Thunder. However, the reminders of Chu Chongjiu and Ye Siyuan were still echoing in her ears, which finally kept the basic rationality in her and stopped her from proposing the question recklessly. Thinking quickly, Professor Tang changed the way of asking and respectfully said, Senior, the materials are absolutely fine. I'll bring you to our material warehouse later so that you can pick them. Money is not going to be a problem. However, half a day ago, when I showed my humble skills in the test field half a day ago, you were there too, weren't you? Would you care to comment on my adjustment on the Azure Thunder? Sipping the soup of the instant noodles, Li Yao realized what Professor Tang was doing. She was hoping that he would pay his earnest money with his comments. It was quite fair. After all, it would be outrageous to demand them to deliver their rare materials for nothing, would it not? I didn't catch the latter half of your performance, but judging from the performance at the beginning, it should be quite good. The Azure Thunder battlesuit had already been adjusted quite well by Wu Yaxuan, but you were still able to find new potential in it. That was quite incredible of you, Li Yao said drily. Senior, Professor Tang's eyes suddenly grew sharp. She took a deep breath and clenched her fists. I am sincerely hoping to receive enlightenment from you, Senior. Please do not care about my feelings, and just point out my mistakes and negligence. I would like to offer a pure natural green star ancient square stone for Senior's enlightenment. Li Yao was slightly dazed. He sucked a noodle at the corner of his mouth and stared at Professor Tang. Your adjustment was indeed incredible. I was not speaking to you perfunctorily just now. However, just like Wu Yaxuan, you were greatly wrong on a fundamental level. So, your endeavor is not worth commenting on at all. What? Professor Tang was dumbfounded as if she were hit by lightning. Just like Wu Yaxuan, I was greatly wrong on the fundamental level. After finishing the egg, Li Yao fished in the noodle soup for a long time before he finally picked up a section of soft sausage. He grabbed it with his chopsticks and casually said, "Your mistake, on the other hand, was not to point it out for Zhao Tongtian, but continue the great mistake that Wu Yaxuan made. In my opinion, Wu Yaxuan should have refused to sell the Azure Thunder to Zhao Tongtian. And as a responsible refiner, you should have informed Zhao Tongtian that he was not suitable for the crystal suit, instead of adjusting the crystal suit blindly. If the direction at the beginning is wrong, the further you go, the more wrong you will be. Your adjustment may be excellent, but so what? It doesn't change the fact that the crystal suit is inappropriate." "I beg to differ, Senior," Professor Tang argued, blushing. The Azure Thunder was a limited edition crafted by Wu Yaxuan in person based on Zhao Tongtian's cultivation, body, and combat parameters. Even the tiniest detail, such as the old wounds on Zhao Tongtian's shoulder blade, was taken into consideration. In my opinion, the crystal suit is almost perfect. Wu Yaxuan couldn't have foreseen that Zhao Tongtian's old wounds would get healed later. Naturally, he shouldn't be blamed for the fault of the crystal suit. After my adjustment, even the minor issue was taken care of. The combination of the crystal suit and Zhao Tongtian is almost flawless. Why do you say that they are unsuitable? Li Yao smiled and said, "There are mainly two schools competing with each other in the circle of refiners in the Star Glory Federation, namely the Deep Sea School and the Grand Desolate School. The former highlights concrete structure, complicated maintenance, and sophisticated transmission of spiritual energy in order to break the limits of performance. The latter is the exact opposite. The magical equipment they produce is a bit stupid and heavy, whose performance may not be as good as the former. However, it is definitely sturdy enough. The requirement on maintenance is not very high, and the cost is much more affordable. The Deep Sea School is the traditional school of refining in the Federation, represented by Supernova Jiang Sheng, his nephew Solar Eclipse Jiang Xiaoyang, and the other 9 excellent refiners known as the Novum Steli. The Grand Desolate School is a new school of refining that only rose in the recent 100 years. Its leading members include Professor Mo Xian, the previous president of the Refiners Association and the incumbent president of the Spectral Cultivators Association, as well as his 4 true disciples known as the 4 Kings. There's also Master Xie Ainen, who you mentioned just now. As for this creative genius Wu Yaxuan, who has become quite popular in the Federation recently. Although his mother, Master Xie Ainen, is the dean of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution right now, and he was deeply influenced by his mother when he was young, his talents and interests are different from hers. He is more suitable for the path of refining of the Deep Sea School, which cannot be helped. That's why Master Xie Ainen sent him to Master Jiang Xiaoyang for training. While he was free, Li Yao had taken the chance to learn the latest information about Wu Mayan, Xie Ainen, and their son. Naturally, he knew everything about them now. Wu Yaxuan has inherited and absorbed all the characteristics of the Deep Sea School. With the fearlessness and creativity that solely belong to the young people, he has pushed the style of the Deep Sea School to a new peak, thereby creating the masterpiece Azure Thunder. It is indeed a piece of work that arouses the interest of whoever sees it. It is also a typical crystal suit of the Deep Sea School. The structure is complicated, and the circuits of spiritual energy are extremely precise. The difficulty of maintenance is unbelievably high, which is a price that must be paid to break the limits of the crystal suit's performance. Little girl, in what kind of environment do you think the power of such a crystal suit can be maximized? Holding the sausage in his mouth, Li Yao looked at Professor Tang with a smile. Professor Tang was at a loss. What kind of environment? It is an all-terrain crystal suit, suitable for both the universal battles and those within the atmosphere with a high gravity. That's not what I meant. Li Yao shook his head and said, "Let me tell you my viewpoint. I believe that this crystal suit is more suitable for the major sects in the prosperous world inside the Federation or the experts in the Federal Army in a battle of groups. The reason is simple. In the prosperous world within the Federation, and especially in a battlefield of large-scale groups, the logistical support will certainly be ensured effectively. Many expert refiners will be standing by. The expensive and complicated components can be easily purchased too. It is in such an environment that the maximal power of the Azure Thunder can be exerted without concern, because even if faults such as eroded parts or overloaded rune arrays take place due to the limit performance, it will be very convenient to find an expert to repair the crystal suit and replace the components. Think about it. Does what I said make sense? Professor Tang thought about it deeply. She could not help but nod her head. Emotionlessly, Li Yao chewed on the sausage that was mostly made of flour. Then think again. Does the Dragon Snake Space Zone boast such an environment? Does Zhao Tongtian look like a guy who has sufficient logistical support and expert refiners to help him maintain his crystal suit? The Dragon Snake Space Zone is a chaotic, murky place. The level of production and maintenance of crystal suits here is not as good as in the Federation. Also, the cultivators do not have the notion of a large-scale, collaborative battle. They are often fighting on their own or in the forms of exo-societies at best. What is their mission usually? Lurk deep inside the asteroids in the dark universe, preparing to hijack starships passing by, or stay on a carrier all year long to stop others from hijacking the starship. Or the two missions are sometimes even combined into one. They will hijack a starship when the time is right, and they will retreat and defend themselves if the enemy is too strong. All in all, it is not unusual for a combat squad to drift for a few months in space without any effective support until they are running out of resources. Thunderlion Zhao Tongtian is a minor celebrity in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. The Thunderbolt Exo Society that he belongs to is a classical combat squad of exos in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. It is their daily routine to fight in an unpopulated area at the periphery of the space zone without any supply for 3 to 5 months, or even longer. Now, do you still feel that a delicate crystal suit with a high difficulty of maintenance is really suitable for Thunderlion Zhao Tongtian? As it turned out, faults happened to the Azure Thunder soon after it was delivered to Zhao Tongtian, and maintenance was mandatory. However, the refiners and the workshops of the Thunderbolt Exo Society were not even able to perform regular maintenance. It had to be sent to the best magical equipment center in Fish Dragon City and maintained by the most professional experts. Do you feel that it is Wu Yaxuan's glory? Is it marvelous and incredible to craft a crystal suit that cannot be maintained by a general refiner? In my opinion, it is only indicative of Wu Yaxuan's incompetence. Crystal suits are for battles. They are meant to be brutally savaged. If something happens to a crystal suit every now and then, and if the problems cannot be resolved immediately but have to be taken care of by the original manufacturer, what kind of crystal suit is that? Should the customer buy 2 crystal suits at one time so that he can wear one while having the other one delivered to the original manufacturer? Professor Tang felt that she was bashed in the head, and a whole new world was opened instantly to her. The mysterious senior who was holding a sausage in his mouth had made such a fine point. About Zhao Tongtian's identity and the Thunderbolt Exo Society's businesses, I have found the answers after searching online for 10 seconds, Li Yao said casually. Once Wu Yaxuan had Zhao Tongtian's detailed combat files, there was no reason for him not to know what kind of environment his customer was going to fight in and what kind of crystal suit his customer actually needed. If Wu Yaxuan truly knew himself well, he should have known that the crystal suit that his customer really needed could never be crafted under his style of refining. If Wu Yaxuan was truly considering his customer, he should have refused the customer's order and offered a piece of reasonable advice to him. The customer was obviously more suitable for the crystal suits of the Grand Desolate School, of which Wu Yaxuan's mother was a master. I believe that she could satisfy the demands of a core formation stage cultivator, couldn't she? But Wu Yaxuan didn't. Perhaps he was only showing off. Perhaps he was too young and arrogant to accept that he could not accomplish everything in the world. Perhaps it was the very first crystal suit that he had devised independently in his life, and a customer from the Dragon Snake Space Zone could help him expand the market here. Or perhaps I overestimated him, and the matching problem never occurred to him. The bottom line is, for whatever reason, Wu Yaxuan tailor-made a crystal suit that was not suitable for the Dragon Snake Space Zone for Zhao Tongtian. If it is a mass-produced crystal suit, or one that is purchased from the second-hand market, it might have passed. However, as a tailor-made crystal suit, he did not even take into consideration the environment it was to be used in, which is quite disappointing. Zhao Tongtian has no relevant knowledge and came here for help, but it does not mean that Wu Yaxuan should ignore the problem and simply focus on unimportant details. If we get to the bottom of it, Both Wu Yaxuan and you, Miss Tang, have focused your full attention on the cold magical equipment. You never regarded the customer using the magical equipment. That's why you cannot stand in the shoes of the customer and consider his most critical needs. Professor Tang hesitated, so embarrassed that her face was flushing. Yes, Thunderlion Zhao Tongtian is indeed arrogant and disgusting. You simply despised him before, right? Staring at Professor Tang, Li Yao said, one word after another. If you truly abhor him, you could have refused to build or maintain the magical equipment for him. It wouldn't have mattered even if you killed him. But after you take his order for whatever reason and pick up his magical equipment, you should ignore his appearance and identity and regard him as a pure client. You should be devoted and think from his perspective to perfect the magical equipment. After all, the magical equipment is for the customer to use, not for the refiner to show off. In fact, Professor Tang's face was even redder. She said in a low voice, I saw through it from the very beginning, but I did not think that it was a big deal. That Zhao Tongtian is a truly annoying fellow. I didn't look at him properly at all, and I didn't even regard him as the real owner of the Azure Thunder. I felt that he did not deserve such a crystal suit. I thought so too, Li Yao said. I did not like the repulsive fellow either. I, too, don't think that he deserves the Azure Thunder, therefore. I didn't even have any interest in studying the crystal suit carefully in the beginning. In the beginning? Professor Tang's eyes glittered. She grasped the key of Li Yao's sentence keenly. Li Yao smiled and changed the topic. Do you know? Just now, I took some time to study the work of Master Xiaonan, Wu Yaxuan's mother, and a representative of the arts of refining of the Grand Desolate School. After I compared her crystal suits to the crystal suits crafted by Solar Eclipse Jiang Xiaoyang, the leading person of the Deep Sea School, I couldn't help but notice a very interesting difference. In the circle of refiners in the Federation, it is generally acknowledged that Jiang Xiaoyang is the most extraordinary person other than Professor Mo Xian, who is a master refiner of the older generation. He has even dwarfed all his competitors. While Xiaonan is a fairly good expert of refining herself, there is always a gap between her and Jiang Xiaoyang. Such a theory is not entirely groundless. After all, the few cutting-edge, most advanced crystal suits in the Federation have all been devised by Jiang Xiaoyang. It is even believed that the high-level cultivators above the core formation stage should all wear the crystal suits of the Deep Sea School, and that the crystal suits of the Grand Desolate School are only suitable for the middle and low-level cultivators below the core formation stage. That is a rather reasonable theory. However, after carefully studying the hundreds of crystal suits built by Xiaonan and Jiang Xiaoyang in person over the past 30 years, I have realized that, while the performance parameters of Jiang Xiaoyang's crystal suits far exceed Xiaonan's in almost every aspect, when it comes to the rate of severe faults that have caused disability and even death, Jiang Xiaoyang's works are 7% higher than Xiaonan's. Of course, since Jiang Xiaoyang's crystal suits adopted many new technologies, including recently invented ones that were still experimental, it is understandable that his rate of severe faults is higher. But what is the rate of severe faults of the crystal suits forged by Xiaonan in person? 0. Of the 100 crystal suits she's built, even after they weathered through the bombardment of the main guns of the warships and the savage of the hostile nascent soul stage cultivators, while they were worn by the experts in the core formation stage, or even the nascent soul stage in such a harsh environment as the Uranian Ring sector, sometimes without effective support and maintenance for several months, if not years. The crystal suits remained stable and functional. Accidents where the exos were injured or even killed because of the crystal suits' faults never happened. Such steadiness is truly horrifying. It's no wonder that, while most of the top-tier experts in the Federation have selected the crystal suits of the Deep Sea School and appointed Jiang Xiaoyang as their special maintainer and modifier, Ding Ling Dang, known as the God of War in the Federation, always chooses Xiaonan to modify her crystal suit. I believe that the flawlessness in Xiaonan's style of refining means that she is able to be completely devoted to the magical equipment she is building and to consider purely from the user's point of view. It is not just the difference in the specific techniques. Wu Yaxuan thought that he had learned her mother's tricks of flawlessness, but in fact, he caught the shadow and lost the substance. He only saw the surface but never perceived the essence below. There's still a long road ahead for that young man. While commenting, Li Yao drank up the soup of the instant noodles. He smacked his lips and handed over the empty bowl to Professor Tang. Professor Tang looked at Li Yao. Li Yao looked back at her emotionless, too. Oh, right. Professor Tang finally understood what he meant. She took the bowl respectfully with both hands, threw it into the dustbin, and turned back to listen to Li Yao's enlightenment again. I value fairness in deals more than anything. The Green Star Ancient Square Stone is an ultimate treasure that can rarely be found at the edge of the cosmos. Now that you are willing to trade it for my teaching, naturally I won't just throw some random stuff to you. After pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, "Do you know why I'm telling you all this?" Professor Tang shook her head. "I don't. Please do enlighten me, Senior. Let me put it this way. Do you think the mainstream arts of refining on Firefly are more similar to the Deep Sea School or the Grand Desolate School?" Professor Tang was slightly dazed. She slightly frowned and said, "There is no such classification among us. However, generally speaking, I think that we are more like the style of the Deep Sea School." "That's what I thought," Li Yao said. "After all, you come from the center of the cosmos, and you were the rightful government before, with all kinds of advanced technologies and techniques. You must have carried a lot of precise magical equipment with you to your starship at first. Therefore, it is very possible that you have been walking on the path of the Deep Sea School. However, after 1,000 years of escaping, I believe that most of the magical equipment and assets on your starships must have been consumed, and Firefly is quite damaged itself, with a lot of technologies and techniques lost, right? Do you still feel that it is appropriate to continue the route of the Deep Sea School under such circumstances? I'm not implying anything, but simply viewing the issue from a relatively objective perspective. I believe that if you are truly to establish technical communication with the Star Glory Federation, it would be better if you talk more with the Grand Desolate School. I believe that some of the ideas of the Grand Desolate School are more suitable for Firefly right now." Professor Tang shivered slightly, deep in thought. A moment later, she was so thrilled that she could not help but say, "My name is Tang Xiaoxing, and I'm a lecturer in the refining department of Star Ocean University on Firefly. May I have the privilege of learning your name, Senior?" "Lin Jiao." Li Yao replied with a random alias, which was a homophone of Spiritual Vulture. Tang Xiaoxing naturally knew that Lin Jiao could not be the real name of the mysterious senior, but she knew better than to count on the stranger's trust after such a short conversation. Bowing courteously, she said, "I have been greatly enlightened by what you just said, Senior Lin. But this is not a decent place for talking. I wonder, will you honor us by coming to the magical equipment warehouse that Firefly has set up in the Dragon Snake Space Zone so that we can have a proper meeting, Senior Lin?" Your magical equipment warehouse. Li Yao weighed the pros and cons time and time again in his head. The biggest problem was that the cultivators from Firefly would be the focus of all the Force's attention. Spies from the SIFA, the Secret Sword Bureau, and other organizations would be keeping an eye on them closely. For Li Yao, who had been used to hiding in darkness since childhood, he did not like the feeling of being observed by so many people under the spotlight, whether those people were friends or foes. However, the materials from the center of the cosmos were indeed tempting. Also, this Tang Xiaoxing was certainly more than a lecturer of the refining department in Star Ocean University on Firefly. If Li Yao intended to change the situation of the war between the Federation and the Imperium on his own, Firefly was perhaps a very critical point to get started with. Yes, we have a very large warehouse of magical equipment in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. There's also the most advanced refining workshop built with the technology from the center of the cosmos, which has better facilities than this place. It is usually not open to outsiders, but for our own use only, Tang Xiaoxing said excitedly. However, you are certainly an exception, Senior Lin. Whatever materials and magical equipment you need, I will certainly try my best to get them for you. The refining workshop will be unnecessary. Li Yao made the decision. He did not want to use a workshop, which was likely to be monitored. After all, many of his refining tricks were confidential. Even the workshop he was in right now had been tested multiple times before it was put to use. But I won't object to taking a look at the materials. I'll make a list. Tell me how long it will take for you to get all of them and how much it will cost. No problem. Tang Xiaoxing was overjoyed. This way, please, Senior Lin. One more thing. Liao crossed his legs, his slippers waving on his feet. In fact, I'm a man who likes to keep a low profile. The conversation just now should be between you and me. It is unnecessary for anyone else to know it. Don't you agree? If you do, maybe we will talk more often in the future. A low profile. Looking at Li Yao's clothes, which were true to the meaning of low profile, Tang Xiaoxing was rendered speechless. At the door of the Magical Equipment Center, the passersby were talking. Did you hear? A very awesome modder of refining came by today and awed everyone on the spot. I know. Wasn't it Master Chu Chongjio? The expert from Firefly is indeed incredible. What Master Chu? It's one Master Tang, who was much younger but also much more skilled than him. What? Master Tang? Don't you know? Come here. Let me tell you what happened. I was there. Master Tang's adjustment truly dazzled me. Right above the passersby, 3 luxurious shuttles that were black and shiny, with firearms hidden in them, rushed by. The 2 shuttles at the front and the rear were loaded with bodyguards. Inside the one in the middle, which was decorated as extravagantly as a royal palace, Tang Xiaoxing, addressed as Master Tang by the people in the magical equipment store, was sitting opposite Li Yao, ill at ease, while she observed his hands curiously, trying to speculate the identity of Senior Lin from the seemingly plain hands. Li Yao, however, was looking out of the window. The light spots floating in midair finally dimmed. Night had fallen. Fish Dragon City finally revealed its real face of chaos and lawlessness. Fights and explosions were taking place in the deep, dark corners of the city. When the night was dark, it was the time for the murders and arsonists. Fish Dragon City was an enormous metropolis in space built by the most powerful refugees of the 4 New Worlds. But the refugees from the 4 New Worlds were not unified. They had all kinds of conflicts and contradictions among themselves. Besides, countless brutal bandits who were too greedy about money to care about their own life often came to Fish Dragon City to stir up trouble, hoping that they could flee after making loads of money. Perhaps because of the restriction of the unspoken rule. During the day, the various forces, each having their own ill intentions, were still able to tame their desire for death and destruction. But once night fell, Fish Dragon City turned into a paradise for the space pirates, mobs, gangsters, headhunters, spies, and all the other outlaws. With the Super Match Ace game, which was held once every 3 years, underway, the experts and magnates of the entire Dragonsnake space zone and even the forces nearby had gathered there. Astronomical capital was flowing like brooks in the casinos and the arenas, adding more fuel to the already chaotic situation. The 3 luxury shuttles traveled on the magnetic rails without a sound. Fish Dragon City was a 3-dimensional city that was constructed inwardly. There was no distinction between sky and earth. The so-called airspace was quite narrow. Without effective regulation, the shuttles that were flying at hundreds of kilometers per hour could run into each other anytime. Therefore, the shuttles all traveled by attaching themselves to magnetic rails. On one hand, it was easier for traffic management and direction. On the other hand, the vehicles could be powered directly by the magnetic rails, which provided cleaner, pollution-free energy that was more suitable for the full enclosed environment of Fish Dragon City. Through the window, Li Yao stared at the explosions and fire that were taking place here and there, listening to the rushing sounds of crystal suits while he thought about his next step. The 4 Sectors Chamber of Commerce was the ruler of Fish Dragon City. Generally speaking, the exos of the Chamber of Commerce were able to take care of any emergencies. For the first few nights after Li Yao and his companions reached Fish Dragon City, they often heard explosions and gunshots before midnight, but most of the damage and robberies would be cleaned up by the Chamber of Commerce. Before the light spots floating in midair turned crimson, a symbol of dawn, a huge batch of bodies whose eyes had been dug out would be thrown into space through the garbage tubes. The record of the whole process would be displayed in the sky of the entire city on the light beams, informing the outlaws who were planning to cause trouble in Fish Dragon City of the price they were going to pay. However, the explosions and gunshots today were particularly fierce. Li Yao's nose flapped as he seemed to have sensed the scent of extreme danger. Moving her bottom uneasily for a long time on the opposite of Li Yao, Tang Xiaoxing finally could not help it any longer. She made up her mind and carefully asked, "Senior Lin, with your proficiency, you must be a famous big shot in the circle of refiners in the Star Glory Federation, right?" Looking out of the window, Li Yao did not even bother to turn his head. "I'm not. As I said, I like to keep a low profile." Eyeing Li Yao's clothes up and down for a moment, Tang Xiaoxing mumbled something to herself and could not have agreed more. Noticing that Li Yao did not burst into fury, she further emboldened herself and asked, "I wonder, what have you come to the Dragon Snake Space Zone for, Senior Lin? Firefly boasts some influence in this place, too. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need us to do anything for you." "I don't need you to do anything for now," Li Yao replied casually. He had not come up with a plan to make use of Firefly yet. According to the rumors that he had overheard the past few days, the situation on Firefly seemed rather complicated. The 11 nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators were already big enough headaches. Firefly would only add to his troubles. Tang Xiaoxing was unwilling to give in just yet after being subtly refused. "I understand. Senior Lin, you only need materials right now. Then, you have come to the right person. We have a lot of rare materials that we have brought from the center of the cosmos. They are still in excellent condition after 1,000 years of preservation. You will never find them at the edge of the cosmos. Whatever materials you need, Senior Lin, I would like to offer them to you for free as long as I'm capable of making the decision. You don't need to pay anything." "Who's asking you to offer them for free?" Li Yao finally turned his head. Frowning, he said, "Money is not a problem for me. I've said that I like to keep a low profile. Fame and fortune are nothing to me. Money is pure garbage in my eyes. Do you think that I'm someone that can be pleased with such petty benefits? I'm terribly sorry for what I said. Please forgive me." Senior Lin was angry, and the consequences could be dire. Frightened, Tang Xiaoxing apologized quickly like a shocked bunny. However, after thinking carefully for a moment, Li Yao said, "As it happens, while money is not a problem for me, the problem is that I don't have money right now. I certainly wouldn't say no if you can let me purchase a batch of materials on credit." Tang Xiaoxing, "Well, one other thing. It will be even better if you can lend me a sum of money, personally." Senior Lin, isn't money pure garbage in your eyes?" "Of course it is," Li Yao said matter-of-factly. "It is exactly because money is pure garbage in my eyes that I don't have any money. Who would carry garbage with themselves all the time?" Tang Xiaoxing. Li Yao felt that something was wrong. His nose was flapping at a higher and higher frequency. Lowering the window of the shuttle and listening to the blowing wind whispering like devils through the gap, Li Yao watched other shuttles rushing past them like phantoms against the dark night and the glowing fire. "Let me ask you something. Did you piss off anyone in Fish Dragon City?" Li Yao asked out of the blue. Tang Xiaoxing was entirely confused. "I don't think so. I only arrived in Fish Dragon City yesterday. Other than refilling the supplies, I just visited the magical equipment store, said hello to Uncle Chu, and adjusted a crystal suit by chance. Nothing more." "Well," Li Yao thought quickly, "based on your experience in the past, have the forces in Fish Dragon City, including all the desperados in the Dragon Snake Space Zone, ever attacked the cultivators from Firefly, for personal grudges or simply for your treasures? How is that possible?" Tang Xiaoxing snorted. "Although we have been on the run for 1,000 years, the overall quality of our exos are magnitudes higher than the mobs in this place. Also, most of the people here make their living directly and indirectly through the trade deals between Firefly and the Star Glory Federation. They are incapable of attacking us, nor do they have the courage to. Therefore," Li Yao concluded, "the marks of Firefly have been clearly painted on the shell of the 3 shuttles of yours, so that everybody else will know beyond any doubt that they are the shuttles that belong to the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic, right?" "Of course." Tang Xiaoxing was confused. "It is very important to show your banner in such a place like Fish Dragon City. A lot of unnecessary trouble can be avoided. Is there a problem?" The problem is not a small one. Ask your men to change the route and return immediately. Liao tapped the soundproof block between the passenger's side and the cockpit and said, "Tell the driver to get out of the seat. I'll take the wheel." Hardly had he concluded his sentence when Li Yao's ears, which had been filled with spiritual energy, picked up a feeble sound in the air. His pupils constricted violently, and he gave up the plan of crawling into the cockpit. Instead, he went back and lunged toward Tang Xiaoxing, opening his spiritual shield. "Watch out!" The moment he let out the warning, an ear-splitting explosion took place. They seemed to have been hit right in the face by a heavy shuttle that was running at a speed of more than 800 kilometers per hour when they were in a shuttle that was running at exactly the same speed. While the world was spinning, the shuttle was thrown away from the magnetic rail. Explosive spiritual energy flooded into the narrow cart like surging tides. Bam! 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 The airbags hidden in the shell of the shuttle all burst out, only to explode in the next second under the blast of the continuous spiritual energy from outside. Even Li Yao's face was bleeding everywhere, his body almost deformed. His brain was humming, and there was even a moment when he could not summon his spiritual energy. You've got to be kidding me. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator has been so heavily wounded? What the F***CK is that? From the outside, the luxury shuttle had turned into a cluster of garbage from which smoke was billowing. It was swirling in midair quickly before it was attracted by the man-made gravity and crashed to ground. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts spread out like soft smoke. He immediately sensed that two massive streams of spiritual energy came from a skyscraper in the northeast and a crystal train in the southwest and hit the two shuttles of bodyguards precisely. Boom! Boom! After two deafening noises, the two shuttles turned into two clusters of furiously burning fireballs. The elite exos from Firefly inside had been vaporized into ash before they had a chance to scream. The blood-red fireballs illuminated the bluish night sky. Crack! Crack! Because the magnetic rail that they were on had been blown up, dozens of shuttles that were attached to the rail immediately lost control. They flew randomly in midair like headless flies, crashing into brilliant fireworks. Li Yao's pupils were constricted to the size of needles before they expanded and occupied his entire eyes. Judging from the aftershock of the spiritual energy from the barrel, the attacks must have been made by the main guns installed on the small warships. Are you kidding me? Dismantling the main gun, delivering it secretly to the downtown of Fish Dragon City, and attacking a single target with a cannonball that is designed to penetrate the shield and the plate armor of a hostile starship? No wonder even a nascent soul stage cultivator's nose is bleeding. This is too unbelievable. Who's putting on such a big show? Also, how exactly did they lock onto us? The shot was rather precise. That was why the two of them were unharmed. It was the cannon of a warship, designed to dig through strengthened armor that was several meters, if not dozens of meters thick. If Li Yao had been hit by such a cannon right in the face, even though he was in a nascent soul stage, he would have suffered heavy wounds instead of an injury as minor as a nosebleed. Of course, the nascent soul stage cultivators had a 10 times keener sense of danger than the normal cultivators did. If the enemy had locked onto him with the deadly cannonballs in the beginning, it would certainly have been perceived by Li Yao in advance. So, he would not have been hit at all? It was exactly because the enemy was using a stunning cannonball, which was not fatal, that Li Yao's senses had been sluggish for half a second, leading to this accident in Fish Dragon City despite his abundant experience and adventures. Disrupting the nerves and even the entire brain of a cultivator with a massive blast of spiritual energy so that they will completely lose the ability of resistance and even awareness, without harming their body or leaving any sequela. Such a stunning cannonball is rather sophisticated from a technical point of view. Based on the intelligence I've gathered over the past couple of days, it is not something that can be made in the Dragon Snake space zone. However, attacking a target blatantly with a warship cannon in the downtown area, even if the warship cannon can be dissected into parts, and the parts can be hidden in different cosmos rings and brought into the Dragon Snake space zone, it will still take quite a lot of time to assemble such a piece of complicated heavy magical equipment. To fix the cannons, whose recoil can be very powerful on a skyscraper and a train, it also requires an enormous fixation and buffer pedestal. Unfolding all those things will certainly take more than 10 minutes. However slow the Chamber of Commerce that controls Fish Dragon City is, it can certainly detect such a piece of monolithic magical equipment in 10 minutes. Then, there is only one conclusion. The authorities of Fish Dragon City, namely the Four Sectors Chamber of Commerce, have participated in the assault targeting Tang Xiaoxing, or at least permitted the operation. Interesting. The debris of the wasted shuttle was swirling quickly in midair, like a sparrow whose wings had been broken in a storm. Despite the protection of Li Yao's spiritual shield, Tang Xiaoxing still passed out at the first second of attack, leaving Li Yao to think calmly alone in the quickly overturning world. Boom! The shuttle smashed into the ground brutally after falling for hundreds of meters. Many remnants of the magnetic tubes and shuttles that had accidents just now crashed near them one after another. Li Yao sighed gloomily. Such a man who likes to keep a low profile and dismisses fame and fortune like myself should be living in peace with other people. Why do you force me every time? Spitting out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood, he kicked open the door of the shuttle that had been seriously deformed before he crawled out of the vehicle like a cobra that was expanding because of fury. The luxurious shuttle was divided into two cabins. Other than himself and Tang Xiaoxing, two cultivators had been seated in the cockpit before. They were a chauffeur and a bodyguard. It was a pity that they were both dead. The passenger cabin that Li Yao and Tang Xiaoxing were in was fully enclosed. Not only did it adopt the most advanced strengthened iron plate and buffer level, almost 100 protective rune arrays had also been deployed between them. In comparison, the protection for the cockpit was relatively weaker. The attackers were obviously experts of such assaults and knew the features of Tang Xiaoxing's luxury shuttle very well. By adjusting the power of the stunning cannonball perfectly, they were able to knock out the passengers despite the strengthened iron plate, the buffer level, and the defense rune arrays. However, since the defense rune arrays around the chauffeur and the bodyguard were relatively weaker, they had been directly killed in the explosion. Looking at the faces of the two cultivators, which were still in a daze, Li Yao's eyes flickered, but he did not have time to feel sorry for them. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced at the skyscrapers around and the interconnected magnetic rails in the sky. Shwa, 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 shwa. Inside his brain, the entire world was digitized into a series of colorful figures that were jumping, changing, and calculating, allowing him to perceive the locations of the attackers, the bystanders, the watchers, and even the suspected commanders who were standing far away. Triggering the map of this area in Fish Dragon City from his mini-crystal processor, Li Yao analyzed and calculated the best route of escape quickly. He then grabbed Tang Xiaoxing by the neck and sent a stream of spiritual energy into the back of her head. In the end, he shook her slightly and woke her up from the coma. What happened? Tang Xiaoxing's eyes were unfocused, and she was in such a daze that she did not know where she was at all, which was an effect of the stunning cannonball. Her cultivation was not low, but she was a pure creation-type cultivator. Naturally, her brain was not as tough as Li Yao's, and her mind was still in chaos. It's all right. Noticing that a low of shadows were coming close from all directions, Li Yao said, "Lie there and stay still. Let me touch you." Huh. Make no mistake. I am not interested in you at all, nor will I do anything outrageous on you in such an environment. Please be absolutely assured. My life will be in danger if I do anything that crosses the line. Before Tang Xiaoxing came back to herself from the trance, Li Yao sent another stream of spiritual energy into her limbs, stimulating her nerves and making her stretch out her arms and legs. Li Yao's hands shone glamorously and drew colorful streaks of light in midair, turning into a rainbow swirl as he worked on Tang Xiaoxing. A moment later, Li Yao sniffed and tore off a piece of membrane the size half a fingernail from the back of Tang Xiaoxing's left ear, which was the exact same color as Tang Xiaoxing's skin. Nobody would be able to distinguish it if they were not searching carefully with a pair of highly sensitive hands. Inside the membrane was a chip that was as thin as the wing of a cicada and could be bent freely. How delicate! Li Yao stuck the super tiny chip to his fingertip to observe it more carefully before he showed it to Tang Xiaoxing. This must be some sort of mini chip both for localization and for aiming. Not only does it report your coordinates precisely, it can even navigate the aggressive magical equipment such as a warship cannon so that it will never miss the target. That explains how the enemy shot us so precisely. Also, such a chip can actually be put to sleep when it is in the hibernation state and protected by the biochemical membrane outside. Even someone with eyes all over their body wouldn't be able to discover the chip. Tang Xiaoxing was utterly dumbfounded. Her mind was in confusion. There was no telling whether it was because the unexpected assault, the fact that the chip had been stuck to her without her knowing at all, or Senior Lin's amazing hands. What kind of refining art was that? Making a translucent ribbon of rainbow with hands? That was too incredible. Right when she was lost for words, Li Yao found a second localization and navigation chip that was perfectly hidden on her ankle. It's beautiful. Unleashing part of his spiritual energy, Li Yao squinted and sensed the tiny rune arrays on the two super small chips, appreciating rarely seen beauty. It was truly a work of art. However, the master who has produced such artwork installed two identical chips on the same target. Such an approach is rather monotonous. Li Yao's eyes were like two sharp scalpels that were about to dissect Tang Xiaoxing so that he could study her every body part more carefully. Tang Xiaoxing's face went pale, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, he snatched a hair from Tang Xiaoxing's head as quickly as lightning. It was not very painful for Tang Xiaoxing, but she was truly taken surprise. Because of the aftermath of the stunning cannonball, her computational and thinking abilities had plummeted, and she was no better than an ordinary person. She had no idea what was going on at all. Li Yao curled her hair in his fingers and then snapped out greenish flames, entirely burning the hair into ash. However, an extremely thin object that looked like a molecular mica thread remained at the tip of his fingers. Wow! Li Yao widened his eyes in amazement. Building a piece of tracing magical equipment into such a thin object, with such hardness and intensity, and implanting it into the head of the target as a hair. Like an antenna, it is powered by the energy of the target's head and sends out signals to the outside world incessantly. What a terrifying methodology and approach. This material is unheard of. Li Yao took out a gray piece of rubber from the Cosmos ring and carefully embedded the localization thread into it. He then took out dozens of balls that were as fat and round as pearls. After sticking the two localization and navigation chips onto one of the balls and sending telepathic thoughts into them, Li Yao sprayed them on the ground. Before long, all the balls rolled into the gap of the cover of a drainage. Although Fish Dragon City was a metropolis in space, for the comfort of the residents, artificial precipitation was occasionally arranged. The drainage was not only responsible for dewatering, but also served as important channels to accommodate wires and to support maintenance. They were spacious enough for two people to pass through if they crouched. That was Li Yao's conclusion after searching the map just now. Let's go. Change your face first. Li Yao touched the center of his eyebrows softly, putting on another random template face, which was as plain and unattractive as before. It was not until this moment that Tang Xiaoxing finally recalled what had happened. The talents of a refiner gradually woke up in her blood. Explosion? Dear Lord, we were hit by a warship cannon. That's right. Li Yao frowned. What's the problem? Let's go. What's the problem? Tang Xiaoxing almost collapsed. Rubbing her temples, she stared at Li Yao in disbelief, barely able to speak a whole sentence. We were attacked by a warship cannon in the downtown area. Why are you still so calm, Senior Lin? Why shouldn't I be calm? Li Yao scratched his hair, which had been blown into a mess that looked like a bird nest, as he looked at the girl expressionlessly. Isn't it the daily life for a cultivator to be hit by the main gun of a warship every other day? What's there to be surprised by? Li Yao picked up Tang Xiaoxing and sent another stream of spiritual energy into her body, making her manage to get rid of the influence of the stunning cannonball. The two of them ran crazily down the street. In Fish Dragon City, while robbery and gang fights were anything but unusual, Few of them were as huge as the one that was taking place at that moment. Even warship cannons had been used, and quite a few magnetic rails had been blown up. No wonder everybody was running crazily in panic on the street. The two of them were not very eye-catching in the middle of the crowd. Also, the route that Li Yao had carefully calculated took every angle into consideration, allowing them to always reach the most appropriate location at the most appropriate timing. The enemy's sight was blocked perfectly. The enemy, on the other hand, was mainly relying on the 3 pieces of localization magical equipment to determine Tang Xiaoxing's coordinates. Naked eyes were only ancillary tools. Li Yao brought Tang Xiaoxing into a dilapidated alley. They were safe for the time being. He lowered his head to check the countdown displayed on the light beam, which was the estimated time that it would take for the attackers to enter the drainage under the navigation of the tracking chips. 10, 9, 8, 7. Taping his mini crystal processor, Li Yao casually said, "Cover your ears." Huh? Tang Xiaoxing was confused, unable to react immediately. The blast of the stunning cannonball was so intense that her brains were still shaking violently inside her skull to this moment, like the tofu on a bouncing van. "Senior Lin, what did you say?" Tang Xiaoxing said in a daze. Hardly had she concluded her sentence when a series of ear-splitting explosions took place behind the two of them, as if an infuriated fire dragon had crawled out of the drain. The raging fire consumed half of the sky. A few fully armed exos that had only just crawled into the drainage were thrown into the sky by the fire dragon. Before they had the chance to scream, they were devoured by the fiend. Bam! 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 The dozens of manhole covers in front of them were soaring into the sky due to the super high-pressure air currents. White pillars of smoke were erupting crazily. The glass windows of the skyscrapers around and the shuttles were all shattered. The broken pieces were storming down. Tang Xiaoxing was almost knocked over under the blast. Her face pale, she turned around and looked at the fire that was rising to the sky, unable to shut her mouth for a long time. However, when she turned her head again, she discovered that Senior Lin was still walking forward unhurriedly with his hands in his beach pants. His slippers were emitting weirdly pleasant sounds when they stepped on the broken glass. "Senior Lin," Tang Xiaoxing shouted. An explosion seems to have taken place in the drainage near where we crashed. "I heard it," Li Yao said, continuing ahead. Tang Xiaoxing found it hard to believe. "And you're not turning around to check it out?" After a brief silence, Li Yao casually said, "If I turned around every time I heard an explosion of such a level, my neck would have been broken a long time ago. Let's go." "What?" Looking at Li Yao's back, which had been intentionally hunched, Tang Xiaoxing struggled to shut her mouth and chased after him quickly. 10,000 questions were rolling in her head. However, what she was more eager to find out than the details of assault on her just now was, who exactly was this old man named Lin Jiao? When she began walking, Li Yao suddenly stopped. Right next to them was a tavern. 2 double shuttles were parked outside the building. Half a minute later, the two of them ascended to another magnetic rail that was still intact on one of the shuttles. Inside the fully enclosed shell, they were finally able to communicate more calmly. While driving the pilot, Li Yao recalled what happened carefully. The warship cannon just now must have adopted 7 magnetic rails that are in the distribution of a lotus flower, thereby creating a triple helical ejection channel of energy. The cannonball launched is between 500 millimeters and 550 millimeters in diameter. When it was 5 kilometers away, the speed of the cannonball was between 7,000 to 7,300 meters per second. Also, there was a hexagon at the barrel of the cannon caused by the aftershock of spiritual energy. When the cannon was set in its killing mode, the aftershock was bright purple, and when it was in its stun mode, the aftershock was celeste. "Do you recognize such a warship cannon?" Tang Xiaoxing took a deep breath for a long time and finally regained the clearness of a refiner. She bulged her eyes wider and wider. It's the earthquake-level rapid cannon on Firefly." "Oh." Li Yao raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" "I am quite positive." Tang Xiaoxing breathed heavily. "Senior Lin, you must know that Firefly, the flagship of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic, is not a single starship, but a super enormous amalgamation of warships. After the few starships escaped from the Imperium in the beginning, They were docked and refilled with supplies in many sectors. The resistance warriors of those worlds joined us. After 1,000 years of voyaging, hundreds of starships have been connected to the mothership. That's how Firefly was created. It means that the cannons on our warship vary and come from different worlds. Some of them carry distinctive features and cannot be found anywhere else. The earthquake-level rapid cannon is one such cannon. The destruction mode of the cannon is not worth mentioning, but the stun mode of the cannon is quite unique. Instead of launching a metal cannonball, they send out certain icy cannonball that is condensed by special liquids. Under the spiritual and magnetic force and the super high speed, the icy cannonball is vaporized instantly and expands, resulting in a massive blast. It is designed to stun or kill the enemy within the concealed space behind thick and heavy plate armor. If adjusted properly, the cannon can even disrupt the spiritual energy of the enemy in heavy defense and cripple them temporarily. So awesome. Li Yao clicked his tongue. Have you seen similar effects in other cannons? No, Tang Xiaoxing shook her head. Such a warship cannon is extremely rare, even on Firefly. As for the Star Glory Federation, I'm told that they are testing a piece of new magical equipment named a black hole bomb, which can disrupt all the activities of spiritual energy within a certain range indiscriminately. However, it is still in an experimental phase, and its effect is not entirely the same as the effect of the earthquake-level cannon. Li Yao nodded. Then, has such earthquake-level rapid cannon ever been dismantled to sell to the Dragon Snake Space Zone and the Star Glory Federation? Absolutely not. Tang Xiaoxing shook her head. Although we do have some technical communication with the Federation, we would never export such warship cannons. There is not a large number in the first place, and the technology to craft them has long been lost. One broken cannon means one fewer cannon. What about this? Li Yao took out the super tiny crystal thread that was embedded into the rubber. Tang Xiaoxing's face turned more awful than ever after she looked at the object. It seems to be a thread made through the combination of the Seven Holes jade and the venomous spider thread. It is a new material in our labs that is still in the experimental phase. There's no way that it could have been leaked out. Li Yao nodded and put the crystal thread back. Then, the answer is obvious now. Those who attacked you are big shots from Firefly who were qualified to mobilize the earthquake-level rapid cannon and the new crystal thread. Also, both the cannon and the new thread are very idiosyncratic. Since the enemy dared to use them blatantly, they are certainly not afraid of leaving traces. While the enemy came aggressively, they used stunning cannonballs instead of destructive cannonballs. So, they did not intend to kill you, but planned to capture you alive. It's doubtless that you are of great value for them. I'll give you 10 seconds to guess who is behind all this. Then, you will tell me your theory in the most concise way so that I can figure out how to help you. At a loss, Tang Xiaoxing listened to the explosions echoing non-stop around her. Deeply horrified, she gritted her teeth and proposed her speculation after a long hesitation. Li Yao listened and nodded. 3 minutes later, he concluded, I get it now. You are the daughter of Tang Dingyuan, captain of Firefly. Firefly is divided right now. The technical staff, led by your father, want to join the Star Glory Federation. However, the officials of the Parliament of the Star Ocean Republic, led by the Speaker Chui Lingfeng, disagree, hoping to secure a better deal or even swallow the Star Glory Federation. For hundreds of years, the technical staff and the officials in the Parliament have been in disagreement. 1,000 years ago, when you first escaped from the Imperium, since a lot of government officials left with you, they naturally prevailed. However, as the voyage in space continued and more technical problems occurred, the technical staff grew more and more important. Finally, once your father was appointed as captain, you were finally able to compete with the Parliament. The disagreement this time is both an extension of your contradictions in the past and an overall breakout triggered by the fuse named the Star Glory Federation. All in all, it is an impasse right now. Your father, Tang Dingyuan, believes that, with the expedition army of the Imperium drawing near, you cannot stay on the fence anymore. A decision must be made quickly to unify the forces of both parties. Therefore, on one hand, he sent out the election observation delegation, of which you are a member, so that the technical staff could reach out to the leadership of the Federation first. On the other hand, he has been planning to put forward the motion of participation in Parliament. Even if it is not passed, it will still raise a revolution on Firefly. As long as most of the technical staff and the ground-level sailors concur, the MPs won't be able to stop it. Therefore, you suspect that Shui Lingfeng, the Speaker of your Parliament, got the message in advance and dealt with you first. It means that while you were assaulted, it is possible that a storm was sweeping across Firefly, and your father's life might be in danger, right? Exactly. Tang Xiaoxing was greatly relieved. She did not expect that Senior Lin could think so clearly. She asked pitifully, Senior Lin, now that you have learned everything, what do we do? It's not a big deal. Let me think for a moment. Li Yao smiled and comforted the girl. Thinking quickly for a moment, he snapped his fingers. Got it. Overjoyed, Tang Xiaoxing found it hard to believe her ears. That was fast. What have you come up with, Senior Lin? The crisis that Firefly is faced with is indeed very tricky and dangerous, Li Yao said. However, it has occurred to me that none of that is my business. I'm only coming with you to buy materials. It's not like we are friends or anything. Why does it feel like I'm going to save the world again? Let's stop here. Li Yao lowered the shuttle in an unpopulated slum and quickly crawled out. He waved his hand toward the shuttle. My young friend Tang, I'll just leave the shuttle here. Consider it my gift for you. See you next time. He ran away and disappeared in only half a second. Tang Xiaoxing was left alone in the shuttle, dumbfounded. She never realized that a man could run so fast in slippers. Looking at the slum that was pitch black, she held her arms and felt that goosebumps rising. Dogs were barking maliciously, and the wind blowing from her back was rather chilly. However, having received a decent education from a young age, she did not know how to let out her anger and fear with the profanities of common sailors, nor did she know whom she should curse. Shui Lingfeng, the Speaker of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic, or Senior Lin, whom she had just met but had escaped at the critical moment after giving her a slim chance of hope. Tang Xiaoxing sniffed hard. Her teeth were deeply embedded in her pale lips. Holding back the urge to cry, she moved from the back seat to the front. If it were indeed an attack initiated by Speaker Shui Lingfeng, it is very possible that father has already been captured by them, and even, right now, I'm the only one who can save Firefly and everyone. I must be resolute. I must get away from the attackers first. Chi, 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 chi. The shuttle was uttering weird noises. All its units seemed to have been frozen in the cold air. You can't be serious. Tang Xiaoxing was an expert of refining. Such a piece of simple structured magical equipment was nothing more than a toy of a 3-year-old for her. However, no matter how she sensed it and how she tried to fix the shuttle, she could not find anything wrong with the vehicle at all. There was nothing but dead silence in the darkness amid the collapsed walls, which was 100 times more terrifying than when the wild dogs were barking. Perhaps it was her imagination, but under the illumination of the blue river of moonlight, Tang Xiaoxing felt that many shadows were approaching and surrounding her. Activate now! Tang Xiaoxing's hair was rising and turning into a brush by the static electricity triggered by her techniques. She bellowed and smashed the control rune arrays hard. The weird noises inside the shuttle were finally replaced by the pleasant sounds. The anti-gravity discs right below the shuttle unleashed bright green light, and the shuttle staggered into the air again. Hooray! Tang Xiaoxing cheered in her heart. She was about to accelerate to the maximum and run away when she noticed that a fully armed Exo was floating right in her front after she raised her head. The iron, emotionless mask on the guy's crystal suit made it look like a metal corpse. The stranger looked at her coldly. Before she had the chance to exclaim in shock, 3 bullets were shot from the darkness behind her in a row. After 3 crisp sounds, they drilled into the shuttle. Powerful electric arcs were released by the 3 bullets, interweaving into a blue, overwhelming web that deeply embedded into the shell of the shuttle. Not only did they penetrate through the power, anti-gravity, and control rune arrays of the shuttle instantly, declaring it to be a total loss, they also invaded Tang Xiaoxing's body through her pores, electrifying her and depriving her of the ability to summon her spiritual energy. Voila! The shuttle crashed into the ground before it threw Tang Xiaoxing out, holding back the excruciating pain all over her body. Tang Xiaoxing struggled to her feet. Then, she immediately sensed that at least 5 crystal suits were approaching her from all directions. What was most devastating for her was that, judging from the flames emanated by the power rune arrays on the legs of the crystal suits, they were all the cutting-edge models on Firefly that had never been exported to the Dragon Snake Space Zone or the Star Glory Federation. Tang Xiaoxing, the exo who had stood in the way of the shuttle, just now slowly landed. His iron heel tapped the ground unhurriedly, and his voice was as cold and emotionless as the noises when the heel hit the ground too. A dazzling beam of light was shot right at Tang Xiaoxing's face, imposing strong interference on her mask and revealing her face that was as delicate as a doll's. In the meantime, Tang Xiaoxing's eyes were also mired in a hazy, white mist, preventing her from seeing what the attackers looked like. Tang Xiaoxing only felt that a pair of cold, rude iron hands rubbed her face hard to make sure that there was no more camouflage on her face. Then, the lifeless voice declared, Tang Xiaoxing, as the special investigators of the Internal Affairs Division of the Parliament, we are arresting you for high treason. Tang Xiaoxing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The world in front of her eyes went from pale into the most desperate darkness. High treason. So serious? Like an earthworm lurking in the mud, Li Yao hid himself in a corner of a forsaken plaza. While observing all the anomalies in the several square kilometers nearby, he eavesdropped on the conversation between Tang Xiaoxing and the attackers through the detectaphone chips that he stuck to Tang Xiaoxing's body when he searched her just now. The situation was too chaotic. Even the first clue had not been found out yet. Of course, it would be too imprudent to rush into the battle right away. He had to figure out exactly what was going on and how many forces were involved. Based on Li Yao's calm observation, there were at least 3 forces that were surrounding Tang Xiaoxing in the darkness like ravenous dogs. First of all, although the attackers shared a common purpose, they were made of 2 teams with obviously different tactical styles. Those who operated the earthquake-level rapid cannon, installed the localization chips on Tang Xiaoxing, arrested her directly just now, and announced that she had committed high treason, were obviously some soldiers or special agents with the distinctive style of the regular army. They were well-trained and equipped with advanced gear. The crystal suit each of them was wearing was no worse than the Azure Thunder that was crafted by Wu Yaxuan. Although they were all suppressing their spiritual waves as much as possible, Li Yao strongly suspected that the team included multiple cultivators in the core formation stage or at an even higher level. Those people must be the cultivators from Firefly and, very likely, the subordinates of the speaker Cui Lingfeng. Despite their toughness, the team was not large in number due to the restriction of their identity. The exos who provided support for them by surrounding the periphery and blocking the loopholes, on the other hand, were rather messy and disorganized. Their crystal suits were much more underdeveloped, too. They also had a lot of redundant movements due to unproficiency that gave themselves away, but also declared their lawlessness and blatancy. In short, they were just a mob. Those people look like the exos of the 4 Sectors Chamber of Commerce. They're the locals of this place. After pondering for a moment, Li Yao thought it through. To ship 2 warship cannons into Fish Dragon City, and to unfold and fixate them unhurriedly, the attackers certainly could not escape the attention of the Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, the attack or arrest operation must have been planned by certain leadership of Firefly, say, Speaker Cui Lingfeng and the Chamber of Commerce together. Perhaps Cui Lingfeng promised the Chamber of Commerce some benefits. For example, the extraordinary techniques or technology from the center of the cosmos. He bribed the Chamber of Commerce, making it turn a blind eye to what is happening here and send out a batch of local gangsters to provide guidance and support for the actual arresters who are not large in number. The super tiny detectaphones that were pretending to be insects further proved it. The secret investigators of the Internal Affairs Division of the Parliament were perhaps well-trained, top-tier experts. However, the guides and helpers that the Chamber of Commerce had sent to them were a disorganized mob, who had dominated Fish Dragon City for too long to realize that they were carrying out a secret operation. After all, it was their turf, and it was not exactly a secret operation, but a legitimate arrest. Therefore, right when Tang Xiaoxing was captured, Li Yao easily locked onto their commander and moved a walking detectaphone that looked like a cockroach to the guy. Cockroaches were perhaps the most vigorous creatures in the entire universe. Even if the civilization of mankind perished one day, cockroaches would probably still be able to live billions of years more in the broken planets and cities left by human beings. There were cockroaches in Fish Dragon City too. Although they were not exactly the same type as the cockroach that Li Yao produced, barely anyone would notice the difference on such a dark night. Brother Bao, who are those guys exactly? They are brazen enough to fire cannons in the downtown area of Fish Dragon City. If news gets out, the Chamber of Commerce's reputation will certainly be tarnished. How can anybody else be assured when they come to Fish Dragon City to entertain themselves? F***CK. Watch your mouth. Those people are all brutal men. Even our boss has to show them some respect. Small fries, such as you and me, better keep our distance from them. Make sure that you are prepared and listen to the command of those people for the whole operation. One tiny mistake, and boss will see that you are minced to pieces. It was the only piece of valuable intelligence collected by the detectaphone cockroach amid endless meaningless chatter. It proved that the assault operation was conducted by the elite exos from Firefly and the local gangsters of the Four Sectors Chamber of Commerce together. However, Li Yao was most interested in not the attackers, but another two observers far away. To the southwest of the slum, made of collapsed walls and ragged plazas, was a building of 17 floors. On the 15th floor was the best hidden observation point in the 5 square kilometers around. Two observers, whose heartbeat and breathing had almost been entirely halted by secret techniques, and who were almost weightless like ghosts, were lurking in the place like two shadows, observing the situation down below calmly, professionally, and carefully. They were so professional that even the dialogue between them was made through private talks that only the two of them could hear. Unless somebody was within 1 meter from them, they would absolutely never be discovered. When the Mantis was hunting the Cicada, the Sparrow was waiting behind to swallow them both. The two observers were exactly the Sparrow in silence. Li Yao, however, was a hunter, whose scope had already targeted the Sparrow. Even the content of their secret dialogue could not escape from his ears because the best lurking place around was specifically left for them by Li Yao. Or rather, intentionally leaving Tang Xiaoxing in this place, thereby turning the carefully chosen slum into the scene of arrest so that all the forces involved would dedicate their performance on a stage that he had picked, was Li Yao's plan. He had not been certain that a third force would come other than Tang Xiaoxing and those who attacked her. However, logically, since such a complicated place as the Dragon Snake Space Zone was probably the rendezvous point that the Star Glory Federation had specifically prepared for the anti-Federation rogues, the special agents of the Secret Sword Bureau should be everywhere in Fish Dragon City. In the meantime, since Tang Xiaoxing was going to contact the leadership of the Federation as a member of the so-called election observation delegation, the Federation must have been more or less prepared for such an important event. There was no reason that the special agents of the Secret Sword Bureau did not react at all after Tang Xiaoxing was attacked. If they did, Guo Chunfeng and Jin Xinyue would certainly regret not training them harder in the past 100 years. Then, if a third force did exist, the best observation point was probably the place where they would be lurking. Li Yao's guess was correct. It was a battlefield that Li Yao had carefully selected. Before the enemy came to themselves and arrived, he had 3 minutes to make all the necessary preparations. For Li Yao, 3 minutes was more than enough to spread out his eyes and ears and to turn the slum completely into his own home field. Although the two hidden observers were communicating with each other privately, such a technique was merely a trick to constrict and control the sound waves after all. As long as their position was basically fixed and special surveillance magical equipment was installed from different perspectives in advance, it was still possible to eavesdrop on their conversation. Li Yao pressed his left ear softly, quickly filtering the noises that were vibrating his eardrum, while he listened to the two hidden observers quietly. The two hidden observers were trying to keep their voices calm, but the slightly accelerated speed of their speech implied the anxiety deep inside their hearts. 7 fully armed cultivators from the center of the cosmos, at least above the core formation stage, with very impressive teamwork. They're also wearing the high-level crystal suits that have been modified specially. They look like the secret police of the Internal Affairs Division of their parliament. There are also 36 exos from the 4 sectors Chamber of Commerce, whose capabilities vary from each other, but more than 10 of them are in the core formation stage. Also, since the Chamber of Commerce is involved, they can summon more exos to the place anytime. This city is the Chamber of Commerce's territory. We are in big trouble now. What the heck have those guys of the intelligence group been doing? They failed to predict such a great event where the election observation delegation is attacked. How is the observation group going to wipe their ass for them now? In any case, Tang Xiaoxing must not fall into the hands of any other force. Her father is the leader of the faction in favor of the Federation, which is of paramount importance to us. We have to rescue Tang Xiaoxing and protect her. Wait a moment. I'm already uploading the information, calling for reinforcements, and receiving the plans of the next step. What's wrong? Li Yao heard one of the observers, whose voice was rather rough and sounded to be in a higher position, curse softly before concluding his sentence. Then, the guy fell silent. The other observer, whose voice was gentler and sounded younger and hastier, prodded him many times. Finally, the first observer gnashed his teeth. No reinforcements. No plans. We have been asked to keep observing. What? What do they mean by keep observing? They're going to take Tang Xiaoxing away if we keep on observing. Should the daughter of Firefly's captain fall into the hands of the malicious guys who have ill intentions, there will be major trouble. What are the leaders thinking exactly? The half-public office of the Secret Sword Bureau has received a message from Firefly just now, the rough voice replied. The government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic has officially issued warrants targeting 100 figures, including Tang Dingyuan, the former captain. Their crimes include high treason, spying, breach of confidence, and corruption. 33 of the wanted criminals are the high-level members of the election observation delegation. What happens in Fish Dragon City tonight is a completely legal operation of arrest. Well, the gentle voice was dazed for a long time before he remarked, Legal? Legal where? Legal everywhere, the rough voice said. Unless we decide to instigate a coup on Firefly right now, or attack Firefly to annihilate the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic, which happens to also be a civilization of the cultivators, we are in absolutely no position to meddle in their internal affairs. After all, however small the country is, they still have a population of more than 100 million and an amalgamation of hundreds of superstar ships, not to mention the techniques and technologies that are far more advanced than ours. Theoretically speaking, even if it is not a country, it will still be a political entity that is on equal terms to the Federation. What can we do about the highest warrants issued by their parliament? Disregard the rules, fight them hard, and steal the criminals that they want? Black Panther, calm down. You are now in the observation group, not in the assault group as you used to be. This is not a place to run wild. Keep observing and tracking and wait for more instructions. The valuable part of the conversation between the 2 special agents of the Secret Sword Bureau came to an end. But it was enough for Li Yao to partly understand the chaotic situation right now. The special agent, who was relatively old and considerate, was not wrong. Since the government in exile had issued warrants against its own people, it was indeed inappropriate for the Secret Sword Bureau to meddle in without a good reason. After all, the government in exile and the Star Glory Federation were in a very subtle relationship, and the Imperium of true human beings was due to arrive any time. If the 2 civilizations of cultivators of different sizes were to have a civil war, there might be dire consequences. Should I take action? Naturally, Li Yao would not stand by and do nothing. Both for the national interests of the Star Glory Federation and to save Tang Xiaoxing's life, he was certainly obliged to take action. It was only a matter of when. While he narrowed his eyes to observe the surroundings and calculated different rescue plans, Li Yao suddenly sensed extremely feeble waves coming from the air, which were as unattractive as the size of ghosts. If it was anyone else, they would perhaps have mistaken them for an illusion caused by their paranoia. However, Li Yao, as a nascent soul-stage cultivator, clearly saw that when the deep blue moonlight blew past the collapsed walls, it occasionally twisted slightly, like the ripples reflecting the setting sun. Somebody was hiding in the air. There was not one, but almost 20 experts who were adept at covering their tracks and concealing their spiritual energy. Wearing high-level crystal suits that boasted mimetic and stealth abilities, they snuck into the collapsed walls without alarming anyone and chose the best angle of attack. Other than Firefly, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Secret Sword Bureau, there was a fourth force in this place, which had bared the sharpest fangs the moment it showed up. It was an elite combat squad made of well-trained cultivators with high cultivation and extremely advanced gear. Liao complimented them in amazement while he observed the elite combat squad sneak into the depths of the slum like a gentle breeze without causing any sound. They took down at least 7 exos of the Chamber of Commerce who were guarding at the periphery quietly. It was not until they ran into the 8th person, who was a sleazy cultivator from Firefly that pretended to be a local, that they met trouble. When the neck of the 8th cultivator was cut, or rather, crushed, by a liquid, high-pressure saber, he let out a scream that was particularly ear-splitting in the dead silence of the night. A brief but violent skirmish immediately broke out. The cultivators from Firefly and the locals of the Chamber of Commerce still had the advantage in number, but their capabilities varied greatly. Only the secret police of the government in exile boasted teamwork and tactical performance that were above average. The locals of Fish Dragon City, on the other hand, had been cast into a daze in the first round under the unexpected assault. The elite combat squad from the 4th Force had already finished their tactical arrangement before they took care of all the sentries. They occupied most of the commanding heights and locked onto their respective targets. After the battle began, mottled rays of light were immediately popping up in the air, outlining the cold and yet highly efficient slaughtering machines. In only 3 seconds, more than 10 locals had been killed by their crossfire. The mysterious elite combat squad was even led by a nascent soul stage cultivator. Although he appeared to only be in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, he boasted the most violent aura. Together with the high-level cultivator that had obviously been modified and strengthened by specialists, he went on such a killing spree that nobody was left standing. "Wow!" Liao exclaimed in his heart. Even an epic nascent soul stage cultivator had been deployed. As the Star Glory Federation rose quickly and all kinds of new training techniques and facilities showed up, the nascent soul stage cultivators nowadays were no longer as rare and precious as 100 years ago. However, a nascent soul stage cultivator was still a nascent soul stage cultivator. Such a battle-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage, who was good at infiltration and assassination missions in secret, was a very important professional in any time. After the nascent soul stage cultivator took action, there was simply no stopping him. The secret police of the government in exile, who had come to arrest Tang Xiaoxing, never thought that a 3rd force would be bold enough to steal their target so blatantly. In their dizziness, they tried to resist. The secret police in the lead shouted, "Are you the special agents of the Secret Sword Bureau? This is our wanted criminal." "You cannot." He was kicked away by the mysterious nascent soul stage cultivator. Judging from the clusters of lightning and thunder bursting out of his chest, the kick was no less heavy than a bombardment of the warship cannon. The mysterious nascent soul stage cultivator jumped up and down and soon reached Tang Xiaoxing. He picked her up and expanded the range of his spiritual shield, thoroughly protecting Tang Xiaoxing. His movement forced Liao to abandon his ambush plan for now. The purpose of the elite combat squad was obviously to rescue the target. After they had Tang Xiaoxing, they immediately retreated in the middle of a series of intense explosions. Like an unpredictable, fiendish saber, they disappeared into the darkness as quickly as they appeared. Their exhaust flames drew bright traces in the night sky as they approached like hundreds of flying swords. Most of them were the exos of the 4 Sectors Chamber of Commerce. Some were the secret police of the government in exile who had previously been attacking and arresting other senior members of the election observation delegation. They had reacted quickly enough to arrive at the spot in only 1 minute after the strangers vanished with Tang Xiaoxing. The secret police, after briefly discussing the issue with each other, immediately dispersed and followed the strangers' traces. None of the secret police of the government in exile, the local gangsters of the Chamber of Commerce, the Secret Sword Bureau, or the mysterious fourth force knew that they were in a battlefield that Li Yao had picked for them. Li Yao kept still. The two special agents of the Secret Sword Bureau who were observing in darkness did not move either. The one with a rougher voice sniffed and said, "It's the Dim Moon Squad. Are those unruly B***stars trying to start a world war?" "It's them." The young agent was greatly alarmed. "Keep quiet," the older agent snapped coldly. The two of them stopped talking and lurked in the darkness without moving at all, like two snakes that had been frozen in winter. Hiding in the darkness that was even deeper, Li Yao tapped his crystal processor and sent a message to Long Yangjun. "How is it doing on your side?" "It is doing pretty good," Long Yangjun replied. "We are now participating in a dinner that is specially prepared for the magnates. I have to admit that the extravagant entertainment in the modern cultivation civilization is truly intriguing and eye-opening. A lot of the fellow cultivators here are finding it difficult to contain themselves." "Ha ha ha." Li Yao lowered his head and looked at his body, which was crouched in the debris like a silkworm. "I have a little bit of a situation here." "Oh, what is it?" "The same old problem has occurred to me again," Li Yao replied. "I showed up at the wrong place with the wrong people at the wrong time." "Do you need reinforcements?" Long Yangjun asked. For some reason, the Chamber of Commerce's defense here has suddenly been weakened. Many experts who were guarding the place in the beginning were mobilized in a hurry. Therefore, there will be no need for all the fellow cultivators to take action together. "Wait, is the mobilization of those experts related to you?" "It is not entirely related to me," Li Yao said. "However, I did find an opportunity that, if it works out, will allow us to enter the Star Glory Federation with a more appropriate opportunity. It will be beneficial for both the fellow cultivators from the Ancient Sages sector and the national interests of the Federation. That will be a real win-win." "What do you need us to do?" Long Yangjun asked. "I don't need any reinforcements for now," Li Yao replied, "but you'd better abort your previous plan and wait for my updates. If I can handle it properly, we will be saved of the trouble of robbing, faking our identities, and sneaking into the Federation in fear. Chances are that we will be able to walk on the red carpet openly. Also, help me search for the term Dim Moon Squad. I need everything relevant to the term, but do not look for the information on the spiritual nexus. The Dim Moon Squad cannot be a top secret, or I wouldn't have heard it spoken by somebody so casually in the first place. However, if you do search for Dim Moon Squad on the spiritual nexus, even though you may find something useful eventually, it is very possible that you will be noticed by certain alert programs. Unless you are a real expert of the spiritual nexus, it is best that we should avoid the risk. Speaking of which, do we have an expert of the spiritual nexus on our side?" "What do you think?" "There seems to be none," Li Yao said. "All right, this is what you are going to do. Now that such an intimidating team, made of more than 10 nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators, has gathered and is preparing to do something clandestine and illegal, I believe that you must have locked onto a batch of local gangsters of the Chamber of Commerce, the periphery members of the CIFA, or even the secret agents of the Secret Sword Bureau, right? Of course, but most of them are merely lackeys and secondary members. The real core figures would never show up so easily, would they? It doesn't matter. You can find some lackeys and secondary members who are relatively old and try to hypnotize them. Then, you can ask them the information about the Dim Moon Squad. Since it is not a top secret, you will certainly find something useful after interrogating a few people. The most critical thing about the issue is confidentiality. Is there a certain art of hypnotisation that can make the hypnotized unaware that they have been hypnotized at all? There is, Long Yangjun said. But it depends on the cultivation of the hypnotized. If they are low-level cultivators in the building foundation stage or the refinement stage, it shouldn't be a problem. However, if they are above the core formation stage with a powerful soul, it will be extremely difficult to hypnotize them without being discovered or leaving any trace inside their brain. Even the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators might not be able to do that. That will do. There's no requirement on the accuracy of the intelligence. As long as I can have a general understanding about the Dim Moon Squad, it will be fine, Li Yao said. The key is speed. It will be best if you can tell me all the relevant files in 15 minutes, because by my estimation, I will meet the Dim Moon Squad in 15 minutes. Li Yao cut off the communication. Exactly at that second, the local gangsters that were still lingering in the slum all happened to move their eyes away from Li Yao's shelter. Like a black lizard that was slithering in the darkness, Li Yao leapt up from where he was hiding and went toward the direction in which Tang's Xiaoxing had been taken. Now high and now low, now left and now right. He avoided all the eyes and the crystal cameras effortlessly. Shwa, 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 shwa. The map of Fish Dragon City popped up in his head as he analyzed the most likely route of escape. More than 20 rushing exos were certainly not as inconspicuous as Li Yao's cockroach. Li Yao did not need to trace them personally. The local gangsters of Fish Dragon City would find the mysterious Dim Moon Squad in his place. Li Yao's judgment was correct. In fact, the Dim Moon Squad never completely got rid of the double block of the secret police and the local gangsters. All Li Yao needed to do was follow the local gangsters who were marching blatantly. After only 10 minutes, he felt that he smelled the aggressive and yet unpredictable smell of the Dim Moon Squad again. Long Yangjuan's voice echoed inside his ears at the perfect time. "We've got the files on the Dim Moon Squad." Raising his eyebrows, Li Yao looked at the downtown area up ahead. What do they say? Decades ago, the Dim Moon Squad was a professional combat squad under the Secret Sword Bureau, the intelligence and investigation agency of the Federation. You can also regard it as a new division in the agency, if you will. First of all, the thing about the Secret Sword Bureau is that it has been focused on defense instead of attack since the day it was founded. I believe that you know about it very well, right, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? So, I won't waste our time. Yes, keep going. Of course. Li Yao understood what Long Yangjun meant. When the Secret Sword Bureau was established, the Star Glory Federation had only had one enemy, which was the Blood Demon Sector. At that time, the Blood Demon Sector had been more powerful than the Heaven's Origin Sector, and it had taken the initiative in attacks. It had also sent countless spies into the Federation. The Secret Sword Bureau, which had been founded under such circumstances, was a defensive agency that focused on homeland security in the first place. The main job of Guo Chunfeng, as the leader of the Demon Execution Division of the Secret Sword Bureau, was to arrest and suppress the demon spies who had snuck into the Federation. Although a batch of agents of the Secret Sword Bureau had also snuck into the Blood Demon Sector. Their mission was to steal the intelligence concerning the Heaven's Origin Sector, but not to prepare for the attacks toward the Blood Demon Sector. In fact, until Lu Zue and Zhou Hongdao threw out their insane Patriots plan, the Star Glory Federation had neither the intention to march into the Blood Demon Sector nor the capability of sending agents into the Blood Demon Sector. The Secret Sword Bureau was born a defensive agency. The genes had been carved deep into the bones. Long Yangjun went on. In the system of the old Federation, the Secret Sword Bureau was a defensive intelligence agency that focused on homeland security. However, in the time of the new Federation, having altogether 3 sectors, the Star Glory Federation is much more powerful than before and has embarked on the path of expansion. Well, assimilation of multiple sectors, in case you find the word expansion uncomfortable. After the 4 new worlds were discovered one after another, the main focus of the Secret Sword Bureau has shifted from homeland security to accelerating the assimilation. It has changed from defense to attack. Therefore, a lot of dirty work, if we put it as the professionals would, has presented itself. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, I am trying to put it as subtly as possible. It is not going to shake your belief, right? Of course not. Li Yao frowned. I'm not idiotic enough to believe that the Secret Intelligence Agency is a harmless child. You think that my nickname Vulture was given for nothing? Get to the point. All right. The point is that the Dim Moon Squad is a special troop that is dedicated to dirty work, particularly the dirty work in the 4 new words in the Secret Sword Bureau. Of course, their name on the surface is not the Dim Moon Squad, but the 4th Division of the Secret Sword Bureau. The 4th Division? What's its name? Li Yao asked. Division of Logistics and Cleaning, which is responsible for cleaning the dirt and foul things in the Star Glory Federation's way, Long Yangjun said. What else? The cleaning division made great contributions in the decades when the 4 new sectors integrated into the Federation. One might even say that they accelerated the process by more than 30 years. However, as sort of a special agent myself, I know the difficulties and dilemmas of the dirty work very clearly. It is often a gray area between black and white. We are sometimes contaminated by blood that cannot be washed away. Then, we will decay and stink. So, doubts and disagreements on certain practices of the Dim Moon Squad gradually appeared within the Secret Sword Bureau. Other divisions grew more and more dissatisfied about the cleaning division. After the 4 new worlds joined the Federation, the previously external contradiction became internal contradiction. Now that everybody was a federal citizen, the Dim Moon Squad style was naturally outdated. When all the cunning hares are dead, the hound will be useless. After the assimilation of the 7 sectors, less and less dirty work needed to be done. Even if there was dirty work, other departments could take care of it in a gentler way. The cleaning division, or the Dim Moon Squad, had accomplished their destiny perfectly. They were faced with the problem of being reshuffled, or even eliminated. Opinions were greatly divided within the Secret Sword Bureau as to the arrangement for the Dim Moon Squad, or the cleaning division, Long Yangjun said. It is said that even the leadership of the Secret Sword Bureau had quite a huge argument. But eventually, all the cleaners of the Dim Moon Squad were still relieved of their duty. A special Dim Moon Fund was established to take care of their lives after retirement, ensuring that they would not worry about their income. It would be absolutely fine, even if they spent the subsidies in the most extravagant way. Li Yao was relieved. Isn't that good? No, not at all, Long Yangjun said. We are all high-level cultivators. Try to stand in their shoes. Is extravagancy enough to satisfy you, fellow cultivator's spiritual vulture? Li Yao was slightly dazed. He gradually frowned and mumbled, "You do have a point. For those above the core formation stage, materialistic needs are basically no longer a problem. What they need is the sense of gratification and the acknowledgement of the general public. Or rather, they desire to carry out their beliefs and expand their ideology to the entire sea of stars. However, speaking of which, what was the belief or the ideology of the Dim Moon Squad? We have yet to find out such specific details, Long Yangjun said. All in all, soon after the Dim Moon Fund was founded, it was taken in by another department of the government and continued carrying out the missions that were inappropriate for the government, the Federal Army, or the Secret Sword Bureau to be involved in. Many of the powerful sects chose to maintain their interests in the New Worlds through the Dim Moon Fund, too. You may understand it this way. Right now, the Star Glory Federation has 2 intelligence agencies, one in daylight and the other in the dark. The one in daylight is the Secret Sword Bureau, an open, public agency that focuses on defense and homeland security. You can find the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau in the capital city of the Federation. Guo Chunfeng, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, is among the leadership of the Federation and often show up in the media. As time passes by, the files and archives of the secret operations of the Secret Sword Bureau in the past decades have gradually been unclassified and released to the public. Open, bright, with a focus on security and defense. What a perfect and flawless intelligence agency. But in the dark, there is also a non-existent intelligence agency, which is the Dim Moon Fund. It is a mysterious and cold organization that focuses on attack. You can never find its name on the list of the departments in the federal government. It is a taboo for civil funds, too. The leadership of the Federation will never acknowledge the existence of such an organization or endorse any of the operations that the organization conducts. But it exists in reality nonetheless and has infiltrated to the dark and bloody corners that the Federal Army and the Secret Sword Bureau cannot reach. Li Yao was silent for a moment. All right, I understand it now. No, you don't. Long Yangjun chuckled again. Do you want to know who the founder and first commander of the Dim Moon Squad and who the biggest supporter of the Dim Moon Fund is? Do you have any idea why your good disciple Jin Xinyue has been nicknamed the Venomous Witch? Li Yao blinked quickly. It can't be true. What? Are you questioning the capabilities of the true disciple of the dominator of the 3 sectors? Long Yangjun said quickly. 100 years ago, when the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector were still at war, there was a secret agency named Saint's Palace under the Pantheon of Demons, which was essentially the government of the Blood Demon Sector. It was responsible for raising the sanuses for the pantheon of demons. I believe that you are well aware of that, right? Of course. When he and Jean Xinyue first met, Jean Xinyue had been one of the sanuses of the pantheon of demons. She had been sent to the Sanus Palace by her father, Jean Tuyi, to receive the harshest and most professional training for a Sanus, which was a combination of a female assassin, a female spy, and a female special agent. During the 200 years after the Blood Demon Sector and the Heaven's Origin Sector discovered each other, the Blood Demon Sector had been at an advantage in the battlefield and suppressed the Heaven's Origin Sector. Therefore, the Sanus Palace was fundamentally different from the Secret Sword Bureau, even though it was also an intelligence agency. The Sanus Palace focused more on attack. Its purpose was to send more demon agents into the Federation for all kinds of sabotage missions as preparation for the Blood Demon Sector's overwhelming suppression and even invasion into the Heaven's Origin Sector. The Secret Sword Bureau focused on defense. Its main work was to find the demon spies who had snuck into the country and caused great trouble. If the Secret Sword Bureau could be compared to the solidest shield of the Federation, the Sanus Palace would be the sharpest spear that the Blood Demon Sector thrust at the Heaven's Origin Sector brutally. Because the Blood Demon Sector surrender was conditional, and Jean Tuyi, Jean Xinyue's father, and the former commander of the Coalition Army of Demons, took most responsibility for the war crimes, and considering the imminent threat of the Expedition Army of the Imperium, the system of the Blood Demon Sector was not changed drastically, at least not until Jean Xinyue raised her cleavers toward her own people. Long Yangjun said, "The Sanus Palace, as a training camp for the intelligence personnel of the demons, was also kept under a different name and fell into Jean Xinyue's hands. Jean Xinyue was herself a saintess in the beginning. Naturally, she knew every detail about the Sanus Palace. On one hand, she implemented reforms on the surface with Skyfire as her reliance. On the other hand, she established the first batch of personal soldiers who were absolutely loyal to her through the Sanus Palace. Based on the personal soldiers, she eradicated any dissidents within the demon race in the most cold-hearted and ruthless way. In the decades that followed, she changed the Blood Demon Sector in an unprecedented way. While the Blood Demon Sector was completely integrated into the Federation, she also achieved what even her father, Jean Tuyi, failed to achieve: the absolute control over the Blood Demon Sector." Li Yao took a deep breath in relief, not knowing how he should comment. Long Yangjun smiled and said, "I actually like this Jean Xinyue very much. Do introduce her to me in the future. Let's keep going." While Jean Xinyue reformed the Blood Demon Sector mercilessly, she also slowly marched to the center of power of the Federation. She traded some interests of the Blood Demon Sector for the appreciation of many big shots in the Federation. Finally, she entered the Secret Sword Bureau. It was because the main focus of the Secret Sword Bureau was to resolve problems that had occurred during the unification of the three sectors, especially the unification of the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector. Most of the problems were actually caused by the disobedient demons. Therefore, Jean Xinyue, as a Sanus from the demon race, was the perfect person to address the issues. Jean Xinyue did an excellent job. She soon rose to power in the Secret Sword Bureau and became the commander in charge of the field operations after only 20 years. At that time, the first new sector was discovered, and in the foreseeable future, more sectors would be discovered too. The focus of the Secret Sword Bureau needed to shift from interior to exterior, from defense to attack, which was a situation that the traditional agents of the Secret Sword Bureau had never run into before. Li Yao thought for a moment and realized that Long Yangjun did have a point. For example, Guo Chunfeng was the most distinguished Secret Sword agent of the Secret Sword Bureau, who had competed with him multiple times 100 years ago and resolved the riot of patriots together with him in the end. At that time, Guo Chunfeng, known as the strongest core formation stage cultivator with quadruple talents, would not necessarily have been on the losing side even if he encountered a nascent soul stage cultivator. He also almost caught Li Yao's tail many times during the hunting operation. But it was also true that Guo Chunfeng was better at defense than attack. He worked better as a cat that caught rats than as a rat that snuck into a place and sabotaged it in secret. His character, which was relatively conservative and reliable, made him the best candidate to defend the homeland security of the Federation. However, it was not entirely suitable for the brand new strategy of the Federation. Expansion in the universe. Do you get it now? Long Yangjun said. It was the Secret Sword Bureau's tradition to highlight defense, but the traditional style of the Saint's Palace was to attack, infiltrate, damage, pry, and slaughter. Since Jin Xinyue was the operational director of the Secret Sword Bureau, she naturally recalled her old subordinates to face the new situation. Therefore, the Saint's Palace, which previously belonged to the pantheon of demons in the Blood Demon sector, after decades of changing, reforming, and moving, turned into the 4th Division of the Secret Sword Bureau. It is externally known as the Division of Logistics and Cleaning, and internally known as the Dim Moon Squad. Many of its original members carried the bloodlines of demons. Jin Xinyue herself was the first commander. The Dim Moon Squad in the beginning was perhaps only a temporary agency that was established to resolve a certain special incident or to finish a stubborn and yet heinous enemy. However, after 4 new sectors were discovered in a row in only decades, and to completely combine the available resources and unify the people of the old worlds and the new ones before the army of the Imperium arrives, such special incidents must have been happening on a daily basis. Therefore, in the decades after it was established, the scale, capability, and power of the Dim Moon Squad rose until it was too big and influential to get rid of. Li Yao took a deep breath. Wait, I don't think that it is possible to figure out so much inside information in only 10 minutes, is it? I've been caught. Long Yangjun chuckled. Not bad. That information is the conclusion I made based on the files I collected a few days ago and the details that I asked just now with consideration of some of my own experience in the past. It shouldn't be far from the truth. You can certainly count on me. Right? The very existence of the Dim Moon Squad seems to be the fuse of the contradiction between Jin Xinyue and Ding Lingdang. The Dim Moon Fund often stirs up trouble in the 4 new worlds, which Ding Lingdang's Patriots Front consider to be its own base. One of them is trying to deal with all the troublemakers as quickly and thunderously as possible, while the other is hoping to resolve the issues through gentler approaches like a spring breeze. The contradiction between the two parties has slowly developed due to the times of minor friction. That's basically all the information we have right now. Do you have any questions, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? Scratching his head, Li Yao felt that his brain was 20 times bigger than usual. He could not help but have a weird feeling that he was a leader of a family whose previously obedient children had now grown into rogues. After a long pause, he said, "Well, about that. Their competition of routes is none of my business. It is perfectly normal that not everyone thinks the same way. I don't know the first thing about politics. Therefore, the issues might as well be left to the professionals to deal with. I only want to know one thing. Did Jin Xinyue's Dim Moon Squad do anything outrageous in their secret operations in the past decades?" What do you mean by outrageous? If you are asking whether or not they are saints who abide by the law dutifully and are willing to sacrifice their everything for the people of the Federation, then I must regretfully tell you that they are not. Li Yao coughed. That's not what I was asking. Got it, Long Yangjun said. If you meant to ask whether or not they have ever injured or killed any innocent ordinary people in their operations, I haven't heard any reports on that so far. Li Yao was relieved. That's good. Long Yangjun was silent for a moment. Then she laughed in great amusement. What? Were you worried that your good disciple had broken the boundary of the cultivators and slid into the abyss of the immortal cultivators after 100 years? No, Li Yao shook his head. I trust my disciple. It's not going to happen. Do not be so certain, Long Yangjun said dishearteningly. I have carefully studied your 3 true disciples. If any of them is going to go against your belief, this venomous which Jin Xinyue certainly has the greatest potential. Look, when your first disciple Wu Mayan followed you, he was only a 12-year-old kid in the refinement stage. When your second disciple followed you, she was not very old, and her cultivation wasn't high either. Also, her mind was pure and simple, and she was entirely dedicated to the world of refining. The beliefs of your first 2 disciples were not entirely fixed, and their worldview had yet to be completely established. After they followed you and were edified by you, they were certainly heavily influenced by you and would never betray you. What about Jin Xinyue? When she followed you, she was already an expert in the Demon King stage. A Demon King, by the standard of the cultivators, equals to the core formation stage. That's already rare enough. The belief and outlook of a high-level cultivator in the core formation stage are basically fixed. It is practically impossible for them to be swayed by the outside world. Also, in the past 100 years, the burden on Jin Xinyue's shoulders has actually been terribly heavy. The Red Tide plan seemed magnificent, but if nobody worked hard to push it forward prudently, it could only stay on paper. Jin Xinyue was exactly such a pusher. On one hand, she had to suppress the ambitious schemers within the demon race who were simmering in impatience, sometimes even by butchering her own people. On the other hand, she had to negotiate with the big shots of the various important sects in the Federation in order to fight for the petty benefits for the demon race. She has essentially struggled forward in a tiny gap while she pushed the Red Tide plan forward. See, it's cool. See, it's cool. It's cool. Even I want to clap for her. Under such circumstances, even if she slightly broke the boundary of the cultivators and betrayed your belief, it would still be quite understandable. She is not a natural-born cultivator, but transformed from the demon race after all. Li Yao was silent for a moment, and his voice gradually became cold. Long Yangjun, I don't know what kind of secret reason you are fomenting trouble between me and my disciple for, or maybe you are trying to shake my belief. However, I believe in my disciple in any case. I trust that she will not betray me or the boundary of the cultivators. Make no mistake. Li Yao's graveness made Long Yangjun laugh even more mysteriously. You think that I'm fomenting trouble between you two? You couldn't be more wrong. I only said so much because I truly do admire Jin Xinyue. What's bad about betrayal? Every excellent disciple will betray their master one day. Every strong son will defeat his father one day. The civilization of mankind is one founded on betrayal in the first place. The Pangu civilization created the civilization of mankind, but human beings betrayed Pangu. The Nuwa civilization used to guide and assist the civilization of mankind, sparing no efforts. But what scatters the universe today are only human beings without any trace of the Nuwa clan. Why is that? Perhaps betrayal is the irreversible gene that has been branded into the deepest part of the cells of human beings. Only when you doubt will you betray. Only when you betray will you transcend, and only when you transcend will you evolve. Betrayal is the highest virtue of the civilization of mankind. What? Were you hoping to see 3 conforming, imitative disciples who have never jumped out of your guidelines after 100 years? Do you not want your disciples to create a new path and bring some surprises that are more interesting? Even I, as an outsider, still look forward to Jin Xinyue's performance. My instincts were right, Li Yao said gloomily. You are truly dangerous. What are you exactly? A spectator, Long Yangjun said with a smile. I have never lied to you since the very beginning. I'm truly doing nothing but quietly observing. Li Yao knew that Long Yangjun would never answer his question properly even if he pursued. The situation seemed very clear. The technical staff and the administrational staff on Firefly had a conflict. The technical staff intended to raise a motion to integrate into the Federation, but the administrational staff had extinguished the endeavor in advance with their advantage in Parliament. It was not very complicated. It was inappropriate for the federal government to meddle openly considering the subtle situation. Was it for that reason that Jin Xinyue's Dim Moon Fund had been deployed? Nothing more? Li Yao pondered for a moment and slapped his thigh. How could it be so simple? The turbulence that he was involved in always had much more unpredictable twists and turns. However, Li Yao had absolutely trust in his disciple. He believed that she would certainly persist in the boundary of the cultivators and the national interests of the Federation. Now that Tang Xiaoxing had fallen to Jin Xinyue's hands, her safety was certainly not going to be a problem. It seemed unnecessary for him to make redundant plans and disrupt Jin Xinyue's arrangement. All he needed to do was observe in silence. A disciple should cater to the master's needs. Should he take a rest this time and simply watch his disciples save the world while sitting in the darkness? While pondering, Li Yao said to Long Yangjun, "All right, cut the CR*P. With everything we know, it's best that we stick to the original plan and see what is going to happen. Well, it does not seem very likely, Long Yangjun replied. The fellow cultivators here gleaned some interesting information just now. Knowing that Firefly and the Chamber of Commerce have some big operations in Fish Dragon City tonight, the fellow cultivators discussed enthusiastically and came up with quite a lot of new plans. They cannot wait to intervene now. Li Yao, don't blame yourself. This is not your problem. Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, the two divinity transformation stage cultivators, are not idiots. It is an utter mess out there, as if a war will erupt soon. Even if you didn't propose this, they still would have captured a few people to figure out what was going on. After they grasped the basic situation, they would naturally have tried to hold Tang Xiaoxing in our hands, so that we can expect to make connections with the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic through her, and eventually enter the Federation as the representatives of the government in exile. That is your plan too, right? It is not a very difficult plan. If you can come up with that, they and I are certainly enough to come up with the plan too. Great minds think alike. Li Yao felt that cold sweat was pouring off his head. Nobody is blaming himself. Hey, can you ask the fellow cultivators to hold back their techniques for 1 second and stop yelling and shouting? Let's stay cool and keep a low profile. We are very calm and low-key, Long Yangjun said. The fellow cultivators here are calmly considering exactly how we can calmly get Tang Xiaoxing, how we can calmly sneak into Firefly, how we can calmly become the envoys of the government in exile, and how we can calmly enter the core area of the Federation. Why didn't you bring up such important issues earlier? Just now you were only asking me stuff about the Dim Moon Squad. Then you were vilifying me, saying that I was fomenting trouble between you and your disciple. Did I have a chance to tell you? Besides, I think that it is quite a good plan myself. At least, it is much better than the plan to move to the bottom level of the Federation as common cultivators through all kinds of disguises. Li Yao cursed silently in his heart. A series of earth-shaking noises and explosions suddenly echoed up ahead. The quickly expanding fireballs were almost pumping up the air of the area. It suddenly got extremely hot and suffocating. Jin Xinyue's Dim Moon Squad had engaged the pursuers again. It was an extremely lively and prosperous city, and a paradise for the ambitious, hard-working fellows. Almost 1 billion people lived in the sky, on the earth, and below the ground, providing the beating power for the heart of the Star Glory Federation. The southeast of the capital city was the solemn governmental area. Passing through a small square where flowers were blooming and birds were singing, there was the plaza of the Ministry of Equality and Development. In the small square, there was a very famous statue named Rainbow's Smile. It was 7 children in different clothes and even in different forms, carrying the distinctive local features of the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Blood Demon Sector, the Flying Star Sector, the Netherworld Sector, the Water Crystal Sector, the Water Crystal Sector, and the Forest Ocean Sector. 3 of them were boys, and 4 were girls. They were holding each other's hands and jumping up and down, playing carefreely. The little girl of the Blood Demon Sector, who had the bloodline of the demons, the locals of the Forest Ocean Sector, whose body was growing grasses and flowers due to the special speeds implanted to his skin, or the young man from the Netherworld Sector, who had died too young and was preserved in an iron puppet. They were all wearing the same brilliant smile. The statue was a symbol for the assimilation of the 7 sectors and the most popular image in the Federation in the past decades. Its replicas were everywhere to be seen in the stores and on the street in the 7 sectors. The features of the statue had even been simplified and made into the emblem of the Ministry of Equality and Development. However, if someone were to walk onto the lead gray stairs of the plaza and enter the Ministry of Equality and Development, they would see another statue in the lobby that was of a completely different style, one that perhaps illustrated the real functions of the Ministry of Equality and Development better. It was 7 overlapping hands that were grabbing 7 blades of different forms and also of distinctive local features. The 7 swords and sabers were all stained with blood, which was dripping from the gaps of the fingers and merging into one stream. The name of the statue was the Alliance of 7 Swords. Click, click, click. The crisp sound of high heels knocking on the marble floor that was as smooth as a mirror. When Jin Shinue walked past the statue of the Alliance of Seven Swords, Jin Shinue raised her glasses, which had a deep purple frame, concealing the subtle feelings in her eyes when the statue was reflected there. "Greetings, madam." The clerks walking in and out all greeted her, and she responded with a perfect smile. Even the bottom-level workers, who had only worked in the ministry for a handful of years after graduating from college, could still feel the genuine warmth from her friendly smile. Since she had led the charge in the battle to stop the outbreak of the spore virus in the Blood Demon sector 100 years ago, Jin Shinue had always been in such a sacred, brilliant, and benevolent style. The past 100 years did not seem to have left too many traces on her skin, which was as smooth as jade, but it had added a profound and passionate air to her deep, beautiful eyes and her overall demeanor. The perfect dimples on her face also suggested that she had grown from a girl who was slightly too young into a woman in her most gorgeous, glowing, and appealing season. As part of the leadership of the Federation, she had become used to the simple black and white clothes many years prior. She had also been wearing a pair of glasses that did not mean anything for a cultivator in order to disguise her astounding beauty. Today, she was still wearing a black suit that could not have been more formal. The few decorations all over her body included the smiling rainbow brooch, which was designed based on the emblem of the ministry, and a pendant of the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem that was hanging from her fair, elegant neck. It was exactly as she had declared to the media publicly a long time ago. "I'm a woman who has been married to the Star Glory Federation." Her friendly, immaculate smile was kept without fading at all as she walked to the first lift, which was reserved for the minister. It was not until the door of the lift opened again, and she stepped into the corridor of the 33rd level of the building that she finally took a breath softly. The deep purple frame of her glasses was gradually spreading a vague hint of blood as the light changed. The subtle aura that belonged to the venomous which was flowing out of the corner of her smile. Click, click, click. She stood straighter, held her head higher, and walked faster. Like the sharpest saber, she lunged at her target. "President, greetings, President." Many ugly, muscular men in the corridor with scars all over their faces, and even the unmistakable features of demons suddenly changed their expression. They stood at attention and saluted her quickly. Sure. This time, she did not return a useless smile to any of them, but simply nodded before she walked to her destination without any pause. The 33rd level of the building was the division of logistics and cleaning. Those ferocious-looking muscular men were the cleaners of the Ministry of Equality and Development. Of course, they had another identity. They were the employees of the Dim Moon Fund. Jin Shinue was the president of the Dim Moon Fund. Not everybody was qualified to call her president. Only the old comrades who had gone through life and death hundreds of times in the 4 new worlds over the past few decades had such a privilege. Jin Shinue reached the archive management office of the cleaning division. She closed the door from inside. The thick, heavy door made of super alloys uttered mechanical noises as it was rolled and closed. More than 10 defense rune arrays blinked one after another, indicating that the files that had been heaped in this place were much more than just unimportant records on how much toilet paper the Ministry of Equality and Development had used the previous year. There was only one overaged artificial body, manipulated by a spectral cultivator, in the archive management office. In the government departments, especially those related to battles, the spectral cultivators took up a fairly large proportion of all the employees. Those people had mostly been seasoned soldiers when they were alive, who had made great contributions to their country and fortunately kept a relatively clear self-consciousness after they unfortunately died. If they were unwilling to retire, they would often stay in their original department and continue their service by doing the paperwork. This archive manager, however, looked particularly old. He moved and turned much more slowly than normal, and his lackluster artificial eyes fell into darkness every now and then, as if he could completely disperse in any second. The Dim Moon plan has begun. Jin Shinue sat down and looked at the archive manager with a complicated expression. She seemed both full of expectation and a bit ill at ease. "I've been planning for 30 years in order to draw a perfect full stop for the Red Tide plan. Is there nothing that you would like to say?" The archive manager sluggishly raised his rusted head from the files that had been sealed for a long time. Intermittent brilliance was shooting out of his artificial eyes, but he failed to come up with anything after a long period of silence. What a shame. Jean Xinhue continued smiling, but there was endless bitterness and loneliness in her smile. She seemed to be talking to herself. I spent the most beautiful 30 and even 100 years of my life, and I even wagered my entire future on the shift from the Red Tide plan to the Dim Moon plan. Finally, the most critical scene of the play is about to be aired. However, of the two spectators that I expect most, you have been reduced to such a state because of the protracted sleep, and he is still lost in the depths of the universe. Nowhere to be seen, hisses echoed from the outdated broadcast rune arrays of the archive manager. After arduous efforts, he struggled to condense the noises into a piece of advice. Do not turn yourself into a second. Lu Zue. Lu Zue. Jean Xinhue took off her glasses and played with them in her fair, smooth hands. Do you know? Over the past few decades, I've been replaying the confrontation between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector years ago as a mind game and a way to relax myself. Sometimes I even stood in the shoes of the Patriots partnership and considered from Lu Zue's perspective, trying to figure out how I could have resolved the conundrum and annihilated all the demons completely. It's very difficult, I have to admit. The situation that Lu Zue was faced with was truly difficult. Neither the odds nor the support of the people were on his side. However, of all the ways to break the dilemma, he chose the most idiotic one. The assassination attempt on the speaker in Federal Square and the intentional massacre of the civilians were more than enough to forever nail him on the cross of shame in history. There is no way that his reputation can be restored. I couldn't help but wonder, what if Lu Zue hadn't done any of that? What if he did not do the things that were beyond any moral standard, but decided to carry out his belief through relatively legal approaches? Perhaps he wouldn't have stood a chance at that time, and the battle would have been lost temporarily. However, most of his supporters and subordinates would have been retained. He would have been able to make a comeback after 100 years. You all decried Lu Zue as a local immortal cultivator of the Federation. But even if he did appreciate the ideology of the immortal cultivators, as long as he hadn't violated the law of the Federation or the common sense of the people, what could other people, including my master, have been able to do to Lu Zue? If we get to the bottom of it, he was too rash, but it couldn't be helped. Lu Zue, at that time, was already a dying old man. He did not have many days left. So, he had to make a desperate attempt. What else could he have done? But I'm different. Rest assured, I am different from Lu Zue because Lu Zue failed, and I will win. Jean Xinhue, the leader of the Ministry of Equality and Development of the Star Glory Federation, covered her eyes with the glasses that were reflecting scarlet colors. She paused for a moment and put on an even more brilliant smile. We will win. The Dim Moon Squad, a secret armed force under the Ministry of Equality and Development in the Federation, was made of the most elite warriors who had weathered through the storms of blood during the decades of rapid expansion of the Federation. Even the secret police from Firefly were no match for them. However, they were in the territory of the Four Sectors Chamber of Commerce after all, and the Dim Moon Squad did not seem to have notified the Secret Sword Bureau of their operation in advance. Therefore, they did not receive the full support of their allies. Now that their tail had been bitten by the local gangsters, exos of the Chamber of Commerce were arriving incessantly from all directions, attempting to kill them with their sheer advantage in numbers. The Dim Moon Squad was about to be drowned in the ocean of mobs. After a brief scuffle, hearing the rushing noises that implied that more and more crystal suits were approaching, the Dim Moon Squad was left with no choice but to continue fleeing to the port area in the southwest instead of getting rid of the pursuers behind them. It appeared that they had a starship waiting for them in the port, and they were planning to break out of the siege after they had the target. However, Li Yao was about to chase after them when something else occurred to him. He began to feel that the Dim Moon Squad's operation was too simple and straightforward. Since they had made plans to steal Tang Xiaoxing, there was no way that they did not know that Fish Dragon City belonged to the Four Sectors Chamber of Commerce. It was a certainty that they would be heavily besieged. Break out of the siege by brute force did not seem like Jean Xinyue's style. If Jean Xinhue could only come up with such a lousy plan like rob and run after 100 years of training, he would have been terribly embarrassed by her as her master. Something is wrong. Tapping his forehead softly, Li Yao narrowed his eyes and observed the magnetic rails, the dilapidated alleys nearby, and every manhole and underground maintenance tube in the battlefield that had fallen silent abruptly after the brief engagement of the two parties just now. Huh? Li Yao's eyes glittered. He was onto something, like a cluster of black mist. He snuck into the remnant of an armed shuttle that had been turned into a heap of garbage, but was still burning furiously. Holding back the high temperature, he touched the entrance cover of an underground maintenance tube. Something was indeed not right. Such underground maintenance tube covers were usually sealed with barriers. It was impossible for normal people to open them easily. But right now, the barriers had been modified. Not only did someone open the cover just now, they had also established new alert rune arrays around the previous barriers. As long as the cover was opened, the alert rune arrays would send out a feeble telepathic thought that would be perceived by a certain reception array far away. Naturally, such alert rune arrays were not a problem for Li Yao. 3 seconds later, he appeared in the underground maintenance tube. His spiritual threads spread out, and he soon discovered a Li-gray metal box that was more than half a meter tall, more than 10 meters away from him. Li Yao crossed his 2 fingers and snapped it softly. There was no telling what materials the metal box was made of exactly, but Li Yao felt that it could both absorb the violent shock and blast of the outside world and prevent various waves from being released internally. Had he not been right next to the box and observing it with his naked eyes, it would have been practically impossible to detect its existence from the ground with any probe magical equipment or telepathic thoughts. This is what I'm talking about. Li Yao warmed up his hands and groped on the gray metal box that seemed to be immaculate and gapless. A moment ago, after a hiss, a deep blue stripe of light suddenly appeared where there had previously been no gap at all. Centered at the stripe of light, the cover glided toward 2 sides, revealing Tang Xiaoxing, who was sleeping soundly in a cluster of gel in the fetal position. This explains a lot. They're pretending to be running immediately after stealing the target, drawing all the enemy's attention. But in fact, they have hidden Tang Xiaoxing in this place, and she will soon be taken away by another team, which is the real force that should be protecting her. Li Yao Winat. Such a plan made much more sense. But regretfully, he needed to intervene and take Tang Xiaoxing away. It was not because he was intentionally adding to his disciples' trouble. The reason was simple. There was no way that Jin Xinyue could foresee, despite her wisdom, that in Fish Dragon City right now, other than Firefly, the Chamber of Commerce, the SIFA, and the Secret Sword Bureau, there was still a super deluxe lineup made of 2 Divinity Transformation Stage cultivators and 10 Nascent Soul Stage cultivators, and this particular team had developed an interest in Tang Xiaoxing too. Now that Meng Qixin, Wu Suiyun, Long Yangjun, and the rest of them were planning to wade into the matter, it was hardly likely for the Dim Moon Squad to retreat with Tang Xiaoxing in one piece. Besides, Li Yao did not want the experts of the Ancient Sages sector to have a head-on clash with the Dim Moon Squad, in which case the situation would be beyond his control. Now that a dangerous game seems unavoidable, I might as well be the one who throws the dice. Li Yao smiled and licked his lips, with brilliance of confidence beaming out of his eyes. This is the Star Glory Federation. This is my place. Naturally, Monsterly should be in charge. I'll make the ultimate call as to what game we are going to play next. He dragged Tang Xiaoxing out of the protective gel and carried her on his shoulder, as if she were a sack. Then, he bent down and moved into the depths of the maintenance tube, which was enshrouded in darkness. 10 minutes passed. When Tang Xiaoxing woke up, she found, to her astonishment, that she was sitting in the seat of a shuttle again. The lights and shadows outside of the window were nothing more than the night view of the prosperous Fish Dragon City. Then, she noticed that the guy sitting next to her, who was driving the shuttle casually while tapping on the light beam of a crystal processor quickly, was Senior Lin. Tang Xiaoxing exclaimed in disbelief and bit her tongue to make sure that she was not dreaming. Had what she experienced a moment ago actually been an absurd nightmare that she had just woken up from? However, the ever-dying explosions echoing far away in the night sky, as well as the shouts, curses, and shrieks that were played by the mainframe crystal processor of the shuttle, immediately brought Tang Xiaoxing back to reality. Tang Xiaoxing discovered that the mainframe crystal processor of the shuttle seemed to have been connected to a private communication channel, in which there was nothing but the voices of the excited exos of the Chamber of Commerce who were making tactical arrangements. "You're awake." Li Yao continued tapping on the light beam. He studied the terrain of Fish Dragon City and all the information about Firefly collectible on the spiritual nexus, especially the internal structure of Firefly and the renowned experts on board. After sensing Tang Xiaoxing's confusion, he explained without raising his head, "I installed a gadget on the crystal suit of an exo of the 4 Sectors Chamber of Commerce, which allows me to hack into their tactical communication channel. Don't be nervous." "UI." Tang Xiaoxing was lost for words for a moment. "You didn't abandon me and run away? We are now in the middle of an emergency. Would you please at least show some of the wisdom and resolution of the cultivators from the center of the cosmos by not asking questions whose answers are obvious?" Li Yao said quickly. "If you're going to ask questions such as 'Who are you?' or 'What do you want?' I suggest you don't. I'll tell you my real identity, but not now. I can only guarantee that I mean no harm to you or Firefly. Instead, I'm trying to help you and possibly make a deal with you. If you believe my words, we will carry on. If you feel that I have other ill intentions, you'd better check which neighborhood nearby has a better environment so that I can drop you there. That's definitely not a problem. In my opinion, the gate of the mall over there is not half bad. All the shining neon lights are quite entertaining. Should I drop you there?" "Don't!" Tang Xiaoxing's face was pale. She could not help but grab Li Yao's arm. Recalling the nightmares just now, she took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. I'm willing to believe in you, Senior Lin." "Very good. Then, let's talk about our deal and how I can help you and Firefly," Li Yao said. "But first of all, I need to decide whether or not you are of enough value to be helped in your ability to fulfill the deal." "Well, we are running out of time, so I'll just speak frankly. I believe that you must be well aware of the current situation right now. Right when you were arrested by your own people for high treason, Captain Tang Dingyuan, your father on Firefly, must have had the same treatment, too, if not worse. It is possible that he has been killed." Tang Xiaoxing slightly shivered. Tears were rolling inside her eyes, but she tried to hold them back. Looking at her hands, she said softly but firmly, "I know, but there is still another possibility, one that is even more terrible than the possibility that your father has been murdered," Li Yao said casually. "In fact, your father, the captain of Firefly, could actually be behind the whole scheme. He could have developed clandestine ambitions decades ago and planned a shocking scheme for his seemingly grandiose and noble, but in fact sordid and shameless ideology. If the scheme succeeds, it is very possible that the world will be destroyed." "What? How did you know that, Senior?" "This is just one of the life lessons that I have learned as a senior who has traveled in the sea of stars long enough," Li Yao said. "Of course, on a positive note, it is possible that your father is not scheming, and he isn't dead yet. This is exactly what I'm asking. In your opinion, what are the odds that your father has been executed immediately after being captured by the enemy, supposedly your speaker Chui Lingfeng? Is there any chance to rescue him now?" Covering her face, Tang Xiaoxing took deep breaths for half a minute and cleared her mind. She shook her head. "Even if it was Speaker Chui Lingfeng who planned everything and captured my father for non-existent crimes such as treason, it would still be impossible to execute him immediately. The Star Ocean Republic has an open and just parliamentary system after all. Speaker Chui is not a powerful dictator. It is impossible for him to secretly capture and execute the captain of Firefly, a leader who is second only to himself. Even interrogation is barely an option. It's very likely that my father is still alive, but he must be in custody."